Now that the 10,000-year meet was over, there was naturally no way Xialing would stand guard here. Therefore, he left. Su Zimo and the others passed through the water barrier in front of the cave and entered the Parasol Tree secret ground as well. At the same time, in the capital of the Yen-Yang Immortal Kingdom, an ordinary carriage drove in slowly. Your Highness, aren't you going to inform the other princes now that you've returned to the palace? The driver of the carriage looked to be old and his beard was grayish-white. Although the driver did not send a voice transmission with his spirit consciousness, his voice seemed to have converged into a line that entered the carriage without spreading out at all. The surrounding crowd did not hear anything either. In the carriage sat a young man with a graceful bearing and a dignified aura. However, he did not move at all and exuded the might of someone who had been in power for a long time. However, the young man's lips were extremely thin and coupled with his aquiline nose. His features looked sinister and cold. There's no need, the young man replied indifferently. It's just a small matter of returning to the palace. There's no need to alarm others. Without saying anything more, the driver rode on the ordinary-looking carriage and gradually disappeared into the crowd. The moment Su Zimo and the others entered the secret ground, they felt a heatwave surge towards them. It was unbearable and suffocating. It felt a little like the raging flame world of level 1 of the 9 heavens. However, everyone quickly sensed that the surrounding heat wave contained a tremendous amount of heaven and earth essence chi that was far beyond their imagination. In the middle of the secret ground, there was a gigantic tree with a massive trunk that required dozens of people to surround. Every single leaf was more than enough to fit a palace. Is this the ancient parasol tree? Lu Ping raised his head with deep shock in his eyes. Although the leaves of the ancient parasol tree were emerald green, if one focused their gaze, they could see that every single leaf burned with fine flames. There were already cultivators who could not wait to find a spot to cultivate. Time was precious. Even Su Zimo only had 100 days of cultivation in the parasol tree secret ground. The closer you get to the parasol tree, the richer the heaven and earth essence chi will be. Princess Scarlet Rainbow secretly sent a voice transmission to many of her fellow sect mates from Heaven and Earth Academy using her spirit consciousness. Everyone advanced one after another and tried to approach the ancient parasol tree. Indeed, the closer to the ancient parasol tree, the richer the heaven and earth essence chi that could be sensed. However, the searing energy contained by every single wisp of heaven and earth essence chi became increasingly terrifying and many cultivators could not withstand it at all. Before long, everyone found a suitable spot for themselves. The furthest distance from the parasol tree was more than 1,000 feet. For example, Princess Scarlet Rainbow was on the closer end and she was around 200 feet away from the parasol tree. To begin with, she cultivated fire elemental cultivation techniques that were closer to the aura of the parasol tree. As such, she had better endurance. Apart from Princess Scarlet Rainbow, Feng Yin and Lu Ping were the closest at less than 100 feet away from the ancient parasol tree. It was not hard to understand why Feng Yin could reach this point. However, to everyone's surprise, Lu Ping was comparable to Feng Yin. Lu Ping inherited the body of the gigantic willow and possessed a tremendous amount of life force. Coupled with the fact that he was a flora-living being like the parasol tree, that was the reason why he could cultivate here. Right then, a figure passed Feng Yin and Lu Ping and approached the parasol tree. Su Zimo. Feng Yin looked at that figure with a dark gaze. But soon, as though he recalled something, he sneered and ignored Su Zimo, continuing with his cultivation. Su Zimo arrived beneath the ancient parasol tree and closed his eyes to sense. The heaven and earth essence chi here was the richest, most searing and berserk. If it was drawn into his body, the destructive power would be shocking. However, it was nothing to the green lotus true body. Su Zimo leaped and landed gently on a gigantic parasol tree leaf. His body was bathed in flames as he began to absorb and refine heaven and earth essence chi, prepared to break through to become a grade 9 earth immortal. A day passed. The cultivator at the bottom of the earth ranking did not break through. The badge on his body shone and he left the parasol tree secret ground regrettably. 2 days passed. 10 days passed. Boom! A vibration sounded from a leaf of the parasol tree, as an incomparably powerful aura burst forth and surged into the skies. Although Su Zimo was still in a lotus position, his cultivation realm had already crossed to the level 9 Earth Essence realm. At the same time, his essence spirit broke through to become a grade 2 heaven immortal. In just 10 days, Su Zimo had already made a breakthrough. Everything happened naturally without any obstacles. Boom! Right then, a vibration sounded not far away from the ancient parasol tree. Ah! Someone stood up and roared into the skies. His black hair danced wildly, and he was filled with an extremely powerful and violent aura that had already surpassed the Earth Essence realm. Feng Yin had broken through and entered the Heaven Essence realm, becoming a Heaven Immortal. As a reincarnated perfected immortal, Feng Yin was indeed extraordinarily strong. If he had not encountered Su Zimo, who appeared out of nowhere, he would not have ended in such a crushing defeat. Although it seemed difficult to reincarnate and restart the entire cultivation process, his memories recovered more as his cultivation realm increased. With the memories of his previous life, there were many times when bottlenecks in his cultivation could be easily resolved. In that aspect, Feng Yin had a huge advantage. Among the 100 Earth ranking paragons, Su Zimo was the first to break through, while Feng Yin was the first to break through to become a Heaven Immortal. After breaking through that barrier, Feng Yin's essence spirit, blood chi, essence chi, and everything else evolved. His injuries healed in the blink of an eye. The regeneration capabilities of Heaven Immortals were even stronger than Earth Immortals. Feng Yin sneered and walked towards the ancient parasol tree. When he was a grade 9 Earth Immortal, he could only cultivate at that spot. Now that he was already a Heaven Immortal, his endurance was even stronger and he could come to the parasol tree directly to cultivate. Feng Yin, what are you doing? Princess Scarlet Rainbow looked nervous when she saw that. She was afraid that Feng Yin would attack Su Zimo in the parasol tree secret ground after his breakthrough. Feng Yin sneered without saying anything. He truly had no such intention. Firstly, even though he was now a Heaven Immortal, he did not have absolute confidence of killing Su Zimo, a grade 9 Earth Immortal, here. Right now, Su Zimo was in his peak condition. The methods that Su Zimo displayed in the Earth ranking competition made Feng Yin extremely wary. Unless he was confident of victory, he would definitely not attack Su Zimo rashly. Furthermore, there was no need for him to do anything in the parasol tree secret ground this time round. There would naturally be someone who would help him kill Su Zimo. When she saw Feng Yin sitting on another leaf of the parasol tree without any activity, Princess Scarlet Rainbow was relieved. On the other side, Su Zimo's expression was calm, and he did not even open his eyes. If Feng Yin truly dared to attack him, he would not mind killing a second reincarnated perfected immortal. Time passed by, and on the 40th day, Lu Ping broke through and became a Heaven Immortal. On the 48th day, Yu Feng broke through. On the 66th day, Princess Scarlet Rainbow broke through. After Su Zimo broke through to become a grade 9 Earth Immortal, his cultivation was still increasing rapidly. However, at this level, it was difficult to break through and advance without thousands or tens of thousands of years of accumulation. 100 days was still too short. 2262 Parasol Tree Formation. As time passed by, the number of cultivators in the parasol tree secret ground decreased. By the 100th day, Su Zimo was the only one left in the parasol tree secret ground, sitting on a parasol tree leaf. Everyone from Heaven and Earth Academy was still waiting quietly not far away from the cave, prepared to leave together after Su Zimo came out of seclusion. The strange thing was that Feng Yin did not leave immediately. Instead, he sat not far away with his eyes closed, seemingly waiting for something. Right then, a young man in brocade robes walked over slowly from afar and arrived before the cave before long. Xie Tianhong? When Princess Scarlet Rainbow saw that person, she frowned slightly and murmured, "Isn't he presiding over Spirit Cloud County? Why did he suddenly return to the palace?" "Greetings, Your Highness Tianhong." The two guards at the entrance bowed to the young man in brocade robes. Expressionlessly, Xie Tianhong suddenly sent a voice transmission to the two guards with his spirit consciousness. "Activate the Parasol Tree Formation." Parasol Tree Formation? The two guards were slightly stunned. There was an extremely terrifying formation in the parasol tree secret ground. With the parasol tree as the foundation, the formation would activate the Sun Essence Fire, Extreme Een Essence Fire, and Earth Core Fire to nourish the parasol tree. In fact, divine phoenixes would even appear. Initially, the purpose of the formation was to nurture the ancient parasol tree. Under normal circumstances, the ancient parasol tree was only suitable to survive in the parasol tree world. The environment there was extremely cruel for most living beings, and they could not survive at all. However, it was the most suitable for the parasol tree to grow. It was not easy to create a secret ground suitable for the ancient parasol tree to survive. That was the reason for the formation's existence. The entire parasol tree secret ground would turn into a mini parasol tree world. At that time, all living beings around the ancient parasol tree other than the divine phoenixes would be erased by the power of the secret ground. One of the guards looked troubled and said instinctively, "Your Highness, there's only a day left. There's another?" Before he could finish, he noticed Xie Tianhong smirking and his pupils constricted with a strange black glow. When they noticed the black light, the eyes of the two guards gradually turned black. "Activate the parasol tree formation now." Xie Tianhong's bewitching voice sounded in the minds of the two guards once more, as though it was deeply rooted and they could not reject it. "Brother Tianhong, why are you here?" Princess Scarlet Rainbow sensed that something was amiss and walked over, asking with a frown. Xie Tianhong turned around and looked at Princess Scarlet Rainbow, who was not far away. He smiled and said, "I heard that you did well in the Earth ranking, so I rushed back to take a look." Xie Tianhong presided over Spirit Cloud County all year round and rarely returned to the palace. As such, Princess Scarlet Rainbow did not have a deep impression of him. Although the two of them had the same father, they had different mothers and rarely interacted with one another. Therefore, their feelings for one another were not deep. Princess Scarlet Rainbow did not believe a single word Xie Tianhong said. Right then, two guards not far away suddenly channeled their spirit consciousnesses wildly and conjured hand seals repeatedly, sending essence chi into the water barrier of the cave. "Activate!" The two guards shouted right on the heels of that. A violent bang sounded from the cave and the entire mountain peak shook slightly, as though something huge had happened inside. Xie Tianhong smirked. When the parasol tree formation was activated, the endless sun essence fire, Extreme Een Essence Fire, and Earth Core Fire fused into the secret ground. Earth Immortals could not withstand it at all. If divine phoenixes appeared, even grade 9 heaven immortals would be burned to ashes upon entering the secret ground. All foreign living beings around the ancient parasol tree would have to endure the ferocious attacks of the divine phoenixes, and nobody would be spared. In the parasol tree secret ground, Su Zimo was focused on cultivating when he sensed something. Opening his eyes, he saw that the world in the secret ground was undergoing a huge change and phenomenons were appearing. The ground of the secret ground cracked continuously with scarlet cracks surfacing. Although the cracks looked random, when they were connected, they exuded a mysterious aura and scorching lava surged continuously within. At the same time, a fire rain descended from the skies. In the parasol tree secret ground, flames burned furiously and were ubiquitous. The temperature of the place rose rapidly and surpassed the limits of the green lotus true body before long. Phew! The badge on Su Zimo's waist burned rapidly and turned into ashes in the blink of an eye. The skin of the green lotus true body could not withstand it either and was burned yellow and cracked. Before blood could flow out, it evaporated instantly. A ray formation? Su Zimo swept his gaze across the cracks on the ground and could tell what was going on right away. Someone was activating the formation of the parasol tree secret ground outside, wanting to kill him. Screech! Screech! Right then, two clear and loud phoenix cries sounded. Right on the heels of that, endless lava gathered and transformed into a pair of male and female divine phoenixes in midair. They charged towards Su Zimo with an incomparably scorching aura. All beings had to retreat in the face of the divine phoenixes perching on the parasol tree. That thought flashed through Su Zimo's mind and he instantly realized where the killing intent of the two divine phoenixes was. Su Zimo had a fearless expression and channeled his essence spirit, releasing a life force that seemed to have come from the ancient era that surpassed the divine phoenixes. In the face of that aura, Even the divine phoenixes had to bow down. That was the aura of the taboo dragon phoenix. The moment the divine phoenixes arrived, they stopped in their tracks and hesitated, as though they sensed something. They circled around Su Zimo and danced up and down. Even the divine phoenixes conjured by the parasol tree formation had imprints of the divine phoenix race from the depths of their souls. In their memories, living beings that could emit such an aura were existences that surpassed them and were supreme. The divine phoenixes were a little cautious and confused as they circled around Su Zimo to test the waters. Although the divine phoenixes did not make any further moves, as the parasol tree formation was completely activated, the sun essence fire, extreme essence fire and earth core fire surged into the secret ground continuously and the surrounding temperature rose rapidly. The green lotus true body could no longer withstand it. Even if the divine phoenixes did not attack further, he would die here. However, at the same time, the sun essence fire, extreme essence fire and earth core fire carried an unimaginable amount of heaven and earth essence chi. All the essence chi surged into Su Zimo's body, and the green lotus true body was about to explode. Although the regeneration capabilities of the green lotus true body were strong, he could not withstand such a tremendous power. Right then, a thought flashed through Su Zimo's mind. Suddenly, he took out the piece of Jupiter wood he had obtained in the 9 heavens and absorbed it wildly. Under normal circumstances, it would take at least dozens of years for the green lotus true body to absorb and refine the Jupiter wood. But now, under the stimulation of external forces, if the green lotus true body wanted to hold on, he would have to absorb the power of Jupiter wood wildly to accelerate his body's expenditure to defend against the high temperature of the secret ground. The life force in Jupiter wood was decreasing at a visible speed. In fact, the absorption process of the green lotus true body was already a little violent and terrifying. Not only was he absorbing the Jupiter wood, even the life force of the parasol tree was being absorbed as well. 2263 Suspicion deep in the Yin-Yang Palace, outside the secret ground. Parasol tree formation. Princess Scarlet Rainbow exclaimed in shock when she sensed the energy fluctuation released by the cave. What's going on? Lu Ping and the others ran over with bewildered expressions. What are you guys doing? Right then, Xie Tianhong's expression was cold and his eyes were filled with killing intent as he hollered at the 2 guards not far away. The black light in the eyes of the 2 guards dissipated and they suddenly shuddered, waking up. Sensing the fluctuation from the parasol tree's secret ground, their faces turned pale as they finally realized what had happened. However, the parasol tree formation had already been activated and the 2 of them could not close it given their capabilities. One of the guards looked at Xie Tianhong as though he wanted to explain something. Xie Tianhong interrupted coldly. The 2 of you have ulterior motives. How dare you activate the parasol tree formation in advance and commit such a grave crime? Before his sentence was finished, Xie Tianhong suddenly reached out and flicked the foreheads of 2 guards with his slender fingers. A faint scratch appeared on the foreheads of the 2 guards and blood oozed out gradually, growing larger. Finally, the foreheads of the 2 guards slid down neatly. Both of their heads were sliced into 2 by Xie Tianhong casually and their essence spirits died on the spot without a chance to escape. The 2 guards were also grade 9 heaven immortals and had not expected Xie Tianhong to suddenly attack them with such ferocity. If I don't kill the 2 of you, how will the Yin-Yang Immortal Kingdom account to Heaven and Earth Academy? Xie Tianhong looked at their corpses and said coldly. This change happened extremely suddenly and Princess Scarlet Rainbow and the others were stunned. However, Princess Scarlet Rainbow reacted quickly. She looked at Xie Tianhong deeply before saying as she sped towards the palace. I'll go look for the others. Lu Ping, hurry and inform Elder Zhong and the others to come over. The sudden activation of the parasol tree formation was indeed done by the 2 guards. However, Princess Scarlet Rainbow was no fool. She could tell that there was definitely something else. Xie Tianhong's appearance was way too coincidental. The moment he appeared, the 2 guards activated the formation. Thereafter, Xie Tianhong killed the 2 of them on the spot. Rather than giving Heaven and Earth Academy an explanation, it was more like killing them to silence them. Xie Tianhong had an indifferent expression and smiled. He did not stop Princess Scarlet Rainbow and the others from leaving. Even if someone came and closed the parasol tree formation, Su Zimo would have turned into ashes a long time ago. Actually, there were many ways for him to kill Su Zimo in the territory of the Yen Yang Immortal Kingdom. However, Su Zimo was the top of the Earth ranking after all. If he killed openly, on the one hand, it would attract the hostility of Heaven and Earth Academy. On the other hand, he would also be criticized by everyone. If he killed silently, it would be difficult for him to reveal his methods, and he would not be able to seek credit from Fairy Mengyao. Now, he had released a secret skill and killed Su Zimo in the Parasol Tree secret ground with the help of 2 guards. Even if anyone could see through it, they would not have any evidence and would not be able to do anything to him. However, anyone who paid attention would be able to tell that he was the one who did it. This was exactly what Xia Tianhong wanted to achieve. At that time, there could be many explanations for Su Zimo's death, and he could just get someone to spread rumors everywhere without affecting the Yen Yang Immortal Kingdom. On the other side, Feng Yin, who was initially resting with his eyes closed, suddenly sent a voice transmission to the cultivator behind him with his spirit consciousness. Su Zimo triggered the Parasol Tree formation and died in the Parasol Tree secret ground. Spread the news and let all the factions take a look. All right, the Imperial Wind Temple cultivator replied and turned to leave. Top of the Earth ranking? With a mocking expression, Feng Yin muttered to himself softly, Su Zimo, you've already become the top of the Earth ranking with the shortest lifespan in history. You're the greatest joke in history. Parasol Tree formation. When Xia Qingcheng heard Princess Scarlet Rainbow's words, his expression changed as he hurriedly took out a messenger talisman from his storage bag and tore it apart. I'm afraid a perfected immortal will be required in order to dispel the Parasol Tree formation, Xia Qingcheng said, and sped towards the Parasol Tree secret ground with Princess Scarlet Rainbow. Before long, the 2 of them arrived. In that short period of time, many cultivators had already gathered outside the Parasol Tree secret ground. There were people from the Zixuan Immortal Kingdom, Mountain Sea Immortal Sect, and various major sects and factions. The death of the top of the Earth ranking in the Parasol Tree secret ground was a huge matter. The cultivators who had yet to leave hurried over to watch the show. I heard that Su Zimo is dead? It's said that even Heaven Immortals won't be able to survive against the sudden activation of the Parasol Tree formation. He just ascended to the top of the Earth ranking. To think that he would encounter such a calamity. Many cultivators discussed softly with different expressions. When Xia Qingcheng and Princess Scarlet Rainbow arrived, they pushed through the crowd and arrived at the front. Xia Qingcheng looked at the 2 guards who died tragically before turning to Xia Tianhong. What happened? For some reason, the 2 of them suddenly went crazy and activated the Parasol Tree formation. I didn't have time to stop them. Xia Tianhong did not even look at Xia Qingcheng. His tone was indifferent, as though he was talking about something insignificant. Suddenly went crazy? Xia Qingcheng was still staring at Xia Tianhong's face. Lowering his voice, he said slowly, From what I know, your bewitching technique has already reached its peak. Xia Tianhong did not look at Xia Qingcheng and merely asked, What are you trying to say? Tianhong, why did you suddenly return to the palace in such a secretive manner without informing anyone? Xia Qingcheng asked again. Why? Xia Tianhong raised his brow slightly. Am I supposed to report to you when I return to the palace? Xia Qingcheng? Taking a deep breath of air, Xia Qingcheng did not get angry and continued asking. You returned to the palace and suddenly appeared here. Thereafter, the Parasol Tree formation was activated. Isn't that way too coincidental? Are you suspecting me? Finally, Xia Tianhong turned around and glared at Xia Qingcheng's beautiful face coldly. I wouldn't dare to. Even so, Xia Qingcheng did not avoid his gaze and insisted. I'm just asking you to explain yourself, brother Tianhong. Humph. Xia Tianhong's expression darkened as he hollered. Xia Qingcheng, watch your tone. Think about your background and who are you talking to? How dare an idle prince like you question me and ask me to explain myself? The Yen Yang Immortal King had many descendants. Although they were all princes and princesses, their statuses were worlds apart. For example, Xia Tianhong presided over Spirit Cloud County. He ruled over 5,000 kilometers of territory and had a high status. However, Xianxia was merely a prince in name. The words "your background" that Xia Tianhong mentioned stung the wound in the depths of Xianxia's heart. Instinctively, Xianxia clenched his fists and lowered his gaze. Beneath his seemingly calm expression was immense rage and hatred. As though she thought of something, Princess Scarlet Rainbow reached out and gripped Xianxia's fist gently, giving him a sense of warmth. 2264 Breakthrough. Parasol Tree Secret Ground. Su Zimo assumed a lotus position on the ancient parasol tree. He was surrounded by the divine phoenixes, and the heaven and earth essence chi in his body surged as his aura rose continuously. Initially, he could only cultivate to the mid-stage grade 9 earth immortal realm in 100 days. However, because of the activation of the parasol tree formation earlier on, endless heaven and earth essence chi surged into the secret ground and was absorbed and refined by the green lotus true body. Coupled with the immense power of the Jupiter wood and the ancient parasol tree, Su Zimo absorbed all their life essence. In an extremely short period of time, his cultivation realm had already reached the peak of a grade 9 earth immortal. He was only a step away from becoming a heaven immortal. Due to the augmentation of the flames of the parasol tree formation, Su Zimo had already refined the Jupiter wood completely. Even the ancient parasol tree looked a little dispirited after its life essence was drained. Of course, this ancient tree had existed for too long, and the life force it nurtured was immeasurable. It would not wither just like that. In Su Zimo's consciousness, the creation lotus platform spun slowly and transformed at every moment, emitting a resplendent glow. The power in the green lotus true body was already at its limits and could no longer absorb any heaven and earth essence chi. Everything was ready except for an opportunity. Su Zimo took out the parasol tree elixir from his storage bag and swallowed it. The parasol tree elixir was refined using the leaves and fruits of the parasol tree, along with many immortal herbs and spirit wood. It could greatly reduce the obstacles earth immortals encountered when breaking through to the heaven immortal realm. The moment the spirit pill entered his stomach, it exploded and turned into a scorching warm current that flowed through his limbs and bones. A tremendous amount of energy surged into his bloodline and struck the spirit platform of his consciousness, nourishing his essence spirit. Su Zimo could clearly sense that the barrier of the heavenly essence realm was extremely close, but he could not reach it. The leap from the earth essence realm to the heaven essence realm was a major cultivation realm after all. In just 100 days, Su Zimo broke through from a grade 8 earth immortal to the borders of the heaven essence realm. It was unimaginable, and the difficulty was exponential. He was just a little bit away from breaking through that barrier. Right then, in his consciousness, the hell suppression tripod that had been refining a few treasures for the past few days suddenly trembled gently. The final tripod wall was completely repaired. An ancient aura emanated from the hell suppression tripod, as though it had reversed from the endless river of time and had seen through the vicissitudes. The cracks on the hell suppression tripod had already healed completely. Su Zimo could clearly sense that the hell suppression tripod was different from before. However, he could not pinpoint the exact difference. Suddenly, the white tiger's sacred soul on the fourth tripod wall opened its eyes and released a chilling killing intent that was not inferior to the heaven and earth slaying sword arts. A lineage memory surged into Su Zimo's mind. At the same time, golden Sanskrit words appeared on the fourth tripod wall and connected perfectly to the Sanskrit words on the other 3 tripod walls. The reparation of the hell suppression tripod meant that the complete Prajna Nirvana Sutra had reappeared. The golden Sanskrit words on the 4 walls of the hell suppression tripod seemed to have fallen off and appeared in Su Zimo's consciousness. Su Zimo's consciousness turned golden and shone like a sacred temple of the Buddhist monasteries. Sanskrit sounded endlessly, and there were faint phantoms of Buddhas and the cries of dragons and elephants. The endless might of the Buddhist monasteries surged within his consciousness. Su Zimo could not comprehend the sutra on the 4th tripod wall within a short period of time. However, the Prajna Nirvana Sutra was a taboo mystic classic after all. After it was completely recovered, the golden light that spread out from the Sanskrit surged into the green lotus essence spirit and caused a change to the creation lotus platform and green lotus true body. The green lotus true body sat on the creation lotus platform with a layer of Buddhist light around him. Wielding the Trinity auspicious jade, he lowered his head with a dignified expression. Boom! It was as though a shackle had snapped within Su Zimo's body. He could clearly sense that his lifespan had increased to 300,000 years. He had broken through. Su Zimo took a deep breath of air, and an endless stream of heaven and earth essence chi surged into his nose and mouth from the parasol tree's secret ground, surging within the green lotus true body. With the might of the taboo mystic classic, the Prajna Nirvana Sutra, Su Zimo finally broke through the barrier and entered the heaven essence realm, becoming a grade 1 heaven immortal. At the same time, the green lotus essence spirit received the baptism of Sanskrit and was nourished by the creation lotus platform. Its cultivation realm broke through once more, and it was at the level 3 heaven essence realm. The transformation of Su Zimo was not over yet. The green lotus true body absorbed a large amount of energy from the Jupiter wood and the ancient parasol tree. Coupled with the breakthrough of Su Zimo's cultivation realm, as well as the green lotus essence spirit realm, the green lotus true body underwent a tremendous change as well. In his consciousness, all the lotus petals on the creation lotus platform fell off and regrew, turning emerald green. After the 10th circle, the 11th circle grew and blossomed silently, revealing a flower bud that emitted endless life force and a lotus platform filled with vitality. There were already 99 lotus holes on the lotus platform. The creation lotus platform transformed as well. The green lotus true body was also breaking through and undergoing a complete transformation. Grade 11 creation green lotus. Su Zimo's blood chi surged and every single inch of his skin shone with a jade green glow. He emitted a faint fragrance and his life force was immense. Even the ancient parasol tree he sat on revealed a hint of fear and did not dare to sway, afraid that it would disturb Su Zimo. This opportunity was way too important for Su Zimo. If not for this 10,000-year meet and the Earth ranking, it would have taken him at least 1,000 years to break through to the heaven essence realm. But now, in just 100 days, he had gone from a grade 8 Earth immortal to the current level 1 heaven essence realm. Even Yun Ting could not match that speed of improvement. Of course, such an opportunity was difficult to replicate and could only be chanced upon. Such an effect could not be achieved if there was even a single segment missing. If not for the sudden activation of this array formation in the parasol tree secret ground that forced Su Zimo to refine the Jupiter wood and snatch the life force of the ancient parasol tree, he would have had to return to Heaven and Earth Academy and continue his seclusion before he could break through. Su Zimo's breakthrough to the heaven essence realm did not merely raise his cultivation realm. The green lotus true body advanced a realm as well, and his combat strength increased exponentially. This was a complete transformation from head to toe. Right now, Su Zimo was a humanoid grade 11 creation green lotus. Right then, something crossed Su Zimo's mind. Under normal circumstances, after the creation green lotus grew to grade 9, there would be a huge change with every advancement and a treasure would be born. The first two were the 9 heavens living soil and Trinity auspicious jade. Both treasures were extremely powerful and mysterious for Su Zimo. He did not know what changes the green lotus true body would undergo after this transformation. Right then, Su Zimo suddenly realized that something had appeared in the hands of the green lotus essence spirit on the creation lotus platform. It was a horsetail whip with a jade green handle. It had snow-white threads that were spotless. The green lotus true body held the Trinity auspicious jade in his left hand and a horsetail whip in his right. A resplendent glow enveloped him, and he was extraordinary like a god. 2265 ashes in the depths of the Yin-Yang Palace. More and more cultivators gathered outside the parasol tree secret ground. Through Feng Yin, news of the change in the parasol tree secret ground spread through the palace at the fastest speed and attracted countless cultivators. Apart from the major sects and factions, even some of the other princes and princesses of the Yin-Yang Palace came over to watch the show. What's going on? I heard that the parasol tree formation was activated and Su Zimo died inside. Yes, this must be Tianhong's doing. Why else would he be here? Xia Qingcheng is arguing with Tianhong? Does he have a death wish? A few princes of the Yin-Yang Immortal Kingdom conversed with their spirit consciousnesses in secret. What's going on? The elders of Heaven and Earth Academy finally arrived. They pushed through the crowd and rushed to the front. Fellow Taoists, my condolences. Xia Tianhong pretended to be sad and cupped his fists. For some reason, the two of them went crazy and activated a formation in the secret ground. By the time I attacked, it was already too late. Why did the two of them suddenly go crazy and activate the formation? The elders of the academy frowned. Although they were not present, their intuition and experience told them that something was amiss. Things were not as simple as Xia Tianhong had described. Princess Scarlet Rainbow glanced at Xia Tianhong with an unfriendly expression and clenched fists. Sensing something amiss, the elders of Heaven and Earth Academy shifted their gazes towards Xia Tianhong. Xia Tianhong had a calm and fearless expression as he met the gazes of the Heaven and Earth Academy elders with a faint smile. Scarlet Rainbow, Your Highness Qingcheng, what's going on? Elder Zhong looked at Xia Qingcheng and Scarlet Rainbow and asked in a deep voice. Xia Qingcheng had a conflicted expression and opened his mouth slightly, wanting to speak but stopped. In the royal family of the Yin-Yang Immortal Kingdom, be it in terms of status or cultivation realm, he was way inferior compared to Xia Tianhong. Most importantly, he had no evidence. How could he accuse a prince who ruled over a territory without any evidence based on his mere guesses and suspicions? If he stood out now, there was a high chance that he would attract trouble and become the target of everyone. I suspect that it was Xia Tianhong's doing. After a long silence, Xia Qingcheng suddenly spoke in a shocking manner. This was openly accusing a high-status prince who ruled over a territory in front of everyone. Furthermore, it was a fallout between the royal family of the Yin-Yang Immortal Kingdom. More importantly, the person who died inside was the top of the Earth ranking, Su Zimo. This concerned Heaven and Earth Academy, and if this was not handled properly, there was a high chance that a rift would break out between the two factions. Humph! Xia Tianhong's expression turned cold as he said in an unfriendly tone, Xia Qingcheng, how dare you slander me? Xia Qingcheng is just a lowlife. Brother Tianhong, there's no need to stoop to his level. Not far away, another prince walked over slowly with a mocking expression. That's right. Yet another prince stood out as well. Xia Qingcheng. Even if father's noble bloodline flows through your body, you can't break free from the insidious nature of a lowlife. Do you think that you're qualified to ascend the throne just because you framed Brother Tianhong? You're far from that. Before Xia Tianhong even had to explain himself, other princes of the Yin-Yang Immortal Kingdom stood out and spoke up for him. Xia Qingcheng was expressionless and his face was pale. He was a prince of the Yin-Yang Immortal Kingdom and had a noble status in the eyes of others. However, his background had always been extremely unbearable in the eyes of the royal family of the Yin-Yang Immortal Kingdom. His mother came from the lower worlds and even died for no reason. Those things had always been buried in the depths of his heart and were the deepest scars. Right now, those wounds were being reopened. Swoosh! Right then, a streak of light sped over from afar at an astonishing speed with a powerful aura. In the blink of an eye, it descended. Perfected Immortal Xie Ling. When he received Xia Qingcheng's messenger talisman, he rushed over right away. He had not expected such an accident to happen in that short final 100 days. What's going on? Xie Ling asked. Xia Tianhong repeated what he said earlier on. Xie Ling looked at Xia Tianhong fixedly. He was ranked second among the descendants of the Yin-Yang Immortal King and was older than many princes and princesses present. He knew everyone's temperament and actions like the back of his hand. Naturally, he could tell that things were not as simple as Xia Tianhong made it out to be. Furthermore, when he thought about how Xia Tianhong admired the Zither Immortal, there was a high chance that it was done by Xia Tianhong. Xie Ling remained silent. Those speculations circled through his mind, but he did not say them. For the sake of the big picture, there was indeed no need to expose this matter and let others gossip about it. Your Highness Xie Ling, please hurry and close the parasol tree formation, Elder Zhong said hurriedly when he saw Xie Ling appear. Xie Ling sighed gently and said apologetically, the parasol tree formation has been activated for a few hours now. Fellow Taoists, you should be mentally prepared. Even if Su Zimo is dead, we have to see his corpse. Elder, he said angrily. Xia Tianhong shrugged his shoulders gently and added indifferently. Once the formation is activated, a grade 9 heaven immortal will have turned into ashes in an hour. You guys will be disappointed if you enter. There was no hint of apology in Xia Tianhong's tone. Instead, there was a hint of smugness. Turned into ashes without a corpse remaining. The eyes of everyone from Heaven and Earth Academy dimmed in shock and anger. Your Highness Xieling, the Yin-Yang Immortal Kingdom has to account for this matter. Elder Zhong tried his best to suppress the grief and indignation in his heart, and said in a deep voice, "Isn't it enough for 2 grade 9 heaven immortals to die with him?" Before Xieling could speak, Xia Tianhong asked instead. The 2 guards he killed earlier on had extraordinary cultivation realms as well. Both of them were grade 9 heaven immortals. How is that comparable? Elder Zhong shouted angrily when he saw Xia Tianhong's nonchalant attitude. Xia Tianhong laughed and asked coolly, "I've already killed the murderers on the spot. How else do you guys want us to account for things?" The elders of Heaven and Earth Academy were indignant but had nowhere to vent. Did they really want Xia Tianhong to die as well? Notwithstanding the fact that they did not have any evidence. Even if there was evidence, this was the Yin-Yang Immortal Kingdom, and that would definitely not happen. Su Zimo has just obtained the top of the Earth ranking and helped Heaven and Earth Academy become famous in Divine Firmament Mainland. To think that he would encounter such a calamity. He deserved it. He was too sharp and offended so many experts. It's already decent for him to survive till this point. Many cultivators whispered. Some of them felt pity while others gloated. So what if you obtained the top of the Earth ranking? Is it of any use if you die so quickly? The frustration in Feng Yin's heart was swept away as he thought to himself with a smile. Xia Ling sighed. I'd better turn off the parasol tree formation first. Let's go in and take a look. Perhaps Su Zimo might be blessed by the heavens. Xia Ling did not manage to finish his sentence. He knew that it was only a consolation. At the side, Xia Tianhong chuckled and shook his head. It would be a miracle if Su Zimo is still alive. 2266 Immense benefits. Xia Ling released a massive spirit consciousness and a faint halo appeared behind his head. True essence gathered in his hands and he conjured hand seals repeatedly, entering the parasol tree's secret ground. The energy fluctuation in the cave calmed down before long. Everyone, follow me. With an apologetic expression, Xia Ling sighed and led the way into the parasol tree's secret ground. Everyone from Heaven and Earth Academy rushed in hurriedly as well. Xia Tianhong, Feng Yin and the other cultivators could not help but enter curiously. Everyone was stunned and dumbfounded when they entered the parasol tree's secret ground. On the gigantic ancient parasol tree, a green-robed cultivator sat on a gigantic leaf. He had refined features and Heaven and Earth essence chi surged within his body with a powerful aura. He was not dead? How was that possible? What the hell? Xia Tianhong froze for a moment. Disbelief flashed through his eyes before turning into shock, doubt, and coldness. Gradually, his expression darkened. Feng Yin's expression was terrible as well. Ha 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 ha. When everyone from Heaven and Earth Academy saw that, they burst into laughter with delighted expressions. Xia Ling heaved a sigh of relief. It was for the best that Su Zimo was safe and sound. Otherwise, who knew how much trouble would be caused? The parasol tree formation failed to kill Su Zimo. He's way too lucky. Didn't Xia Tianhong say that even a grade 9 heaven immortal would be burned to ashes when the parasol tree formation was activated? Why? Many cultivators looked at Xia Tianhong with strange gazes. Xia Qingqing heaved a sigh of relief. Princess Scarlet Rainbow smiled as well. Junior brother Su, it's great that you're fine. Right then, Su Zimo opened his eyes slowly and swept his gaze across everyone's faces, pausing slightly on Xia Tianhong and Feng Yin. Everyone present had different expressions. Some were delighted, some were shocked, and some were puzzled. However, only the 2 of them looked extremely indignant. In a flash, Su Zimo descended from the ancient parasol tree and walked over slowly. You? Right then, Xia Ling's spirit consciousness scanned Su Zimo and his pupils constricted with a look of disbelief. You've broken through to the heaven immortal realm? Xialing's words caused a huge stir in the crowd. Many cultivators released their spirit consciousnesses and scanned Su Zimo. Indeed, that's impossible. Before Su Zimo entered the Parasol Tree secret ground, he was clearly a grade 8 Earth immortal. In just 100 days of cultivation, he broke through 2 cultivation realms in succession. There was even a major cultivation realm difference. Feng Yin frowned and could not help but say, although he was a reincarnated perfected immortal, he had never seen such a cultivation speed. What sort of talent did one have to be able to reach this level? 2 cultivation realms in 100 days is probably unprecedented. Could Su Zimo be a grade 9 Earth immortal to begin with and hit his cultivation realm? Impossible. We saw Su Zimo break through to a grade 9 Earth immortal in the Parasol Tree secret ground. The crowd was in an uproar as they discussed. In everyone's hearts, this was even more shocking than Su Zimo being safe and sound in the Parasol Tree formation. This was beyond common sense and everyone's understanding. It was not only the cultivators present. Even Xialing pondered for a long time before gradually accepting the truth. Zimo, what's going on? Why are you? Elder Zhong could not help but ask. Su Zimo smiled gently. Initially, I was indeed unable to break through to the heaven immortal realm in 100 days. However, not long ago, a formation in this secret ground suddenly activated and by some freak coincidence, helped me. I wonder who is the loyal fellow Taoist who helped me as such. Su Zimo looked at Xia Tianhong and asked with a fake smile. Feng Yin was a cultivator of Imperial Wind Temple after all and most likely did not have such power in the Yen-Yang Immortal Kingdom. As for the unfamiliar man in brocade robes, he looked like he had a noble status. Although he hid it well, Su Zimo could sense a hint of hostility from this person with his spirit perception. For some reason, the 2 guards guarding this place suddenly activated the formation. They've already been killed by Tianhong. Perfected immortal Xialing explained at the side. Since Su Zimo was safe and sound, he did not want this matter to expand further and pushed everything onto the 2 dead men. Oh! Su Zimo chuckled with a mocking expression. He looked at Xia Tianhong and said leisurely, if that's the case, I'll have to thank you for your help, Your Highness. Everyone could hear the sarcasm in Su Zimo's tone. Xia Tianhong knew that this matter could not be hidden at all. His gaze was cold and his tone was sinister, not concealing the killing intent in his heart at all. There's no need to thank me. We'll meet again if there's a chance in the future. Su Zimo smiled as well. If we meet again, I'll give you a huge gift. Both parties were smiling, but every single word contained a chilling killing intent. Many cultivators felt their hearts skip a beat. Su Zimo had just advanced to the heaven immortal realm and yet, he dared to threaten Xia Tianhong. The boldness of the top of the earth ranking was indeed far superior to others. Sure, Xia Tianhong had a high status and was a grade 9 heaven immortal. Naturally, he did not take Su Zimo's threat seriously and sneered fearlessly, I'll wait. With that said, Xia Tianhong turned to leave without any intention of lingering. If the Parasol Tree formation could not kill Su Zimo, he would only be embarrassing himself by staying here. With perfected immortal Xialing and many cultivators of Heaven and Earth Academy around, there was no way he could kill Su Zimo openly. However, this failure made Xia Tianhong even more determined to find an opportunity to kill Su Zimo in the future. Let's go too. Everyone dispersed as well. In the blink of an eye, Xialing was the only one left in the Parasol Tree secret ground. He looked at the ancient Parasol Tree and frowned slightly. He could clearly sense that the life essence in the ancient Parasol Tree had decreased significantly and a few leaves were slightly yellowed. Thankfully, I returned in time. Otherwise, this ancient Parasol Tree might not have been spared. Xialing was speechless. Su Zimo followed many cultivators of his sect to rest in the palace. After bidding farewell to Xianxia and the others, he prepared to leave the Yang Immortal Kingdom and return to Heaven and Earth Academy. This time round, Su Zimo had benefited immensely. After returning to Heaven and Earth Academy, he wanted to enter seclusion immediately and absorb as much of his gains as possible. He had obtained many cultivation resources at the top of the Earth ranking this time round. Coupled with the Dragon Divine Pill he obtained on the Dragon Abyss Star previously, it was enough for him to cultivate in seclusion. The Hell Suppression Tripod was completely repaired and the Taboo Mystic Classic, the Prajna Nirvana Sutra, was complete as well. At the end of the Prajna Nirvana Sutra, there were 2 more dermic seals that were incomparably profound. Given his current cultivation, he could not understand them at all. However, now that the White Tiger Sacred Soul was awakened, he could cultivate the secret skill on the 4th wall that was passed down to him. There was also the 3rd treasure derived from the Grade 11 creation Green Lotus, the Primordial Unity Horsetail Whip. The Horsetail Whip was extremely powerful and could be tough and flexible. Compared to the 9 Heavens Living Soil and Trinity Auspicious Jade, it was more suitable as an offensive dermic treasure. In the Parasol Tree Secret Ground, flames burned and divine phoenixes appeared. Su Zimo even refined the 7 Tails Phoenix Feather Fan. After absorbing a large amount of energy, the cracks on the 7 Tails Phoenix Feather Fan had already healed completely. Although the dermic treasure had not recovered to the level of a pure Yang spirit treasure, it was already a top-tier heaven-grade dermic treasure. 2267 killing midway, it had been more than 100 days since the end of the 10,000-year meet. The battle of the Earth ranking had long spread through the Yin-Yang Immortal Kingdom and even all over Divine Firmament mainland, causing countless cultivators to discuss it fervently. When Su Zimo and the others left the Yin-Yang Immortal Kingdom and walked on the long street of the capital, they could clearly sense the excited gazes of many cultivators in the capital. Many cultivators even had looks of admiration in their eyes. "Look, that's Su Zimo. I thought that he was a malicious fiend born with 3 heads and 6 arms to be able to kill so many people. To think that he's a refined scholar. That's right. If no one mentioned it, who would have guessed that he was the top of the Earth ranking?" Many cultivators stopped in their tracks and discussed softly, looking over. Every 10,000 years there would be a top of the Earth ranking. However, none of the predecessors could produce such shocking results and make such a name for themselves. He killed 18 peak Earth immortals single-handedly, including a reincarnated perfected immortal. Even after consecutive battles, he could defeat the 2nd reincarnated perfected immortal and obtain the top of the Earth ranking. The battle of the Earth ranking this time round was unprecedented. I heard that Su Zimo came from an ordinary background and came from the lower worlds. So what? A group of paragons and monster incarnates of the upper world, and even 2 reincarnated perfected immortals became his stepping stones. The Divine Firmament Immortal meet is in less than 10,000 years. I wonder if he'll have a chance to be on the heaven ranking. If the heaven ranking opens up, there'll probably be another bloodbath. Yunting has already issued a personal challenge, and there will definitely be a battle between the 2 of them. That battle will probably be the most eye-catching battle in the Divine Firmament Immortal domain in hundreds of thousands of years. Fufu, Su Zimo has offended so many people. We'll see if he can survive till the Divine Firmament Immortal meet. Someone sneered with a disdainful expression. Su Zimo listened to the clamor around him with an indifferent expression and did not take it to heart. Everyone from Heaven and Earth Academy was smug as well. In this 10,000-year meet, Heaven and Earth Academy was in the limelight and occupied 3 spots in the top 10 of the Earth ranking. Su Zimo's sudden appearance shocked everyone. However, Lu Ping's meteoric rise and obtaining 3rd on the Earth ranking was a pleasant surprise. If Yifei had not died this time round, Heaven and Earth Academy would have been the biggest winner. Before long, Su Zimo and the others arrived at the teleportation formation in the capital, prepared to activate it and return to Heaven and Earth Academy. Zimo, Scarlet Rainbow, and Lu Ping, after returning to the academy, the 3 of you will follow me to meet the Grand Elder. Elder Zhong said with a smile, "The 3 of you have already reached the Heaven Essence Realm. You can join the inner sect now." In Heaven and Earth Academy, the promotion of cultivators and the appointment of various positions in the academy were handled by the Grand Elder. Su Zimo and the other 2 had all entered the Heaven Immortal realm in the Parasol Tree Secret Ground. This time round, they became famous in the battle of the Earth ranking, and it was only logical for the 3 of them to join the inner sect. As they said that, Everyone stepped into the teleportation formation. The formation patterns shone bedazzlingly and a gigantic beam of light burst forth, enveloping everyone from Heaven and Earth Academy. Immediately after, everyone felt a tremendous tug and disappeared from the teleportation formation. The Yin-Yang Immortal Kingdom was extremely far from Heaven and Earth Academy. However, with the teleportation formation, they could return in about dozens of breaths. Everyone shuttled through the spatial tunnel. Even for grade 9 Heaven Immortals, they would lose their 5 senses and could not sense the passage of time. Suddenly, everyone from Heaven and Earth Academy shuddered and their 5 senses recovered. We've returned to Heaven and Earth Academy? Something doesn't seem right. Where is this? Everyone looked around but could only see darkness, as though they were still in the spatial tunnel and had not left. Did something happen during the teleportation process? Elder Zhong frowned and murmured. Could the teleportation formation have been destroyed? Su Zimo asked. No, Elder Zhong shook his head. Under normal circumstances, the teleportation formation had already been activated successfully and everyone had entered the spatial tunnel. Even if someone destroyed the teleportation formation in the capital of Yin-Yang, it would not affect them. Right then, a tremendous might descended. The terror of that might was unimaginable and everyone could not resist at all. The difference was too great. Compared to that tremendous might, everyone from Heaven and Earth Academy were like ants. Right on the heels of that, killing intent surged over. Everyone in Heaven and Earth Academy, Su Zimo included, felt a strong aura of death, as though they would die the next moment. What happened? Is that a perfected immortal? In Heaven and Earth Academy, some cultivators were terrified and their voices trembled. Su Zimo had a grim expression and remained silent. He had experienced such a powerful might and terrifying aura personally when he ascended to the upper world, and it was still fresh in his memories. That pressure was definitely not from a perfected immortal. The elders of Heaven and Earth Academy turned pale. Elder Zhong's heart sank as he shook his head. An expert who can release such a might has probably surpassed the perfected immortal realm. Surpassing the perfected immortal realm meant that everyone's eyes widened in shock. Could it be an immortal king? At that thought, everyone's eyes revealed a hint of despair. At the same time, many cultivators understood that only an immortal king would have such methods to stop them from exiting the spatial tunnel. However, no one could understand why an immortal king would attack them. Among them, the strongest were only grade 9 Heaven Immortals. There was no way they could come into contact with immortal kings. Why would an expert of that level appear? Furthermore, they were from Heaven and Earth Academy. Which immortal king would attack them? Senior, please show mercy. Elder Zhong tried his best to maintain his composure and took a deep breath. We're from Heaven and Earth Academy. Is there any misunderstanding? Nobody replied. However, that terrifying might still enveloped everyone's heads. Furthermore, the killing intent was intensifying. In fact, everyone felt that they could die here at any moment. Su Zimo narrowed his eyes coldly. He had a feeling that the expert hiding in the dark was most likely here for him. However, he could not determine where the expert came from. It was unlikely to be King Yunyu. Given King Yunyu's personality, he would definitely not hide it and would most likely appear directly. If it wasn't King Yunyu, who could it be? An immortal king invited by zither immortal Mengyao? Or was it an immortal king on the side of Prince Yuanzhua or the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom? Perhaps the Yin-Yang Immortal Kingdom? Su Zimo had snatched 5 treasures from the 9 heavens and absorbed a large amount of life essence from the ancient parasol tree in the parasol tree secret ground while offending Xia Tianhong. It might be possible if the Yin-Yang Immortal Kingdom wanted to kill him. If an immortal king-level expert attacked, he would not be able to defend even if he summoned all 4 sacred souls on the Hell Suppression Tripod. 2268 Earth Grade Secret Pavilion Sigh. What's the need for this? Right then, a sigh sounded in the vast darkness. Immediately after, another tremendous might surged into the spatial tunnel, and everyone from Heaven and Earth Academy felt their bodies lighten. The pressure and suffocation from earlier on vanished instantly and they regained their freedom. Before everyone could react, Their five senses were severed once more and the world spun. It was as though they were shuttling through the spatial tunnel once more. After a dozen breaths, a bedazzling light flashed before everyone's eyes and their vision gradually returned. The surroundings were filled with fresh air and rich heaven and earth essence chi. The plants were sumptuous and filled with vitality. There were jade pavilions and waterfalls flying in the skies. From time to time, cultivators would soar through the air in a carefree manner. In a flash, everyone had already returned to Heaven and Earth Academy. We're still alive? We seem to have returned safely. Everything before us is not a hallucination, right? When everyone recalled the situation earlier on, they felt that it was surreal. Su Zimo frowned in deep thought and remained silent. When he ascended, he experienced an immortal king assassination attempt. However, that time was completely different from this time. Back then, King Yunyu appeared openly without hiding at all. However, this time round, he did not know who the attacker was. In fact, he was not even sure if the attacker was here for him. If this person was not targeting him, why would their group provoke an immortal king expert? If this person was here for him, what was the reason? Zither Immortal Meng Yao, Prince Yuanzhua, the Yen Yang Immortal Kingdom, or the Pang clan, every faction had a reason to attack him. However, it was as though neither faction was worth mobilizing such a large force. Unknown enemies were the most terrifying. Actually, all these years, even after Su Zimo joined Heaven and Earth Academy, he had always felt an inexplicable sense of danger. Previously, during the Immortal Sect selection, Prince Yuanzhua suddenly came looking for him and recognized his identity. That matter was a little strange. Although a long time had passed, Su Zimo had been thinking about it. Was there any connection between that incident and the assassination attempt he experienced this time round? What happened earlier on? Right then, Princess Scarlet Rainbow snapped out of her stupor and could not help but ask, "Why would an Immortal King-level expert target us?" "I'm not sure either." Elder Zhong shook his head. "Immortal Kings are almost peak experts of the upper world and won't attack casually, let alone deal with us." The elders of Heaven and Earth Academy were puzzled as well. "Who was the one who saved us later on?" Lu Ping asked curiously. "Elder," he said, "if I'm not wrong, it should be the Sect Master. The Sect Master of Heaven and Earth Academy." This person's status in Divine Firmament Mainland was definitely not weaker than King Jin or King Yen Yang. Elder Zhong said, "The Sect Master's wisdom is unparalleled. He can see through heaven and earth and divine all living beings. He knows everything. In Divine Firmament Mainland, a huge commotion and killing intent like the attack of an immortal king would most likely not be able to escape his senses." "That's amazing." Lu Ping bit his tongue. "Doesn't that mean disciples of our academy are able to dominate Divine Firmament Mainland?" "You must be dreaming." Elder Zhong shook his head and smiled. "This time round, the Sect Master only attacked because the difference between us was too great. If it was a fight between the same cultivation realm, the Sect Master would not care. Victory and death are determined by karma. The Sect Master would definitely not interfere forcefully." "Oh, I see." Lu Ping was slightly disappointed. "That's enough." Elder Zhong smiled. "No matter what, we survived a calamity. Go back and rest first. Su Zimo, Scarlet Rainbow, Lu Ping, the three of you go back and prepare. About 3 days later, the Grand Elder will summon you guys to join the inner sect." Everyone agreed and dispersed. "Su Zimo, follow me." Elder Zhong continued. "Now that you're at the top of the Earth ranking, you can browse through the cultivation techniques and secret skills freely in the sect's Earth-grade secret pavilion. Apart from taking away the secret skills and cultivation techniques in the secret pavilion, there are no restrictions at all for you." Su Zimo's eyes lit up. A large part of the reason why he spent so much effort to obtain the top of the Earth ranking was because of this reward. Actually, although the reward was precious for disciples of the Academy, it was nothing much. After all, this was an Earth-grade secret pavilion and the cultivation techniques and secret skills within were not considered top-tier. Furthermore, for heaven-grade immortal sects like Heaven and Earth Academy, there were countless cultivation techniques and secret skills in the secret pavilion. However, A person's time and energy were limited and it was impossible for them to cultivate too much. For ordinary cultivators, it was enough to choose a few cultivation techniques and secret skills suitable for them in the pavilion. However, Su Zimo's plan was to digest and absorb all the cultivation techniques and secret skills in Heaven and Earth Academy's Earth-grade secret pavilion. Naturally, the Green Lotus True Body could not do that. However, the Martial Tao Prime Body could. The Martial Tao Prime Body had the Martial Tao Furnace and did not need to cultivate at all. He merely had to smelt all the sutras in the secret pavilion to decipher the profoundness within. The Martial Tao Prime Body was still in seclusion deducing the cultivation dermic formulations of the Martial Tao. At that moment, he needed to read a large number of cultivation techniques. Back then, the reason why Su Zimo could create the 9 transformations of the Martial Tao in Tianhuang mainland was because he had once cultivated the immortal, Buddhist, fiend and demon Taos and obtained the inheritance of many mighty figure experts. That was the reason why he took another path and established the Martial Tao. Right now, if he wanted to continue deducing the divine dermic formulations of the Martial Tao, the Prime Body would have to smelt cultivation techniques and secret skills continuously to seek experience and inspiration. The quality of the cultivation techniques in the secret pavilion might not be high. However, every cultivation technique created and passed down contained the endless wisdom of their predecessors. Furthermore, these were cultivation techniques and secret skills of Heaven and Earth Academy. Before long, Su Zimo followed Elder Zhong and arrived before the Earth-grade secret pavilion of Heaven and Earth Academy. In front of the secret pavilion, an old man with white hair and beard stood guard. He leaned casually against the door with a broom in his arms and closed his eyes to rest. There was no one else around. Even when Su Zimo and Elder Zhong approached, the old man did not open his eyes. Su Zimo could not tell the old man's cultivation. He could only sense that the old man did not have much lifespan left and was at the end of his road. When Elder Zhong saw the old man, he was extremely respectful and bowed. Old Xian, Su Zimo is the top of the earth ranking this time round. Oh! Suddenly, the old man opened his eyes and a strange look flashed through them. He sized up Su Zimo for a long time before nodding. Not bad, not bad. The younger generation is promising indeed. The old man praised calmly. Go on in. The old man shifted slightly and closed his eyes to rest once more. Go on in. Elder Zhong patted Su Zimo on the shoulder. If the Grand Elder summons you, I'll inform you. You can browse inside for the next 3 days. 2269 Sword Classic. Su Zimo cupped his fists towards the old man beside the secret pavilion and entered after bowing. The fragrance of ancient books wafted over. After Su Zimo entered the secret pavilion, the door behind him closed on its own. The light in the secret pavilion was dim. However, Su Zimo's eyesight was extremely strong, having cultivated to this point as he scanned the place without any obstructions. In the secret pavilion, there were neat bookshelves that were roughly divided into cultivation techniques, secret skills, immortal arts, elixir pills, array formations, weapon refinement. Every single type of bookshelf was lined with various cultivation techniques. Some of them were in the form of ancient scrolls, some of them were bamboo scrolls, some of them only had a single beast hide, and some of them were jade scrolls. Su Zimo first arrived at the cultivation technique section and casually picked up an ancient scroll and took a look. Destiny Dark Spirit Technique. The contents of the cultivation technique were not complicated. Su Zimo merely browsed through it briefly and understood most of it. He memorized the cultivation technique silently and told the Martial Tao Prime Body, who was far away in the fiend domain. There was no need for the Green Lotus True Body to cultivate these cultivation techniques. To be precise, the cultivation techniques in the Earth-grade secret pavilion were not worth his time and energy to cultivate. None of the cultivation techniques here could compare to the taboo mystic classic, the Prajna Nirvana Sutra. Perhaps he could find some secret skills that were helpful to him on the other bookshelves. For example, Su Zimo was prepared to cultivate the lifespan sacrifice art released by Yi Fei in the 9 Heavens. Before long, the contents of the Destiny Dark Spirit Technique were revealed to the Martial Tao Prime Body. Su Zimo continued watching. White Feather Spirit Manual. Mirror Dermic Art. Heaven Seeking Manual. Fiend Suppression Manual. Divine Dream Mystic Classic. The Green Lotus True Body memorized cultivation techniques one after another and told everything to the Martial Tao Prime Body. Unknowingly, a day had passed and Su Zimo had just browsed through more than 100 cultivation techniques. It was not even a fraction of the secret pavilion. Su Zimo rubbed his glabella gently to calm himself down. With enough time, he could transfer all the cultivation techniques in the secret pavilion to the Martial Tao Prime Body slowly. This matter could not be rushed. He casually picked up an ancient piece of white paper. Sword Classic. There were 2 words written on the top of the white paper. However, the edge of the paper was damaged and was clearly torn apart. It was incomplete and was only the size of a palm. There seemed to be something else before the words Sword Classic. However, the white paper was torn beyond recognition and there was only half of the sutra on it. Su Zimo could not understand it at all. Su Zimo did not think too much about it and still wanted to memorize the incomplete Sword Sutra before imparting it to the Martial Tao Prime Body. However, something strange happened. After Su Zimo memorized it once, when he wanted to impart the words of the Sword Classic to the Martial Tao Prime Body, he suddenly realized that he could not remember a single word of the Sword Sutra that he had just memorized. His mind was completely blank. Su Zimo frowned slightly. His gaze swept past the Sword Classic and the few paragraphs of the Sword Sutra that he had memorized earlier on resurfaced in his mind. When he wanted to tell the words to the Martial Tao Prime Body, they vanished once more and the latter could not obtain anything. Strange. Su Zimo was puzzled. This time round, he memorized the Sword Classic repeatedly to ensure that he remembered them clearly. He did not impart them to the Martial Tao Prime Body either. Instead, he closed his eyes and repeated it to strengthen his memories. However, not long after, the lines of the sutra he memorized vanished from his mind once more. This is... Su Zimo looked at the palm-sized ancient white paper in his hands and his heart skipped a beat. He exerted strength in both hands and tore it to both sides. Indeed, the ancient white paper was intact. Taking a deep breath of air, Su Zimo exerted strength. Apart from the fact that he did not use his blood chi, he released almost all the power of his grade 11 Green Lotus True Body. Even ordinary heaven-grade dermic treasures would not be able to withstand such immense power. However, the ancient white paper did not budge at all and there were no signs of damage. This was a treasure. What was the origin of a sutra recorded in such a treasure? Why couldn't he memorize that sutra? Right then, something crossed Su Zimo's mind. He put down the ancient white paper in his hands first and chose to impart the contents of the Prajna Nirvana Sutra to the Martial Tao Prime Body. The Prajna Nirvana Sutra was a taboo mystic classic and its help to the Martial Tao Prime Body was self-evident. Most of the first half of the sutra was sent to the Martial Tao Prime Body smoothly. However, the Green Lotus True Body could not send the last half of the sutra. The situation encountered was extremely similar to his earlier experience. The sutra at the back was the sutra on the 4th tripod wall of the Hell Suppression Tripod. The 4th tripod wall had just been repaired. Although Su Zimo had already memorized the sutras on it, he had yet to cultivate and comprehend them completely. In other words, if he did not comprehend the sutra of the Taboo Mystic Classic completely, he would not be able to impart it to another person even if he memorized it perfectly. Furthermore, Su Zimo could clearly sense that although he had imparted most of the sutra of the Prajna Nirvana Sutra to the Martial Tao Prime Body, there were still many important things missing. Those were the Tao runes and intents etched on the Hell Suppression Tripod. Although the Green Lotus True Body could impart the sutra to the Martial Tao Prime Body, he could not transmit the Tao runes and intents on the Hell Suppression Tripod. That was something left behind by the infinite Great Emperor. Those were the most precious legacies of the Taboo Mystic Classic. At the same time, Su Zimo finally understood something. The stronger the cultivation technique, the harder it was to cultivate and pass it down. It was especially so for the Taboo Mystic Classic. The only way to cultivate it successfully was by personally viewing the original copy of the Taboo Mystic Classic. Furthermore, even if the first person cultivated it successfully, the Taboo Mystic Classic could not be imparted if the original copy was not passed down to others. The heaven and earth-slaying sword arts that Su Zimo obtained had such characteristics as well. Back in Tianhuang mainland, in the ancient era, Someone obtained those two sword arts and cultivated them successfully. However, they were not passed down. Even the Sword Emperor only managed to inherit the full legacy after he created another sword cultivation technique through one of the sword arts. In that case, there was a high chance that the Sword Sutra on the incomplete white paper before him came from a taboo mystic classic or some extremely superior cultivation technique or secret skill. Su Zimo pondered for a moment and a thought flashed through his mind. He looked at the ancient white paper in his hands and circulated a cultivation technique at the same time as the martial Tao prime body who was far away in the fiend domain. In a drift, the two true bodies suddenly established a mysterious connection. Their minds were connected and they were even clearer and sharper than before. Suddenly, in the Earth-grade secret pavilion of Heaven and Earth Academy, Su Zimo's clear eyes transformed and two strange purple flames appeared. Spirit consonance art. To see what the other saw. At that moment, the martial Tao prime body transmigrated through endless space through the spirit consonance art and saw everything in the Earth-grade secret pavilion of Heaven and Earth Academy through the eyes of the Green Lotus true body. 2270 Intersect Pulpit. Su Zimo's eyes burned with two purple flames that landed on the ancient white paper in his hands. Under the gaze of those purple eyes, the words on the ancient white paper seemed to burn. Even the Tao runes and intents on the ancient white paper were fused into the martial Tao furnace by the martial Tao prime body through the eyes of the Green Lotus true body and comprehended continuously. It was impossible for him to cultivate this incomplete sword classic. As for the martial Tao prime body, he did not cultivate it either. He merely fused the Tao runes and intents of the incomplete cultivation technique, as well as the endless secrets contained in the sutra into the martial Tao furnace and divined it. Another day passed before the martial Tao prime body fused the sutra, Tao runes and intents of the incomplete sword classic into the martial Tao furnace. There were only a few hundred words in the sword classic. However, the martial Tao prime body spent an entire day. It was clear how precious this sword classic was. Unfortunately, there were too many parts missing from the sword classic and the remaining hundreds of words could not be connected. Even the martial Tao prime body could not figure out how to cultivate this incomplete sword classic. Su Zimo heaved a sigh of relief and rested for a while before continuing to browse through the remaining cultivation techniques and secret skills in the pavilion. This time round, through the spirit consonance art, it was equivalent to the martial Tao prime body reading the cultivation techniques in the secret pavilion. He fused the contents of the cultivation techniques into the martial Tao furnace and refined them at a much faster speed. Unknowingly, another day had passed. In that day, the martial Tao prime body refined 1,000 cultivation techniques in the secret pavilion. It would take less than a year for him to fuse all the cultivation techniques in this secret pavilion into the martial Tao furnace. Suddenly, a voice sounded in Su Zimo's ears. 3 days had passed and today was the day for Su Zimo, Princess Scarlet Rainbow and Lu Ping to join the inner sect. Under Elder Zhong's lead, the three of them entered the inner courtyard. The so-called inner courtyard was actually a vast paradise. There was a clear barrier between the inner and outer courtyards. Upon entering the domain of the inner sect, one could clearly sense that the world had turned richer. The scenery in the inner courtyard was even more shocking than the outer courtyard. If the outer courtyard was already no longer like the mortal world, the inner courtyard was practically filled with paradise. The number of outer sect disciples of Heaven and Earth Academy ranged around tens of thousands. However, there were hundreds of thousands of inner sect disciples. That was because Earth Immortals who could join the Heaven and Earth Academy had to go through the Immortal sect selection. Almost all of them were paragons and monster incarnates of the Earth Essence realm and could break through to the Heaven Essence realm and become Heaven Immortals. However, the time taken for every outer sect disciple to break through to the Heaven Immortal realm was different. For example, Su Zimo, Princess Scarlet Rainbow and Lu Ping had already broken through to the Heaven Immortal realm in just 1,000 years after joining Heaven and Earth Academy. That was a terrifying speed. As for inner sect disciples, they had to advance to the perfected one realm if they wanted to become legacy disciples. It was relatively easy for grade 9 Earth Immortals to break through to the Heaven Immortal realm. However, it was extremely difficult for Heaven Immortals to break through and become perfected Immortals. Therefore, in Heaven and Earth Academy, there were more inner sect disciples than outer sect disciples. This also meant that the competition between fellow sect mates was even more intense. Elder Zhong brought Su Zimo and the other two to the inner sect to meet the Grand Elder of the Academy. The Grand Elder of the Academy praised the three of them for their performance at the 10,000-year meet and gave them a sect badge each. That was the badge of an inner sect disciple, and one could only enter the inner sect freely if they carried it with them. Under normal circumstances, there were still some tests required to join the inner sect. However, Su Zimo and the other two became famous in the Battle of the 10,000-year meet and brought honor to Heaven and Earth Academy. This time round, the Grand Elder made an exception and took the three of them into the inner sect directly to become official inner sect disciples. The process of entering the inner sect became extremely simple. There was no apprenticeship ceremony in between. Su Zimo was curious and could not help but ask, "Elder Zhong, after joining Heaven and Earth Academy, nobody seemed to have to learn from any experts and everyone seems to be cultivating separately?" Elder Zhong smiled. "Cultivating in the outer and inner sects is entirely up to you guys. There won't be any special masters to impart skills and guide you guys. Of course, outer and inner sect disciples won't be able to come into contact with the true core Dharmic Tao of Heaven and Earth Academy either. Only legacy disciples have the chance to acknowledge a master and cultivate the top-tier Dharmic Tao of the Academy." Su Zimo nodded. Elder Zhong smiled. "However, you guys don't have to be disappointed. It's not as though there's no one to guide you in your cultivation in the inner sect. Follow me," Elder Zhong said and headed towards the east of the inner sect. Su Zimo and the other two hurriedly flew through the air and followed. About 15 minutes later, Elder Zhong's speed gradually slowed down. Su Zimo looked over and saw a group of cultivators standing not far ahead with powerful auras. They were all Heaven Immortals and inner sect disciples. At a glance, they were dense and black. There were at least tens of thousands of them. Why are there so many inner sect disciples gathered here? Lu Ping was shocked and secretly speechless. In the middle of the black crowd, a blank area appeared with a gigantic circular pulpit erected in the middle. From afar, it looked like a round cushion. A figure sat on the round cushion with an extraordinary bearing. Every single move he made emitted a powerful aura and a rumbling might. The figure was saying something and everyone below was listening intently. "The inner sect pulpit is right ahead." Elder Zhong pointed to the conspicuous gigantic round cushion in the distance. "Every other year, a legacy disciple will come to the inner sect to impart his Tao and clarify doubts. This is the greatest opportunity for inner sect disciples. The legacy disciples have already come into contact and cultivated the top-tier cultivation techniques of Heaven and Earth Academy. Their cultivation realms have far surpassed Heaven Immortals as well. Often, a single sentence from a legacy disciple is equivalent to 10 years of bitter cultivation. It can enlighten one instantly." A look of yearning and admiration appeared in the eyes of Princess Scarlet Rainbow and Lu Ping. Every legacy disciple was a perfected immortal. However, perfected immortals were way too far away from them. In the divine firmament immortal domain, there were many Heaven Immortal experts in the 4 immortal sects and 3 immortal kingdoms. However, there were very few who could become perfected immortals in the end. Perfected immortal experts had a lifespan of 500,000 years. After so many years of accumulation, Heaven and Earth Academy only had a few hundred legacy disciples. It could be said that every legacy disciple was a pillar and core power of the 4 immortal sects and 3 immortal kingdoms. In divine firmament mainland and even the entire heavenly world, one would be respected. You guys sure are lucky to be able to encounter a legacy disciple imparting the Tao within the year of your arrival. The person on the pulpit ahead is Senior Brother Jade Toad. Elder Zhong focused his gaze and said with a delighted expression, "Let's go. I'll bring you guys over. We can make use of the opportunity to learn from Senior Brother Jade Toad." 2271 Noisy. Just as he was about to approach the cultivation ground at the front, Elder Zhong suddenly paused and descended slowly from midair, waving for Su Zimo and the other two to descend as well. "You can't stand in the air when you come to the cultivation ground to learn. Everyone has to stand on the ground as a form of respect for the perfected immortals who are imparting the Tao. Elder Zhong explained. The four of them did not move much. However, at the front of the cultivation ground, a grade 9 heaven immortal expert seemed to have sensed something and turned around slowly. When he saw Su Zimo and the others, his eyes turned cold. At the same time, Su Zimo frowned slightly. He sensed a wave of hostility from the crowd at the front of the cultivation ground that vanished instantly. At that moment, Su Zimo had already descended on the ground. There was a sea of people in front of him, and the origin of the hostility could not be seen. At the front of the cultivation ground. Qing Yun, what's wrong? Yan Bingying, the number 1 fairy of the inner sect, sensed that the man beside her had a strange expression and asked softly out of curiosity. The man beside Yan Bingying was the number 1 of the inner sect, Fang Qingyun. I saw someone I know, Fang Qingyun said indifferently with a calm expression. Who is it? At the side, Tang Peng asked. Su Zimo. Fang Qingyun replied. Him. Tang Peng's expression turned cold as hatred and killing intent flashed through his eyes. Before the 10,000-year meet, in order to please Sword Immortal Yuhua, the 3 of them wanted to teach Yang Ruoxu a lesson because of Su Zimo. Furthermore, Su Zimo and Yang Ruoxu were both from the lower worlds, and Yang Ruoxu took good care of him. Back then, Fang Qingyun and the other 2 suffered a loss as well. Not only did they fail to teach Yang Ruoxu a lesson, they even caused Pang Yu's death. Qingyun, I heard from others that Su Zimo also knows a divine power that can reduce one's lifespan. Do you think that, in that battle back then? Yan Bingying had a confused expression and hesitated. Fang Qingyun said, Cultivators of the Pang clan sent me a message as well to ask about this matter. They have the same judgment. Back then, that lad was only a grade 8 Earth Immortal. Could he have killed Pang Yu, a grade 9 Heaven Immortal? Tang Peng frowned in disbelief. Fang Qingyun said, No matter what, that matter started because of Su Zimo, and he has a good relationship with Yang Ruoxu. We have to teach him a lesson. Senior brother Fang, what do you think we should do? Killing intent flashed through Tang Peng's eyes as he secretly made a beheading gesture and sent a voice transmission with his spirit consciousness. Should I find an opportunity? Junior brother Tang, don't be reckless. Yan Bingying frowned. I heard that Su Zimo made a name for himself at the 10,000-year meet and brought glory to the academy. That's right. Just teach him a lesson. Fang Qingyun smiled gently. We just have to let him understand who calls the shots in the inner sect. If he's wise and stands on our side, we can give him a chance. He's the top of the Earth ranking after all and can be considered a talent. It's a pity to cripple him directly. Do you have a way, Qingyun? Yan Bingying sent a voice transmission. Su Zimo's current identity is no longer the same as before. Previously, he was only an outer sect disciple. Now that he has joined the inner sect, although his cultivation realm is far inferior to ours, he's still the top of the Earth ranking. There's no need for us to step in. Fang Qingyun smiled indifferently and looked at the high and mighty figure on the round pulpit not far away. Senior brother Jade Toad? Yan Bingying's eyes lit up. That's right. Senior brother Jade Toad is a legacy disciple. Given his status, even if Su Zimo is the top of the Earth ranking, he's nothing in front of senior brother Jade Toad. However, how can we get senior brother Jade Toad to step in and teach Su Zimo a lesson? Tang Peng asked. Fang Qingyun said, Senior brother Jade Toad is under senior brother Yu Hua in the legacy ground. Senior brother Yu Hua's dislike of Yang Ruoxu is well known in the entire academy. All I have to do is inform senior brother Jade Toad about the relationship between Su Zimo and Yang Ruoxu and what happened in the outer sect. Naturally, he will step in to teach Su Zimo a lesson. There are 5 aspects to flourishing one's spirit. Energy takes the lead while the heart is the reliance of energy. One can only glorify the spirit when one has morals, and the method of nourishing the spirit comes from unity of the Tao. Every single orifice is a gateway for qi, and all is regulated by the heart. Life is bestowed by the heavens, and the union of the 3 essences will revert one's core to nature. The removal of illusions creates the true essence. Perfected immortal experts are one with heaven. Although Su Zimo and the others were standing outside the crowd, they could still hear the voice of perfected immortal Jade Toad from the pulpit at the front of the cultivation ground. His voice was gentle and his pronunciation was precise. Every single word spoken by perfected immortal Jade Toad was profound and memorable. Su Zimo surveyed his surroundings, still thinking about the momentary hostility earlier on, and was a little distracted. Elder Zhong, the disciples of the academy here seem to have high cultivation realms. Su Zimo took a rough glance. Most of the heaven immortals around the cultivation ground were above grade 5. There were almost no grade 1 heaven immortals like Su Zimo, Princess Scarlet Rainbow, and Lu Ping. Of course. Elder Zhong smiled. When disciples of perfected immortals impart their Tao, they usually impart the dermic Tao between heaven immortals and perfected immortals. It's the most helpful for high-level heaven immortals to know how to break through and what they have comprehended during the breakthrough. Su Zimo nodded. Right then, for some reason, perfected immortal Jade Toad's voice paused for a moment. After a moment of silence on the pulpit, perfected immortal Jade Toad continued imparting the Tao as usual. That momentary pause did not cause much of a reaction. However, Su Zimo realized that after a momentary pause, perfected immortal Jade Toad's gaze had drifted in their direction. This was the first time Princess Scarlet Rainbow and Lu Ping had entered the inner sect, and they were both excited to be able to catch a legacy disciple imparting the Tao. It's such a rare opportunity for legacy disciples to impart the Tao. There are hundreds of thousands of inner sect disciples. Why are only half of them here? Princess Scarlet Rainbow asked softly. Elder Zhong explained. Some inner sect disciples might be out traveling to complete sect missions, while others who are in seclusion cultivation will naturally not come out of seclusion rashly. Of course, every legacy disciple has their own insights, and the Tao they impart are all different. It's definitely beneficial for us to listen more. That's right, true. Lu Ping nodded hurriedly and said excitedly. The few sentences that senior brother Jade Toad said earlier on were truly extremely mysterious. I've been pondering over them repeatedly, and I've gained new insights. How noisy! Right then, a shout sounded from the cultivation ground like thunder. Initially, the thunder rumbled above the cultivation ground. However, it descended in the ears of Su Zimo and the other three instantly and exploded. Elder Zhong's expression changed slightly. He was a grade 9 heaven immortal and could still withstand the impact of the voice. However, Princess Scarlet Rainbow and Lu Ping were only grade 1 heaven immortals. Their bodies swayed slightly and their ears buzzed. In fact, blood even seeped out of their ears. That single voice had already injured the two of them. Su Zimo managed to defend against it with his grade 11 green lotus true body. However, he frowned in discomfort. 2272 Get lost. Su Zimo narrowed his gaze and looked over. On the raised round pulpit in the middle far away, perfected immortal Jade Toad had a furious expression and a burning gaze as he looked at the four of them with a dignified expression. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. At the same time, countless gazes on the cultivation ground looked towards them. The gazes were mixed with anger, surprise, disdain, and excitement. Instantly, Su Zimo and the other three endured unimaginable pressure. The attention of tens of thousands of heaven immortals from the inner sect of Heaven and Earth Academy landed on the four of them at the same time. The pressure was imaginable. Even Elder Zhong felt uncomfortable and blushed in embarrassment. Princess Scarlet Rainbow and Lu Ping had just joined the inner sect and were only grade 1 heaven immortals. They felt even more suffocated. Su Zimo was expressionless. He had experienced way more dangerous situations than this. Naturally, the pressure did not affect him much. Senior brother Jade Toad. Elder Zhong bowed hurriedly with an apologetic expression. The three of them are Su Zimo, Princess Scarlet Rainbow, and Lu Ping. They have done great merits for the Academy at this 10,000-year meet. The three of them have just joined the inner sect and don't know much about the rules. If they have offended you, senior brother Jade Toad, please calm down and forgive them. Elder Zhong recounted the background of Su Zimo and the other two while apologizing profusely. He was extremely considerate and polite. Oh, perfected immortal Jade Toad's expression was still cold as ice as he asked instead. So, Those who achieve great merits for the Academy at the 10,000-year meet are allowed to disregard etiquette and rules? Wah! Elder Zhong was speechless. That was not what he meant at all. He did not expect perfected immortal Jade Toad to hold on to this matter. I'm here to impart the Tao, and I welcome all fellow juniors to listen in. However, the few of you are chattering incessantly below and making a ruckus. You're way too brazen and don't know how to control yourselves. Perfected immortal Jade Toad's tone turned colder. You think you can be arrogant just because you've done great merits at the 10,000-year meet. This is the inner sect, not your outer sect. A grade 6 heaven immortal sneered. So he's the top of the earth ranking. It's no wonder why he's so arrogant and conceited. Another voice sounded from the crowd. Su Zimo found it familiar. However, the crowd was noisy and he could not recall who it was right away. So what if he's at the top of the earth ranking? Even after joining the inner sect, he's only a grade 1 heaven immortal. In the inner sect, he's everyone's junior brother. That's right. Even the top of the earth ranking has to bow obediently and address us as senior brothers when he sees us. Commotion broke out in the crowd. Given perfected immortal Jade Toad's status in Heaven and Earth Academy, many inner sect disciples would naturally choose to stand on his side. Even if some heaven immortals felt that this matter was a little blown out of proportions, they chose to remain silent. Under the lead of Fang Qingyun and the others, many cultivators began to criticize Su Zimo loudly. Sorry. Lu Ping's face was flushed red and blood was still flowing from his ears. With a guilty expression, he bowed repeatedly and apologized, sweating profusely. Princess Scarlet Rainbow was also ashamed as she lowered her head, wishing that she could find a hole to hide in. It was still all right for Elder Zhong. After all, he had cultivated in the inner sect for many years and many inner sect disciples were familiar with him. As such, there were not many attacks. However, Su Zimo and the other two had only just joined the inner sect. Right now, they were almost universally condemned. Su Zimo frowned slightly in frustration. He felt that something was amiss. While the four of them conversed below, their voices were not loud and could not be considered as a clamor, nor was it to the extent of chattering endlessly. The cultivation ground was extremely spacious and could accommodate tens of thousands of people. They were at the back of the cultivation ground and nobody would notice the four of them unless they listened carefully. Furthermore, the four of them were not the only ones conversing in the cultivation ground. Many cultivators were discussing softly and exchanging their insights. Wasn't the reaction of senior brother Jade Toad a little overboard if he was enraged just because the few of them were conversing? However, Su Zimo had just joined the inner sect and did not know anything about it. He did not know the rules of the cultivation ground either. There was no way he could stand out and fight against a legacy disciple of the Academy and a perfected immortal just because of his intuition. Perfected immortal Jade Toad said slowly, "The cultivation ground does not welcome people like you who have no respect for the Academy's seniors and those who are imparting the Tao." Pausing for a moment, he hollered coldly, "Get lost!" When he heard that, Su Zimo suddenly felt indignant. His expression turned cold and his aura changed drastically. Sensing the change in Su Zimo, Elder Zhong was shocked and grabbed his arm hurriedly. In a flash, he blocked in front of Su Zimo. "Zimo, don't be reckless." Elder Zhong hurriedly sent a voice transmission with his spirit consciousness. In the Yen-Yang Palace, he had witnessed Su Zimo's methods and temperament. Su Zimo was truly decisive to kill, and in a fit of anger, he could spill blood everywhere. But now, he was facing perfected immortal Jade Toad, a legacy disciple of the Academy. This was somebody he mustn't go against. Forget it. Elder Zhong sent a voice transmission. "We were in the wrong first after all. Let's go." Although conversing in the cultivation ground was not a big deal, they were disadvantaged in terms of logic as well. If Su Zimo were to have a direct conflict with a legacy disciple, it would be difficult for him to advance in the inner sect in the future. Actually, Elder Zhong knew very well that even if they left now, Su Zimo and the other two would not have a good time in the inner sect from now on. The three of them had just joined the inner sect, but they were scolded by a legacy disciple in front of tens of thousands of inner sect disciples. It was a complete disgrace. No matter who came to impart the Tao in the future, As long as the three of them entered the cultivation ground, they would attract strange gazes and ridicule from others. Sigh. Elder Zhong sighed internally. He was puzzled as to why senior brother Jade-Toad would suddenly fly into a rage and target Su Zimo and the other two. It was almost as though he was making things difficult for them. It made no sense because perfected immortal Jade-Toad did not know Su Zimo and the other two at all. Let's go. It's all my fault. Lu Ping tugged at the corner of Su Zimo's clothes as well and said in self-blame, looking aggrieved and ashamed. Get lost from the cultivation ground. Don't affect our learning. You're not welcome in the cultivation ground. A series of shouts sounded once more. Princess Scarlet Rainbow pursed her lips tightly and lowered her head in silence. She had never suffered such humiliation in the Yin-Yang Immortal Kingdom. However, this was Heaven and Earth Academy. She was a princess in the Yin-Yang Immortal Kingdom, but here, she was an ordinary inner sect disciple. She had to endure all the grievances no matter what they were. Su Zimo remained silent and closed his eyes, calming himself down. His initially clenched fists gradually relaxed as well. He's a frog in the well from the lower worlds after all, and doesn't know any etiquette. Perfected immortal Jade-Toad sneered. Why? Why aren't you scramming yet, lowlife? Are you indignant? Under the persuasion of Elder Zhong and the others, Su Zimo was initially about to leave. However, he suddenly stopped in his tracks when he heard that. Under normal circumstances, as a legacy disciple, it was impossible for perfected immortal Jade-Toad to know him. From the reaction of perfected immortal Jade-Toad, it was clear that he knew his identity and background. At the same time, Su Zimo finally recalled who the first few mocking voices in the crowd were. Tang Peng. The reason for this matter gradually became clearer. If they were the ones who made the mistake first and were chased out of the cultivation ground, it would be understandable. However, if someone targeted him intentionally, Su Zimo would definitely not tolerate it. 2273 Dao Heart Stairs. Su Zimo turned around slowly and looked in the direction of perfected immortal Jade-Toad. A mocking look flashed through his eyes as he asked loudly, I've just joined the inner sect and have never met you before, senior brother Jade-Toad. How did you know that I'm from the lower worlds? Although Su Zimo had no intention of leaving, he was not reckless enough to confront or fight perfected immortal Jade-Toad directly. He was only a grade 1 heaven immortal and could be killed by a single finger of a perfected immortal. There were rules in Heaven and Earth Academy. Even perfected immortal disciples could not attack their fellow sect mates casually after a casual conversation or verbal conflict at the cultivation ground. If Su Zimo were to attack rashly and give perfected immortal Jade-Toad a chance to retaliate, he would truly have a death wish. Perfected immortal Jade-Toad knew that his statement earlier on revealed an opening, but he was not bothered. This was merely a grade 1 heaven immortal who had just joined the inner sect. Even if he was the top of the Earth ranking, perfected immortal Jade-Toad did not take him seriously. I'm asking you if you're indignant. Perfected immortal Jade-Toad did not reply to Su Zimo's question at all. He merely glared at Su Zimo with a burning gaze and asked word by word. Every single word caused the void to tremble, and a might surged towards Su Zimo like a tsunami. Everyone could tell that perfected immortal Jade-Toad was truly enraged by Su Zimo's rebuttal. At that moment, Su Zimo was not only enduring the pressure of the tens of thousands of heaven immortals on the cultivation ground, but also the wrath of perfected immortal Jade-Toad. Zimo, let's just go. Elder Zhong whispered with a pale face. Although he was an inner sect elder, he had to bow down in front of legacy disciples and did not dare to go against them. Yes, I'm indignant. Su Zimo had a fearless expression as he met perfected immortal Jade-Toad's gaze and asked indifferently, Senior brother Jade-Toad, are you going to attack and suppress me? Private fights were not allowed in Heaven and Earth Academy. No matter who it was, they would have to fight on the Sword Discourse arena. As a legacy disciple, if perfected immortal Jade-Toad were to attack Su Zimo on the Sword Discourse arena, he would be the one embarrassed instead. It was like an adult taking the initiative to challenge a 3-year-old child. If he were to announce it smugly in public, it would only attract ridicule from others. Su Zimo was certain that perfected immortal Jade-Toad could not afford to lose face like this. Indeed, Perfected immortal jade toad suddenly laughed and retracted his terrifying might. My cultivation realm is far superior to yours. If I attack you, you'll be even more indignant and others will say that I'm bullying the weak. What I mentioned earlier on involved the Tao heart. The strength of one's Tao heart has nothing to do with their cultivation realm. Since you're indignant, follow me to the Tao heart stairs. Tao heart stairs. Su Zimo frowned slightly. He had just joined the inner sect and had not heard of the Tao heart stairs. When Elder Zhong saw Su Zimo's puzzled expression, he explained softly, the Tao heart stairs is an extremely special cultivation ground in the academy and can only be used to cleanse one's Tao heart. There are a total of 9 steps to the Tao heart stairs. Every single stone step was left behind by the strongest person in the history of the academy with a strong Tao heart. The strong Tao hearts caused the world to tremble, resonating across the great Tao, so that they could be formed with supreme wills. Su Zimo asked, does that mean that the 9 stone steps are not corporeal? That's right. Elder Zhong said, although they are incorporeal, every single step truly exists. Everyone who steps onto the Tao heart stairs has to endure the supreme will left behind by the owner of the stone step. If their Tao hearts can't withstand it, they will fall from above. One can only ascend to the second stone step after withstanding the impact of the first stone step's Tao heart. Every year, cultivators will head there to baptize and temper their Tao hearts, attempting to ascend higher stone steps. Su Zimo understood. In other words, the stronger one's Tao heart was, the higher they would climb the Tao heart stairs. The strength of one's Tao heart had nothing to do with their cultivation realm. It depended on whether their Tao heart was resolute and how much temptation they could withstand. Birth, aging, illness and death, the 7 emotions and 6 desires. Each of them was a form of tempering for one's Tao heart. No matter how high one's cultivation realm was, it was difficult for them to break free from those attachments. Su Zimo asked again, how many people in Heaven and Earth Academy can reach the 9th step? How many people? Elder Zhong was shocked. Ha 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 ha. Indeed, those who ascended from the lower worlds know nothing. They're just frogs in a well. The ignorant are truly fearless. Many heaven immortals burst into laughter when they heard Su Zimo's question. In the crowd, Yan Bingying could not help but laugh. Senior brother Qingyun, Su Zimo is bound to lose. He won't just merely lose. Fang Qingyun shook his head gently. If his Tao heart collapses and he can't cultivate in the future, that can console junior brother Pang use spirit in heaven. How should we achieve that? Tang Peng asked. Fang Qingyun smiled indifferently. That will depend on senior brother Jade Toad's capabilities. Elder Zhong pulled up his sleeves and wiped his sweat. Every level of the Tao heart staircase is not an ordinary stone step. It's not that easy. From what I know, apart from the sect master, no one in the academy can ascend to the 9th step. It's already not bad if you can reach the 2nd step, let alone the 9th. Most disciples of the academy, legacy disciples included, have difficulty surpassing the 3rd step. At that point, Su Zimo understood why the surrounding heaven immortals laughed. Perfected immortal Jade Toad's suggestion was rather fair. However, since he dared to make this suggestion, he definitely had immense confidence in himself. However, Su Zimo had never ascended the Tao heart stairs before and had no experience. Naturally, he could not compare to perfected immortal Jade Toad in this aspect. Su Zimo, do you dare? A mocking look appeared on perfected immortal Jade Toad's face. If you don't dare, apologize to me respectfully here and get lost. Don't let me see you again. Cut the crap. Lead the way. Su Zimo replied indifferently. Elder Zhong was about to stop him when it was too late. He sighed internally and pondered for a moment before sending a voice transmission with his spirit consciousness. Su Zimo, that's good as well. There's no harm in you agreeing to it. However, don't force yourself on the Tao heart stairs. If you can't hold on, retreat immediately and you won't be injured. Su Zimo, you're way too sharp. Elder Zhong lamented. If you want to survive in the upper world, there are times when you have to endure. Just like earlier on, we were scolded and embarrassed. It's nothing much and we didn't lose anything. We can just leave directly. There's no need to act rashly. Elder, you're right. Su Zimo did not refute and merely smiled. We merely seek different DAOs. There were countless cultivators and all of them sought different DAOs. Perhaps the DAO of some people was to restrain themselves and be careful. If they were told to scram, they would. If they were told to kneel, they would. There was nothing wrong or superior about the DAO that these people sought. However, those were not the DAOs of Su Zimo or Desolate Marshal. The moment Su Zimo entered the cultivation world, he wanted to fight against the heavens, exact revenge and repay gratitude as he pleased. It was better to live a spectacular life than to live an ignoble existence. What was the point of seeking longevity if he merely wanted to lead an ignoble life? If not for his Dao heart and persistence, he would not have been able to reach this point. Without such a Dao heart, he would not have dared to accept the challenge and ascend the Dao heart stairs with perfected immortal jade toad. 2274 You're not worthy. A faint smile appeared on perfected immortal jade toad's lips as he walked towards the Dao heart stairs. Dealing with a grade 1 heaven immortal who had just joined the inner sect was nothing much for him. Although he was a legacy disciple, he was only ranked last among the hundreds of disciples in the legacy ground and was nothing much. However, it was different for Sword Immortal Yu Hua. In the legacy ground, Sword Immortal Yu Hua was one of the top 3 existences. If he could make use of this opportunity to get closer to Sword Immortal Yu Hua and obtain some guidance, it would be quite an opportunity. In Heaven and Earth Academy, be it the inner sect, outer sect, or legacy ground, groups of various sizes would naturally develop. If one was alone and did not have any backing, it would be difficult for them to establish themselves in the academy. Actually, Heaven and Earth Academy turned a blind eye to fights between disciples of factions. In fact, it was a form of silent acknowledgement. As long as they did not violate the sect rules and sparred, the benefits outweighed the disadvantages. The path of cultivation was filled with danger and bloodshed. If one did not have the experience of fighting and killing in the academy, they would not be able to adapt to the cruel world outside. Initially, perfected immortal Jade Toad merely wanted to chase Su Zimo out and embarrass him. However, Su Zimo's rebuttal later on enraged him. A grade 1 heaven immortal who had just joined the inner sect and had ascended from the lower worlds dared to go against him? So what if he was at the top of the Earth ranking? Perfected immortal Jade Toad had already made up his mind and intended to make use of the Dao Heart Stairs to teach Su Zimo an unforgettable lesson. The Dao Heart Stairs were not dangerous to begin with. However, if cultivators that ascended the Dao Heart Stairs could not withstand the impact of the Dao Hearts left behind by many experts before and insisted on not retreating, their Dao Hearts would collapse and they would enter Qi deviation. At best, it would be difficult for their cultivations to advance. At worst, their cultivations might even dissipate. Tens of thousands of heaven immortal experts walked in the direction of the Dao Heart Stairs in a grand manner, forming an extremely spectacular scene in the inner sect. What's going on? Some inner sect disciples who did not understand went forward to ask. Someone laughed. A grade 1 heaven immortal who had just joined the inner sect created trouble at the cultivation ground and provoked senior brother Jade Toad. He even wants to compete against senior brother Jade Toad on the Dao Heart Stairs. Who is he? Is he crazy? He's just someone from the lower worlds who doesn't know any etiquette. No wonder. From the word of mouth of these disciples, they had long deviated from the truth. Or rather, the truth was not important to the bystanders. They only wanted to know one thing. A grade 1 heaven immortal actually dared to challenge a legacy disciple. The crowd surged. Princess Scarlet Rainbow, who was initially lively and active, quietened down as well and looked at Su Zimo with worried eyes. Lu Ping gripped his hands tightly with an uneasy expression. He looked at the strange gazes coming from time to time and felt uneasy when he heard the mocking laughter not far away. Su Zimo followed the crowd with a calm expression. Before long, many cultivators crossed a lush forest and arrived at an empty field. Although the venue was rather spacious, it still seemed slightly crowded with tens of thousands of cultivators. After all, the Dao Heart Stairs was a place where one's Dao heart was baptized and refined. It was rare for so many inner sect disciples to appear at the same time. In the middle of the venue was a sacrificial platform. Looking down, one could see extremely mysterious runes etched on the sacrificial platform. They were dense and seemed to be some sort of array formation restriction. In the middle of the altar, a stone staircase rose from the ground with a total of 9 levels. Every single stone step was neither illusory nor corporeal. There was a strange glow circulating on them, and they emitted a tremendous energy fluctuation. Standing in front of the sacrificial platform, everyone did not seem to be facing the Tao Heart stairs. Instead, they were facing 9 eternal supreme experts that stood between the world and looked down at them. An invisible pressure enveloped the world. When Elder Zhong saw that Su Zimo had made up his mind, he knew that he could not persuade Su Zimo further and sent a voice transmission with his spirit consciousness. Su Zimo, there are a total of 9 levels to the Tao Heart stairs. The first stone step was formed by the former immortal King Tian Ming of the Academy, and it's known as the longevity step. Of the 9 stone steps, the first stone step is relatively easier because most cultivators seek the Tao of longevity. Once you step onto the longevity step, a resonance will be easily created if your Tao heart is similar. The second stone step is called the carefree step and was formed by immortal King Sui Xing of the Academy. What this immortal king seeks is freedom and being carefree so that he can do what he wants. The impact of the carefree step on a cultivator's Tao heart won't be too great. If you can't withstand it, you can just retreat. The third stone step is the killing step. At that point, a look of trepidation flashed through Elder Zhong's eyes. Su Zimo, no matter what, don't step foot on this stone step. The killing step has the most impact on a cultivator's Tao heart. If their Tao heart is unstable, they will fall into the desire to kill and lose themselves, resulting in chi deviation. In the Academy, be it inner sect or legacy disciples, most cultivators won't be able to cross the killing step. I've never come into contact with the later steps. However, I heard that there's the nature step and the fearless step. Oh right, Elder Zhong seemed to have thought of something. The 9th stone step was condensed by our sect master's Tao heart. However, no one from the Academy has ever stepped foot on it. Su Zimo, are you afraid? Right then, an ear-piercing and mocking voice sounded, causing many cultivators to burst into laughter. When perfected immortal Jade Toad saw that Su Zimo was silent, he thought that the latter was fearful and provoked him. Su Zimo, if you're afraid, I'll compete with you. Right then, another voice sounded. Su Zimo glanced sideways and saw many inner sect disciples surrounding Fang Qingyun, Yan Bingying, and Tang Peng. The person who spoke was Tang Peng. He was worried that Su Zimo would retreat at the last minute out of fear of the reputation of legacy disciples. That was the reason why he jumped out eagerly. Tang Peng smiled. Su Zimo, we're both inner sect disciples. If I ascend the Tao heart stairs with you, it's not considered bullying. You? Su Zimo looked askance at Tang Peng before retracting his gaze and saying indifferently, "You're not worthy." Tang Peng was stunned for a moment before he was enraged. Insolent! How arrogant! Before Tang Peng could speak, some inner sect disciples jumped out and shouted. Tang Peng's gaze was sharp like an eagle and shone with a cold glint. He glared at Su Zimo murderously and said coldly, "All right, let's see how many levels you can clear on the Tao Heart stairs." Su Zimo could not be bothered with him and walked towards the Tao Heart stairs. Perfected immortal Jade Toad was already standing there. "Zimo, watch out." Princess Scarlet Rainbow reminded softly with a worried expression. Lu Ping was tense as well, seemingly more nervous than if he was the one ascending the Tao Heart stairs personally. Elder Zhong sent another voice transmission. "Su Zimo, you must remember not to force yourself. If you feel that something is amiss, retreat from above immediately." Su Zimo waved with his back facing the 3 of them and arrived at the sacrificial platform before long, standing shoulder to shoulder with perfected immortal Jade Toad. Right then, Tang Peng suddenly advanced and came to Su Zimo's left, sandwiching Su Zimo in the middle with perfected immortal Jade Toad. 2275 tempering the Tao heart. When Princess Scarlet Rainbow saw that, she asked softly worriedly, "Elder Zhong, Will the two of them attack Zimo when they ascend the Tao Heart Stairs? No. Cultivators are not allowed to fight on the Tao Heart Stairs. Elder Zhong shook his head gently. Pausing for a moment, his expression changed slightly as though he recalled something. What's going on? Princess Scarlet Rainbow asked hurriedly when she saw Elder Zhong's strange expression. Elder Zhong said, "Fighting is not allowed on the Tao Heart Stairs, but speaking is not forbidden. If Tang Peng or senior brother J-Toad were to provoke Su Zimo with words while enduring the Tao Heart trial, there might be unpredictable consequences as well. Verbal attacks were often even more terrifying and dangerous. That was the reason why there were divine powers and secret skills such as serrated tongue spear and pen of mouth. Cultivators were extremely cautious in fights against top experts, and most of the time, they would test one another with words to find openings. In the Tao Heart trial, if Su Zimo was affected by Tang Peng or perfected Immortal Jade Toad's words and revealed an opening in his mind, there was a high chance that he would lose his Tao Heart and collapse. If Su Zimo had ascended the Tao Heart Stairs before and had some experience, he might be able to deal with it. But now that Su Zimo was ascending the Tao Heart Stairs for the first time to welcome the Tao Heart trial, the consequences would be unpredictable if anyone were to interrupt him with verbal attacks. At that thought, Elder Zhong was about to send a voice transmission reminder when Su Zimo and the other two suddenly moved. Almost at the same time, they ascended to the first step of the Tao Heart Stairs. Mysterious lights rose from the sacrificial platform and formed a sealed barrier around it, isolating all sound from the outside world. I was a step too late. Elder Zhong sighed and could only pray internally. I hope that Su Zimo can tide through this calamity and the heavens will bless him. First stone step of the Tao Heart Stairs. When Su Zimo stepped foot on the stone step, he suddenly felt a powerful will pushing forward bravely on the path of cultivation. Immortals caress my head and bind my hair to grant me immortality. The mortal world is filled with mutual deception, bloodshed, fights and karma. I only seek the Tao of longevity. Su Zimo seemed to have followed in the footsteps of his predecessors and traveled through the endless sands of time to temper his Tao heart. The Tao of longevity was also what most cultivators sought. The path of cultivation was arduous, and one could only reach the other end by upholding their Tao heart and not being disturbed by external objects or mental demons. Once his Tao heart wavered, his conviction would collapse as well. At that time, mental demons would be born and his personality would change drastically. His cultivation might dissipate within a short period of time. Su Zimo stood on the first stone step of the Tao Heart Stairs and endured the will of longevity to temper his Tao heart and make it purer and firmer. The power on the Tao Heart Staircase was not targeted at the body or essence spirit, but the Tao heart. Only if one's Tao heart was strong enough could they not be disturbed by the will of longevity. For example, a cultivator might seek the Tao of the sword. The Tao of the sword advocated for one to advance courageously. They would rather break than bend. However, under the impact of the longevity will, if one's Tao heart was not firm enough, they would be confused and even doubt themselves. Why should they break rather than bend? Why would they want to commit to a point where they would perish with the other party? Only by living could there be hope and longevity. Once such a doubt was formed, one's Tao heart would waver. Perfected Immortal Jade Toad and Tang Peng had ascended the Tao Heart Stairs countless times and were most familiar with the will of longevity on the first stone step. It was relatively easier for the two of them to deal with it. Su Zimo, what is the Tao you seek? A cold glint flashed through Tang Peng's eyes as he suddenly asked. Although Su Zimo heard Tang Peng's voice, he was immersed in the tempering of his Tao heart and could not be bothered with anything else. When Tang Peng saw that Su Zimo did not reply, he continued, "No matter what your Tao is, you should at least learn to judge the situation first. That way, you can survive and have a shot at longevity." Su Zimo remained expressionless and did not reply. During this period of time, Tang Peng tried his best to provoke Su Zimo with words, but the latter turned a deaf ear. Later on, because he was constantly distracted talking, Tang Peng's Tao heart was almost broken by the will of longevity. He was so scared that he hurriedly maintained his Tao heart and guarded his spirit platform. Perfected Immortal Jade Toad did not speak. Even if his Tao heart was destroyed on the first stone step, he would not suffer much damage. If Su Zimo could continue climbing and reach the third stone step, that would be the best opportunity for him to strike. Senior brother Qingyun, how long do you think Su Zimo can last? Yan Bingying asked. A heaven immortal at the side pouted his lips and said in disdain. It's already not bad if he can last for 15 minutes on the Dao Heart Stairs given that it's his first time. Fang Qingyun shook his head gently. This person's Dao heart is firm, and it won't be a problem for him to pass the first stone step. We'll just have to see if he'll stop at the second or third stone step. Right then, perfected immortal Jade Toad moved and suddenly strode onto the second stone step. So fast. As expected of a legacy disciple. He passed the test of the longevity step in such a short period of time. The crowd exclaimed. The moment perfected immortal Jade Toad stepped onto the second stone step, he turned around and looked at Su Zimo with a fake smile. I'll wait for you at the front. Although those words seemed simple, they were filled with provocation and could even give Su Zimo immense pressure. However, Su Zimo was unmoved and had a calm expression, still enduring the Dao Heart trial of the longevity step. The Dao Heart trial on the stone steps was new to him. The reason why he took a long time was not because his Dao Heart was not strong enough. It was because he was too unfamiliar with the Dao Heart trial and required a process of adaptation. In the blink of an eye, 15 minutes passed. Tang Peng's eyes shone brightly as he suddenly took a step forward and ascended the second stone step. Ha 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 ha! The moment he stepped onto the second stone step, Tang Peng turned to look at Su Zimo and laughed. You're too slow. If you can't hold on. Before Tang Peng could finish, Su Zimo moved as well and ascended the second stone step without falling behind him. Tang Peng's voice stopped abruptly. He was a grade 9 heaven immortal and had cultivated in Heaven and Earth Academy for many years. He had ascended the Dao Heart Stairs hundreds of times. However, Su Zimo had just joined the inner sect and was only a grade 1 heaven immortal. Furthermore, this was someone from the lower worlds. Yet, this person was comparable to him. At that thought, the rage, jealousy, doubt and indignance in Tang Peng's heart surged uncontrollably. What rights does this lowlife have? The two of us ascended the second stone step at almost the same time. What would others think of me? Am I inferior to a lowlife who is merely a grade 1 heaven immortal? All sorts of thoughts surged into Tang Peng's mind. His head was about to explode and his eyes were bloodshot. His expression was dark and his essence chi was in a mess. This is bad. Fang Qingyun frowned. Tang Peng lost his Dao heart. Before his sentence was finished, Tang Peng exclaimed and fell stiffly from the Dao Heart Stairs, landing on the sacrificial platform in an extremely sorry state. Tang Peng's face was pale as he panted heavily. His body trembled and his pupils dilated, as though he was extremely shocked. 2276 Heart of the Martial Dao on the second stone step. The Dao Heart will of another immortal king was condensed. Initially, Tang Peng's Dao Heart was only at the second stone step as well. Now that he had ascended the second stone step, he did not stabilize his mind and defend his Dao Heart. Instead, he wanted to mock Su Zimo, and his Dao Heart revealed an opening that was instantly broken by the powerful will of the stone step. This was the carefree step, and the impact on a cultivator's Dao Heart was not strong. Even so, a crack appeared in Tang Peng's Dao Heart. He would have to recuperate in seclusion for a period of time after returning before he could recover. Tang Peng has lost a lot of face this time round. He took the initiative to provoke them but ended up losing. He must have been too careless. Su Zimo does have some tricks up his sleeves. He's able to ascend to the second stone step successfully just by ascending the Dao Heart Stairs for the first time. The surrounding inner sect disciples whispered. When Princess Scarlet Rainbow and Lu Ping saw that Su Zimo was fine, their expressions softened as well. Fang Qingyun raised his head slightly. Two inner sect disciples behind him understood and hurried forward to help Tang Peng down. Even though he had already left the Dao Heart Stairs, Tang Peng did not seem to have snapped out of his stupor. His body trembled continuously and his gaze was hollow, as though he did not recognize anyone. The Dao Heart will of the second stone step had a huge impact on him. Even though he had already fallen off the Tao Heart stairs after he failed to guard his Tao Heart, he could not break free from it mentally yet. Fong Qingyun closed 2 fingers and a spot of spirit light condensed on his fingertip, tapping Tang Peng's glabella gently. Tang Peng's expression froze and he fainted. Fong Qingyun said indifferently, "Let him sleep. He'll regain consciousness after waking up." On the Tao Heart stairs, Su Zimo and perfected Immortal Jade Toad stood side by side once more. "Not bad." Perfected Immortal Jade Toad chuckled and said leisurely, "To think that you would be able to clear the first stone step's Tao Heart trial so quickly." On the second stone step, perfected Immortal Jade Toad had a relaxed expression. While enduring the Tao Heart trial, he could also divert his attention to speak. Su Zimo remained silent. "Actually, there's nothing much to the carefree step. The third stone step will be considered the true Tao Heart trial," perfected Immortal Jade Toad continued. Su Zimo remained silent. The reason why perfected Immortal Jade Toad spoke was because he wanted Su Zimo to reply. Once he replied, he would definitely be distracted no matter what he replied. However, Su Zimo did not fall for it and perfected Immortal Jade Toad did not probe further. He remained silent and focused on resisting the Tao Heart trial on the second stone step. Good? Evil? Benevolence? Heretical? I don't care at all. As long as I'm carefree, be it heaven and earth, rules, the 7 emotions or the 6 desires, nothing can restrain me. Under the influence of this Tao Heart, Su Zimo seemed to have returned to Tianhuang mainland, to the time when he had just stepped onto the path of cultivation and only sought to be carefree. By maintaining a carefree Tao Heart, he could live freely without restraints. He had no burdens and could do as he pleased. Su Zimo was gradually lost in this state and could not extricate himself. However, when he saw countless citizens of Yen country destroyed and homeless and Su Hong die with his own eyes, a strong emotion still burst forth from his heart. It was as though something had broken through the fog and broken free from all the shackles of being carefree from his body. "I want to establish a Tao." Standing on the second stone step, Su Zimo suddenly spoke. His voice was so soft that almost no one could hear him. However, those words exploded in his mind like thunder. Those were the words that he said personally back then. From then on, he embarked on an extremely difficult Tao with an uncertain future. There was no one who could help him or give him experience on this Tao. He could only advance alone. When Su Zimo woke up, the Tao of carefreeness could no longer affect his Tao Heart. That was the heart of the martial Tao. It was to advance courageously without any fear. Right then, perfected Immortal Jade Toad stepped onto the third stone step and turned to look at Su Zimo with a faint smile. "I'll wait for you at the front." Before his sentence was finished, Su Zimo had already stepped onto the third stone step. A commotion broke out in the surrounding crowd. More than half of the tens of thousands of inner sect disciples present could not reach the third stone step. But now, this grade 1 heaven immortal who had just joined the inner sect had already surpassed most of them. This is bad. However, Elder Zhong had a grim expression and said worriedly, "The third stone step is the killing step and is the most dangerous. Once one's Tao Heart is lost, there's a high chance that they will enter Qi deviation and their cultivation will be destroyed." When perfected Immortal Jade Toad saw Su Zimo following closely behind and ascending the third stone step as well, the smile on his face disappeared and his expression gradually darkened. This time round, he did not say anything more to provoke Su Zimo. That was because on the third stone step, even he had to focus his attention and manage his qi to defend against the impact of the killing Tao Heart. Although he could ascend the third stone step, he had never crossed it. Kill. 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 The Tao of killing lies in one's heart. Any attachments, obstacles, obstructions, and karma only have the word kill. The only way to destroy everything and all living beings is to kill and carve out a bloodied great Tao so that there will be no more obstacles ahead. The moment he stepped onto the third stone step, Su Zimo felt a chilling killing intent that was so thick that it almost materialized and descended. In the Tao of killing, no matter what one did, right or wrong, there was only a single word, kill. Killing intent enveloped him and attacked his heart. If one's Tao heart was not strong, resolute, or pure, there was a high chance that they would sink completely into the killing intent and lose their rationality, resulting in chi deviation. Su Zimo defended his Tao heart and endured the killing intent on the third stone step continuously. The will to kill was far more terrifying and dangerous than the longevity and carefree wills from before, and the impact was even stronger. However, no matter how strong this killing intent was, it could not shake Su Zimo's heart of the martial Tao. The two true bodies were telepathic. The Green Lotus true body's Tao heart was not the only one on trial on the Tao heart staircase. It was also the Tao heart of the martial Tao prime body. Although the Green Lotus true body was the one stepping on the Tao heart stairs physically, the martial Tao prime body that was in the fiend domain was also enduring the tempering and baptism of his Tao heart. No matter how strong the killing intent was, it could not defeat the boldness of the heart of the martial Tao. I want to establish a Tao. I want to break free the shackles of fate that bind every single living being in the world. I'm going to change the fate of all living beings. I'm going to allow all lives in this world the ability to cultivate and become immortals. The Tao of killing could destroy everything, but it could not destroy Su Zimo's heart of the martial Tao that was the great Tao of true martial arts. Bang! Su Zimo let out a long howl and his gaze was like lightning. He advanced against the tide and suddenly strode onto the fourth stone step. The cultivators were shocked and in an uproar. Perfected Immortal Jade Toad on the third stone step was still trying his best to defend against the impact of the killing intent and was even struggling. Su Zimo's actions caused his Tao heart to waver. He was invaded by the killing intent and almost lost it. This is bad. Perfected Immortal Jade Toad was alarmed and focused hurriedly, wanting to stabilize his Tao heart and persevere a little more. Right then, Su Zimo glanced sideways and said indifferently, "Senior brother Jade Toad, I'll wait for you at the front." Those words were initially used by Perfected Immortal Jade Toad to agitate Su Zimo. Now, it was the final straw that crushed his Tao heart. "You!" Perfected Immortal Jade Toad was enraged and killing intent surged. The moment that killing intent appeared, it was unstoppable and burst forth like a ferocious beast. 2277 Ruined Tao killing intent surged into the spirit platform in his consciousness, and even the essence spirit of Perfected Immortal Jade Toad was stained with blood. This is bad. Perfected Immortal Jade Toad was alarmed and realized that something was amiss. He composed himself hurriedly and held his breath, wanting to disperse the killing intent in his heart. However, the killing intent on the third stone step was extremely ferocious and swarmed in the moment it found an opening. Given Perfected Immortal Jade Toad's capabilities, he could not defend against the killing intent of the third stone step to begin with. Right now, his Tao heart wavered, and in the blink of an eye, his consciousness was occupied by killing. His eyes were bloodshot and his face turned incomparably menacing. "Kill! Kill! Kill!" Perfected Immortal Jade Toad waved his arms repeatedly with a tragic expression as he howled at the top of his lungs in all directions, completely deranged. Everyone could tell that Perfected Immortal Jade Toad's Tao heart was corroded by the killing intent, and he was in a chi deviation state that he could not extricate himself from. This is bad. Fang Qingyun frowned slightly and murmured. The tens of thousands of inner sect disciples were horrified as well. Under normal circumstances, when cultivators were ascending the Tao heart stairs, the moment they saw that the situation was bad and they could not withstand the impact of the will of the stone step, they would hurry down and escape unscathed. However, the situation for Perfected Immortal Jade Toad was different this time round. That was because Su Zimo had surpassed him and ascended the fourth stone step, causing his Tao heart to waver and reveal an opening. Right then, he was enraged and his killing intent rose. That trace of killing intent resonated with the killing intent on the third stone step and instantly occupied Perfected Immortal Jade Toad's entire consciousness. It was already too late for him to break free. There were many inner sect disciples outside the sacrificial platform, but at that moment, they could not step forward to save him. The barrier formed by the countless runes outside the sacrificial platform could not only isolate sound, but also everything else. The power of heaven immortal experts could not penetrate it at all. "Senior brother Qingyun, what should we do?" Yan Bingying was a little worried when she saw that. Someone will come. Fang Qingyun had a calm expression and was in no hurry. Perfected Immortal Jade Toad was a legacy disciple and there were many experts in the academy. If anyone sensed the commotion here, they would definitely not stand by idly. No matter how strong or weak a perfected immortal was, they were a power that could not be ignored in any sect or faction. Right then, a figure crossed many cultivators and penetrated the barrier outside the sacrificial platform instantly. Arriving before the Tao Heart Stairs, he waved his robes and they extended dozens of feet, sweeping perfected Immortal Jade Toad down from the third stone step. Old Xian, Elder Zhong exclaimed softly. The person who stepped in was the old man that Su Zimo saw outside the Earthgrade Secret Pavilion. This old man was rather mysterious in Heaven and Earth Academy and guarded the various secret pavilions of the sect. He would often rotate between the Earthgrade Secret Pavilion and Heavengrade Secret Pavilion. Nobody knew his cultivation realm or status in the academy. Everyone only knew that no one in Heaven and Earth Academy seemed to dare to provoke this old Xian. Now that old Xian could pass through the barrier of the sacrificial platform with ease, it meant that his cultivation realm had at least surpassed the Heaven Immortal realm. Although perfected Immortal Jade Toad was saved by old Xian from the third stone step, he had yet to regain consciousness. With a menacing expression and bloodshot eyes, his face and neck were filled with blood as he howled and struggled continuously. However, old Xian's robes seemed to contain endless power that enveloped perfected Immortal Jade Toad's body such that the latter could not move at all. After more than 10 breaths, perfected Immortal Jade Toad gradually calmed down. The blood vessels in his eyes and face faded gradually as he seemingly regained consciousness. Old Xian removed his robes. Perfected Immortal Jade Toad opened his mouth slightly, as though he wanted to say something. However, before he could say anything, he spat out a blood mist and fell to the ground, fainting. Old Xian glanced at perfected Immortal Jade Toad and shook his head gently. He had already stepped in very quickly, but he was still a step too late. Perfected Immortal Jade Toad's Tao heart was penetrated by the killing intent and completely collapsed. His hundreds of thousands of years of cultivation was destroyed overnight. In the consciousness of perfected Immortal Jade Toad, the Tao fruit was already filled with cracks. Even if he could awaken, he would not have much combat strength left. The only thing he retained might be his experience of cultivating to the perfected immortal realm. How is senior brother Jade Toad? Yan Bingying could not help but ask. Fang Qingyun's gaze was deep as he said coldly. He'll most likely be a cripple from now on. He should only be able to go to the servant courtyard for his remaining life. Pest! Many cultivators were speechless with shocked expressions. In everyone's hearts, a legacy disciple was an unreachable existence. To think that he would fall from his high pedestal and shatter into pieces right in front of them, ending up in such a tragic state. Instinctively, many cultivators turned their gazes towards the green-robed cultivator on the fourth stone step. The mockery and contempt in the eyes of many inner sect disciples had vanished. Although perfected Immortal Jade Toad's cultivation was destroyed because he ascended the Tao Heart Stairs, it was closely related to Su Zimo. This person crippled a legacy disciple the moment he joined the inner sect. How ruthless! He's the top of the earth ranking after all. What Tao heart did that lad condense to be so powerful that he can cross the third stone step? The killing intent on the third stone step was something that even most legacy disciples of the academy could not cross. But now, the killing step was left behind by a grade 1 heaven immortal who had just joined the inner sect and had never ascended the Tao Heart Stairs. Zimo 1. Princess Scarlet Rainbow finally revealed a smile and applauded. After Elder Zhong composed himself, he heaved a sigh of relief and shook his head. To think that Su Zimo would be able to cross the third stone step after ascending the Tao Heart Stairs for the first time. The younger generation will definitely surpass us. I knew that senior brother Su would definitely win. Lu Ping chuckled as well. Kid, why are you calling him senior brother Su now? When she saw that Su Zimo was safe and sound and even surpassed perfected Immortal Jade Toad and Tang Peng, Princess Scarlet Rainbow relaxed and asked jokingly. Lu Ping said in all seriousness, Although our cultivation realms are the same, I'm definitely inferior to senior brother Su in terms of combat strength. It's only logical for me to address him as senior brother. Furthermore, my life was given to me by senior brother Su. It won't be an exaggeration to call him my benefactor. Lu Ping pouted his lips. However, we're from the same sect after all. It's a little awkward to address him as benefactor. Su Zimo has already defeated Tang Peng and senior brother Jade Toad. Why is he still standing up there? Could he be thinking of crossing the fourth stone step? How ambitious! A commotion broke out in the crowd and Princess Scarlet Rainbow could not help but ask, Elder Zhong, what's the will on the fourth stone step? I heard that the fourth stone step is the nature step. Elder Zhong said, as for how it feels exactly, I've never experienced it before either. However, the difficulty of climbing the Dao Heart Stairs will increase. I heard that there's even a Sword Dao step or something later on that's even more dangerous than the killing step. 2278 Continuous climb. The outcome of the fight between perfected Immortal Jade Toad and Su Zimo was decided. However, the tens of thousands of inner sect disciples present had no intention of leaving. Everyone's gazes landed on the green-robed cultivator on the fourth stone step. They wanted to see how much longer this junior brother, who had just joined the inner sect, could last. After old Xian saved perfected Immortal Jade Toad, he did not leave either. Instead, he stood on the sacrificial platform and watched Su Zimo quietly. His endowment is indeed extraordinary. To think that his Dao heart would be so strong as well. Old Xian murmured softly. Back outside the Earthgrade Secret Pavilion, the first time he saw Su Zimo, he could tell that the latter had outstanding talent and he had a high evaluation of the latter. However, he had not expected that Su Zimo would be able to reach the fourth stone step and last so long. Old Xian's evaluation of Su Zimo rose once more. After so many years, the academy has finally recruited a decent seedling. He nodded to himself with a hint of admiration in his eyes. Dao Heart Stairs, fourth stone step. Su Zimo did not move at all. He closed his eyes and experienced the will of nature on the fourth stone step. The Tao of nature, the union of heaven and man. All living beings in the world have their own way of survival and are nurtured together without harming one another. The Tao is parallel but not contradictory. When we cultivate, we should be peaceful and follow the heavenly Tao. As the saying goes, man relies on earth relies on heaven relies on the Tao, and the Tao relies on nature. Unlike the ferocity and bloodthirst of the will of killing, the will of nature was like a gentle rain in early spring, infiltrating with the wind and nourishing everything silently, subtly affecting Su Zimo's Tao heart. The moment he broke free from the blood swamp of the killing intent, he was bathed in a warm and gentle spring rain, as though he had encountered dew after a long drought. In this drizzling rain, Su Zimo's essence, qi and spirit received immense comfort and consolation, causing him to fall into it uncontrollably and linger. This was even more difficult to defend against than the killing intent he experienced earlier on. Su Zimo paused on the fourth stone step for a longer time than the previous 3 stone steps combined. For a moment, the Tao heart of the green lotus true body almost sank. However, a blazing flame rose in the Tao heart of the martial Tao prime body. It was a flame of war. This was the fearless flame of war that fought against the heavens unyieldingly. At that moment, the martial Tao prime body was telepathic with green lotus true body and resisted the corrosion of the will of nature together. The flame of war incinerated the fine rain and dispersed the spring breeze. Peace and submission to the heavenly Tao. If he wanted to obey the heavenly Tao, Su Zimo would not have stepped onto the path of cultivation. He would have died a long time ago in that small town in that corner of Tianhuang mainland. Although the martial Tao was difficult, he was fearless. He was willing to advance alone on the arduous path of the martial Tao. On the fourth stone step, Su Zimo suddenly opened his eyes and took a step forward. Piak! Su Zimo's feet were already on the fifth stone step. Heavens! Another stone step. Hurry and inform senior brother Lin that someone has ascended the fifth stone step. What a powerful Tao heart! How can a grade 1 heaven immortal who ascended from the lower worlds, condensed such a powerful Tao heart. Commotion broke out from the crowd. Old Xian nodded slightly with even more admiration in his eyes. Fifth stone step, fearless step. Su Zimo stood on the fifth stone step for less than 10 breaths. Before everyone's discussion subsided, Su Zimo took another step forward and ascended the sixth stone step. Ah! Look! A series of exclamations sounded as many cultivators looked at the green-robed figure on the Tao heart stairs with dumbfounded expressions, as though they had seen a ghost. Sixth stone step? Impossible. If I'm not wrong, he's only just ascended the fifth stone step. How did he ascend another stone step so quickly? Many cultivators looked on in disbelief. That's impossible. Finally, a cultivator could not hold it in any longer and sped towards the Tao heart stairs in a flash, muttering, "There must be a problem with the Tao heart stairs. I'll give it a shot too." After the cultivator stepped onto the first stone step, he stumbled down without even ascending the second stone step. That scene dispelled the thoughts of the other eager cultivators. Old Xian had a calm expression. The Tao heart stairs had existed for countless years, and every single stone step was condensed from the Tao heart wills of supreme experts. There was definitely no problem. However, even Old Xian did not know how Su Zimo could cross the fifth stone step so quickly. The fifth stone step was the fearless step. The will of this step's Tao heart was extremely similar to the will of the martial Tao heart. Therefore, it was completely easy for Su Zimo to pass the Tao heart trial on the fifth stone step with the martial Tao heart. Senior brother Qingyun. Su Zimo is indeed very powerful. Yan Bingying could not help but exclaim when she saw that. Although she was ranked in the top 10 of the inner sect, even she had not broken through the fourth stone step. Fufu. A hint of jealousy flashed through Fang Qingyun's eyes, but disappeared quickly as he chuckled. Don't worry. He'll definitely stop at the sixth stone step. That's right. Yan Bingying nodded. The sixth stone step is the sword Tao step. The impact on one's Tao heart is even stronger than the killing step. This was where you stopped the previous time as well, senior brother Qingyun. Fang Qingyun said indifferently, "During this period of time, my Tao heart is close to perfected. Once I cultivate for another 100 years, I'll definitely be able to cross the sixth stone step and reach the seventh. At that time." The moment he said that, the figure on the Tao heart stairs moved once more. It was yet another simple step forward. Bang! The seventh stone step. Fang Qingyun's expression froze and he could not continue. Yan Bingying's red lips were agape and her charming face was filled with shock and disbelief. The seventh stone step. Among all the disciples of Heaven and Earth Academy, including legacy disciples, there seemed to be less than 5 people who could step onto the seventh stone step. This Su Zimo who had just joined the inner sect had actually reached this stage. This time round, there was not much noise from the crowd. On the contrary, the surroundings of the sacrificial platform gradually calmed down and became so silent that a pin drop could be heard. Tens of thousands of cultivators gathered and everyone held their breaths in shock as they looked at the figure on the Tao heart stairs. Many cultivators forgot to breathe and speak. There was only a single thought in everyone's minds. How many steps could this person climb? Could Su Zimo be able to reach the 8th stone step of the Tao heart stairs? A question crossed Elder Zhong's mind. However, he shook his head furiously immediately after and muttered in a soft voice, Impossible! What's impossible? Princess Scarlet Rainbow asked. Elder Zhong said, I heard that in the entire academy, only Sword Immortal Yuhua could ascend the 8th stone step of the Tao heart stairs. Su Zimo is only a grade 1 heaven immortal. He shouldn't be ABL. The moment he said that, a figure on the Tao heart stairs moved. Piak. Although the sound of his feet landing on the stone step was light, it rumbled like thunder in the ears of everyone. Su Zimo had ascended the 8th stone step. 2279 Ascension. On the 8th stone step, a green-robed cultivator stood. His black hair danced and he exuded an indescribable aura. The tens of thousands of inner sect disciples of the academy looked at that figure with conflicted expressions. Some of them had yet to recover from their shock. Some of them revealed looks of admiration. Some of them lowered their heads slightly with ashamed expressions. Those who mocked and sneered at him earlier on felt their cheeks burn in shame at the thought of it. Although that figure was only at the 8th stone step of the Tao Heart Stairs, it was as though he had already reached the peak of the immortal Tao, leaving behind the rest of the world as he looked down on all living beings. In reality, it was not everyone's imagination. None of the tens of thousands of inner sect disciples present had ascended the 8th stone step of the Tao Heart Stairs. Even if most legacy disciples appeared, they would have to bow down when they saw the figure on the 8th stone step. The strength of one's Tao heart had nothing to do with their cultivation realm. However, in the hearts of many cultivators, it was assumed that the higher their cultivation realms, the stronger their Tao hearts would be. But now, Su Zimo's appearance had broken the understanding of many cultivators. This was a grade 1 heaven immortal who had just entered the inner sect and ascended the Tao Heart Stairs for the first time. In everyone's opinion, as long as one was attached to any single Tao, it would be difficult for them to surpass the 3rd stone step of the Tao Heart Stairs, let alone advance further. Right now, all those different identities were condensed on a single person. That person was standing on the 8th stone step. Everyone still felt that everything was surreal. How was that possible? If they had not witnessed it personally, no one would believe it even if many people recounted it. Su Zimo, oh Su Zimo. Elder Zhong shook his head and sighed, lamenting, I never expected that he would cause such a huge commotion the moment he joined the inner sect. He had just entered the inner sect and was already standing on the 8th stone step after ascending the Tao Heart Stairs for the first time. This was equivalent to trampling all the inner sect disciples beneath his feet. The shock of Su Zimo ascending the 8th stone step had already surpassed the crippling of perfected immortal jade toad. Lu Ping was long used to Su Zimo's methods. In his opinion, even if Su Zimo could reach the 9th stone step, it was only right. As for Princess Scarlet Rainbow, apart from joy, she was also a little disappointed. Initially, she thought that she was already a rare genius. Although she could not compare to Su Zimo, she felt that she was similar and would definitely have a chance to catch up in the future. But now, she suddenly realized that the difference between them seemed to be increasing. Even though their cultivation realms were the same, it was as though she would never be able to catch up to that figure. Fang Qingyun was extremely scheming. Even though perfected immortal jade toad was crippled, he did not take it to heart and there were not many emotions in his eyes. However, at that moment, there was a hint of gloom in his eyes. He suddenly felt a tremendous threat. Initially, he did not take Su Zimo, who had just joined the inner sect and ascended from the lower worlds, seriously. To Fang Qingyun, given his capabilities, dealing with Su Zimo was as simple as crushing an ant. Furthermore, the difference in their cultivation realms was so great that Fang Qingyun had never regarded Su Zimo as an opponent. However, when Su Zimo stepped onto the 8th stone step and attracted the gazes of all the inner sect disciples, Fang Qingyun realized that his opponent in the inner sect had appeared. Although this opponent was still very weak right now, he would definitely become a strong foe one day. Right then, a woman's voice sounded from the side. Fang Qingyun glanced sideways and saw Yan Bingying staring fixedly at the figure on the 8th stone step. Her eyes were dazed as she murmured softly, "What has he experienced? How can he have such a powerful Tao heart?" Fang Qingyun was extremely familiar with that gaze. There was a hint of curiosity and admiration in that gaze. It was the same way Yan Bingying once looked at him. Fang Qingyun's expression darkened instantly with killing intent. Initially, he merely wanted to teach Su Zimo a lesson. However, at that moment, his killing intent was triggered. Yan Bingying was the #1 fairy of the inner sect and she was interested in him. That was a fact he had long known. However, he did not express anything explicitly. Yet, the fact that he did not express anything did not mean that others could lay their hands on Yan Bingying. Right then, on the sacrificial platform, Old Xian, who guarded the secret pavilions, suddenly turned around and looked at Fang Qingyun expressionlessly. There was no emotion in that gaze. However, at that moment, Fang Qingyun broke out in cold sweat, as though he was splashed with a basin of cold water from head to toe, and his heart trembled. In that instant, Old Xian's gaze seemed to have seen through him from head to toe. All his thoughts, secrets, and even the killing intent that rose in his heart earlier on could not be hidden from old Xian's eyes. Fang Qingyun lowered his head hurriedly and avoided old Xian's gaze. The gloominess on his face vanished as he composed himself and panted slightly. At that moment, he felt as though he had just walked through the gates of hell. "Senior brother Qingyun, what's wrong?" Yan Bingying noticed Fang Qingyun's abnormality and asked. "It's fine," Fang Qingyun said vaguely. Yan Bingying asked again, "Senior brother Qingyun, how long do you think Su Zimo can last on the 8th stone step?" "I'm not sure," Fang Qingyun replied distractedly in frustration. As though she did not notice Fang Qingyun's change, Yan Bingying continued, "Senior brother Qingyun, we were indeed the ones in the wrong for underestimating this junior brother, previously just because of his background." Fang Qingyun harumphed coldly and did not reply. Yan Bingying seemed to have thought of something and suddenly said, "Do you think junior brother Su can make it to the 9th stone step?" "Impossible." When he heard that, Fang Qingyun spoke instinctively and said resolutely, "The 9th stone step was condensed by the sect master of the academy. It's called the wisdom step. Even senior brother Yu Hua could not withstand it when he stood on the 9th stone step and fell from the Tao Heart stairs instantly. Who does Su Zimo think he is? How can he withstand the supreme wisdom of the sect master?" The moment he said that, the figure on the 8th stone step moved once more. Piak. Su Zimo strode towards the 9th stone step. Many cultivators held their breaths and glared at the figure on the Tao Heart stairs with widened eyes, not even daring to blink. They were afraid that they might miss the most critical moment in the blink of an eye. Su Zimo seemed to have difficulty advancing from the 8th stone step to the 9th. His feet hovered above the 9th stone step for a long time. The tens of thousands of inner sect disciples felt their hearts skip a beat as well, seemingly at the top of their lungs. All of them looked nervous, as though they were the ones directly involved. 10 breaths, 20 breaths, 15 minutes passed. It was as though he could not take that step further. Just as everyone was about to relax, Su Zimo's feet landed on the 9th stone step with a bang and he reached the top. 2289 Great Elders. Unlike Sword Immortal Yu Hua, Su Zimo did not fall the moment he reached the 9th stone step. Instead, he stood firmly on it, his body upright and unyielding. The 9th stone step. Ever since the Tao Heart Stairs existed, apart from the sect master, no one in Heaven and Earth Academy had been able to ascend to the 9th stone step. The 9th stone step was known as the wisdom step. The sect master of Heaven and Earth Academy studied celestial beings and could see through all living beings. He understood heavenly secrets and comprehended endless wisdom. This 9th stone step was condensed by the sect master. It was said that back then, after Sword Immortal Yu Hua failed to reach the 9th step, he merely said, "The sect master's Tao heart is unreachable. He possesses supreme wisdom and is unfathomable." Ever since then, Sword Immortal Yu Hua did not attempt to ascend to the 9th step. As for the other disciples of Heaven and Earth Academy, they did not even have the ability to touch the 9th step, let alone stand on it like Su Zimo. Impossible! Instinctively, Fang Qingyun clenched his fists and growled deeply. However, he quickly realized that he had lost his composure and steadied himself. He hid the killing intent and hostility in his eyes and looked around. Thankfully, no one in the vicinity noticed him, and even old Xian did not look at him again. Everyone's gazes were fixed on the figure on the 9th stone step. That was the true focus of everyone. Nobody spoke. In the huge venue, tens of thousands of inner sect disciples were gathered. Although it was a large crowd, it was silent. Everyone was waiting for an outcome. Could this Grade 1 Heaven Immortal who had ascended from the lower worlds and just joined the inner sect finally pass the Tao Heart trial of the 9th stone step? It hadn't been long since Tang Peng fainted and perfected Immortal Jade Toad was crippled. Any one of those matters was enough to cause quite a stir in the academy. But now, many cultivators had already forgotten about it and no one cared. More and more cultivators gathered around the Tao Heart Stairs. It was not only inner sect disciples. Some legacy disciples rushed over from the legacy ground as well. The entire Heaven and Earth Academy was alarmed. Swoosh! Right then, a strange fluctuation came from midair. Immediately after, an old man in white robes appeared in midair with a walking stick. Although his beard was white, he was hale and hearty and looked at the green-robed cultivator on the Tao Heart stairs with a bright gaze. "Look, it's the Grand Elder." Even the Grand Elder was alarmed. Commotion broke out in the crowd. Old Xian raised his head slightly and glanced at the Grand Elder indifferently before retracting his gaze without saying anything. Suddenly, in another void, a figure appeared as well. The moment that figure appeared, a thick bloodthirsty aura spread out, and it was as though a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood had appeared behind him. Although the old man looked much younger, his face was pale and his gaze was sinister, exuding a cold aura that no one could approach. After the old man appeared, many academy disciples present could not help but shudder. "It's Elder 2. I heard that Elder 2 is in charge of discipline and is the most cold-blooded and impartial. There was once a legacy disciple who broke the sect rules and was crippled by him." "Silence! Don't let Elder 2 notice you." The commotion in the crowd calmed down rapidly. Phew! In the void on the other side, a pitch-black hole was suddenly burned out by a fireball and an old man walked out, as though he was bathed in flames. Within the flames, countless divine weapons hovered. "It's Elder 8 of the Academy," Elder Zhong said softly. "Elder 8 is in charge of all the divine weapons and forging dermic treasures in the Academy. Anyone who wishes to obtain the top dermic treasures and divine weapons of the sect will have to obtain his permission. Senior Brother Su is ascending the Tao Heart stairs for the first time and caused such a huge commotion. 3 elders have already appeared." Lu Ping was secretly speechless. It's an unprecedented achievement to reach the peak of the Tao Heart stairs. Elder Zhong lamented. It's only logical that these elders would appear to witness this. As the 3 of them spoke, another old man appeared in midair. This elder wore a green robe. After he appeared, the entire venue was filled with a faint medicinal fragrance that refreshed one's mind. "This is Elder 7 of the Academy." When Elder Zhong saw the confusion on the faces of Princess Scarlet Rainbow and Lu Ping, he said, "Elder 7 is in charge of all the elixirs in the Academy. All the elixir refinement immortal masters in the Academy are managed by Elder 7. Before his sentence was finished, another old man appeared. This old man had a benevolent expression and looked extremely friendly. He had a smiling face and no beard, giving off a favorable impression right away. "This is Elder 4. Elder Zhong bowed slightly in the direction of Elder 4. Elder 4 is mainly in charge of external affairs in the Academy as well as some dermic arts trials. For example, Elder 4 was in charge of making arrangements to escort you guys to the 10,000-year meet. I'm under Elder 4's command." "Just how many elders are there in the Academy?" Princess Scarlet Rainbow could not help but ask. "There are many elders in the Academy and their cultivation realms are different. However, there are only 9 with the highest status," Elder Zhong said. "The 9 great elders each have their own duties and control everything in the Academy. The 9 of them are ranked right beneath the sect master." As Elder Zhong spoke, 2 more elders appeared. Elder 9 was in charge of talismans in the Academy. Elder 6 was a middle-aged beauty with an outstanding aura and a cold expression. She was in charge of all the structures in the Academy, including array formations. In the blink of an eye, 7 of the 9 great elders had already appeared. "By the looks of it, there's a chance all of the 9 great elders might be gathered," Lu Ping whispered. Indeed, not long after, 2 more elders arrived together. Elder 3 was in charge of all the immortal mountains, spirit peaks, paradise and cultivation resources such as essence spirit stones, essence spirit liquid and so on in the Academy. He was also in charge of assigning sect missions. The appearance of Elder 5 caused quite a stir. It was as though a massive army was gathered behind him, and he exuded a steely killing intent with a suffocating might. Elder 2 was in charge of discipline, and the killing intent he exuded was sinister and cold. However, the killing intent of Elder 5 was brutally savage. The 9 great elders of Heaven and Earth Academy appeared and stood in midair, surrounding the Tao Heart stairs as they looked at Su Zimo. Many cultivators were nervous and excited. It was a rare occasion for the 9 great elders to be gathered. Most of the inner sect disciples present might not even have the chance to meet the 9 great elders of the academy after cultivating for hundreds of thousands of years. But now, everyone had the opportunity to catch a glimpse of the 9 great elders thanks to a grade 1 heaven immortal who had just joined the inner sect. The 9 great elders appearing at the same time is extraordinary. Could there be a deeper meaning? Elder Zhong pondered for a moment. As though he recalled something, his heart skipped a beat as he whispered, "Could it be—" "What?" Lu Ping could not help but ask curiously. The 9 great elders might be thinking of taking in Su Zimo under their wings. Elder Zhong said sternly. "Ah!" Princess Scarlet Rainbow and Lu Ping exclaimed softly. Elder Zhong had a stern expression. If he joins one of those elders, he'll become a legacy disciple of the academy. Su Zimo is about to experience a meteoric rise to the top. A legacy disciple. Princess Scarlet Rainbow and Lu Ping were shocked. They had just joined the inner sect and knew almost nothing about the legacy ground of the academy. Elder Zhong explained, "The 9 great elders are all Immortal King experts. Typically, inner sect disciples only have a chance to join the 9 great elders and become legacy disciples after entering the perfected One realm. But now, Su Zimo's ascension of the Tao Heart Stairs caused the 9 great elders to appear at the same time. This is the first time in the history of Heaven and Earth Academy. Who knows, perhaps the 9 great elders are indeed harboring thoughts of taking in a disciple in advance." Lu Ping smiled. "I was not wrong to call him my senior brother. To think that senior brother Su would have such an opportunity." Princess Scarlet Rainbow lamented as well. "If he can become a legacy disciple, it will indeed be a meteoric rise." The 3 of them were not discussing loudly. However, due to the silence around them, Fang Qingyun and the others who were not far away heard everything clearly. "You must be dreaming." Fang Qingyun raised his brow and said, "Everyone knows that there's a prerequisite for becoming a legacy disciple. You have to advance to the perfected One realm and become a perfected immortal. I was just mentioning it casually." Elder Zhong was unwilling to argue with Fang Qingyun and replied with a smile. However, Fang Qingyun was unwilling to stop there. "Elder Zhong, you've been in the inner sect for a while now and should know some things. Even in the legacy ground, not all legacy disciples have a chance to join the 9 great elders." That was indeed the truth. There were hundreds of legacy disciples in Heaven and Earth Academy, and less than half of them could join the 9 great elders. Fang Qingyun shook his head gently and chuckled. "Even if Su Zimo ascends the Tao Heart Stairs, his cultivation realm is too low. He's only a grade 1 heaven immortal. How is he qualified to join the 9 great elders?" Right then, the oldest grand elder with a white beard in midair coughed gently and said slowly, "Su Zimo's Tao heart is strong and he's talented. However, his cultivation realm is too low. I'm afraid he's not suitable for the rest of you guys. Coincidentally, I'm still lacking a final disciple." "You're wrong," Elder 3 said hurriedly. "It's nothing much if his cultivation realm is low. That can be compensated. I have essence spirit stones and sufficient essence spirit liquid with me. If I nurture him with all my might, I'll be able to help him advance to the perfected One realm within 50,000 years." He was in charge of many cultivation resources of Heaven and Earth Academy and naturally had the confidence to say that. "That's using your position for personal gain." Elder 2 said sinisterly, "If you break the sect rules, I won't show any mercy." Pausing for a moment, he continued, "I heard that this lad is decisive to kill and is cold-blooded and heartless. In my opinion, my legacy is the most suitable for him to inherit. It's not impossible for him to be in charge of discipline in the academy in the future as well. You guys!" The Grand Elder raised his walking stick and knocked a few times heavily. He blew his beard and glared. "I'm already in my twilight years and don't have much lifespan left. On account of this, don't fight with me." "Grand Elder, that's 2 different things." Elder 6 smiled faintly. "My disciples are all female cultivators and I happen to lack a male disciple. I think Su Zimo is not bad." Elder 6 had a voluptuous figure. Although she was middle-aged, Her skin was still smooth and delicate. She had an outstanding aura, and even a gentle smile carried a unique charm. I heard that he went on a massacre at the 10,000-year meet. Suddenly, Elder 5 spoke with a voice that was like metal clashing. This lad is so murderous and is most suitable to cultivate under my lead. All of you, don't fight with me. In midair, the 9 great elders started arguing, causing the tens of thousands of Academy disciples below to be dumbfounded. In the hearts of many Academy disciples, the 9 great elders were mysterious existences that were high and mighty in the Academy. To think that they would be like ordinary people right now, arguing endlessly for the sake of a disciple of the Academy. None of them were willing to give in easily. Fang Qingyun's smile froze on his face with an awkward expression. It was only at that moment that he realized that the impact of ascending the Tao Heart Stairs in Heaven and Earth Academy was much greater than he had imagined. Fang Qingyun lowered his head slightly to hide the gloominess in his eyes. If Su Zimo were to truly join the 9 great elders and become a legacy disciple, Su Zimo's status in the Academy would be above him. Initially, even if he lost this time round, he had many methods to deal with Su Zimo. However, if Su Zimo was a legacy disciple, he would not dare to act rashly. On the Tao Heart Stairs, Su Zimo was undergoing the final Tao Heart trial and naturally could not sense everything that was happening outside. He did not know that the outside world had almost fallen apart because of his actions. The will contained in the wisdom step was naturally not as impactful on Su Zimo's Tao Heart as the killing step and sword Tao step. However, the wisdom and will left behind on this stone step was all-encompassing and vast. Astronomical and calendar reading, secret skills, astral absorption, weather comprehension, divination, feng shui, visualization, talisman deciphering, auspicious selection and lot picking. The wisdom and will of the stone step contained endless information and secrets that could see through the world and explore the vast universe in an unfathomable manner. Those things seemed to have transformed into countless strange foreign runes that contained mysterious heavenly secrets that surged into his consciousness continuously. The runes were dense and covered the skies endlessly. The heart of the martial Tao burned with raging flames and refined the strange runes that swarmed over from the will of wisdom continuously. The will of the wisdom step could not shake the heart of the martial Tao either. The flames of war in the martial Tao heart intensified and his fighting spirit intensated. However, the 9th stone step did not seem like it was merely a test of one's Tao heart. The countless strange runes were still attacking Su Zimo's mind. Su Zimo was in the vast dark starry skies and was surrounded by endless strange runes. He felt as though he was about to be drowned and his head was about to explode. Although he did not recognize those runes, each of them contained the supreme wisdom of the sect master. Given his current cultivation realm, his consciousness could not withstand these profound and endless runes. On the 9th stone step, Su Zimo's figure swayed slightly, as though he was about to fall from above. In his consciousness, the green lotus essence spirit waved the Trinity auspicious jade, wanting to defend against the endless strange runes around it. However, even the mighty power of the Trinity auspicious jade could not knock down the runes. Right then, the primordial unity horsetail whip in the green lotus essence spirit's other hand flew out of his palm and flicked gently in his consciousness a couple of times. Strangely enough, after the jade handle and white threads of the primordial unity horsetail whip swayed a few times in his consciousness, the runes that surged in suddenly quietened down in an orderly manner. The 3,000 threads sorted out the heavenly secrets. Under the combing of the primordial unity horsetail whip, the runes gradually left Su Zimo's mind. Strange. Su Zimo could clearly sense that there seemed to be some power similar to the strange runes on the primordial unity horsetail whip, as though they originated from the same source. The primordial unity horsetail whip was triggered by the strange runes and its green jade handle shone, as though a seal had been removed. At the same time, a lineage memory surged into Su Zimo's mind. 2282 10th stone step. After the green lotus true body advanced to grade 11, Su Zimo obtained this horsetail whip dermic treasure. However, there were extremely few lineage memories of this dermic treasure. He only knew that it was called the primordial unity horsetail whip and did not know anything else. Now that Su Zimo was on the 9th stone step, the strange runes seemed to have triggered some sort of seal on the primordial unity horsetail whip, causing a lineage memory to surge into his mind. The Yin-Yang Talisman Sutra. In that memory, there was a secret skill sutra that was divided into 2 sections with slightly more than 600 words. However, Su Zimo could not understand a single word of the contents of those 2 sections. That was because the contents were written by the strange runes he had seen previously. He did not know what each of the runes meant, let alone what use the Yin-Yang Talisman Sutra had, or what it had to do with the primordial unity horsetail whip. Su Zimo comprehended for a long time but could not come up with anything. Although the Yin-Yang Talisman Sutra only had slightly more than 600 words, it was like a heavenly book to him. Su Zimo stood on the Tao Heart Stairs and was surrounded by the wills of 9 supreme experts. However, the changes in his consciousness was not something that could be sensed by outsiders. Although the entire process sounded short, more than 2 hours had passed. Su Zimo stood on the 9th stone step for an entire 2 hours. However, the 9 great elders did not leave and waited at the side, looking extremely patient. Elder 8, if you can't wait, you can head back first. Elder 3 smiled. I reckon that he won't learn blacksmithing from you even after the trial is over. That's none of your business. Elder 8 had a fiery temper and shouted like a bell. I'll wait here. If this lad joins me, he'll definitely have enough divine weapons for everything. By the looks of it, this lad has even passed the wisdom step condensed by the sect master. The Grand Elder nodded slightly and stroked his beard with his large hands, looking increasingly satisfied. Reaching the peak of the Tao Heart Stairs versus clearing the trial of the 9th stone step. Those were 2 completely different scenarios and outcomes. The fact that Su Zimo was able to ascend the Tao Heart Stairs proved that his Tao heart was strong. That was enough to have the 9 great elders fight to take him in as a disciple. However, it would be even rarer if he could pass the trial of the 9th stone step of the Tao Heart Stairs. This time round, the 9 great elders would definitely not give in. All of them were planning in secret as to how they should rope Su Zimo in after the latter's trial ended. Right then, Elder 4 frowned slightly and looked at old Xian beside the Tao Heart Stairs, exclaiming softly, "Why isn't that old man guarding the secret pavilions? Why is he here? I heard that Jade Toad challenged Su Zimo to a battle on the Tao Heart Stairs and was attacked by the killing intent of the 3rd stone step earlier on. Old Xian was the one who saved him." Elder 9 said, "Although his cultivation is destroyed, he survived." Humph! Elder 5 sneered. "With the loss of his cultivation, even if he survived, he's equivalent to a cripple and is no different from ants." Elder 2's expression was dark the entire time as he said coldly, "Since he's already saved, what's that old man still doing here? Could he be thinking of taking in a disciple as well?" Elder 3 teased. "Fufu." Elder 7 chuckled. "What can he teach? Does he want Su Zimo to learn from him on how to guard the secret pavilions or the entrance of the sect? Should we chase him away?" Elder 8 frowned slightly. "He's standing so close to the Tao Heart Stairs. It's an eyesore. He might affect Su Zimo's trial." The Grand Elder said nothing the entire time as the other elders discussed old Xian. He merely had a faint smile on his face. It was only when the Grand Elder heard the others talk about chasing away old Xian that he said slowly, "Forget it. He's the de facto old man of the academy after all. He's been in the academy for even longer than the sect master. Just give him some face and ignore him." Old Xian was expressionless the entire time when he heard the discussions of the elders and did not look up. Tao Heart Stairs. Su Zimo's green robes fluttered loudly in the wind. He opened his eyes slowly and looked ahead with a calm expression. The wisdom step beneath his feet no longer had any effect on him. Although he passed the Tao Heart trial of the 9 stone steps, he did not leave immediately. After the trial of the 9 stone steps of the Tao Heart Stairs, the power of the Tao Hearts of his 2 true bodies was completely triggered and the flames of war were ignited, burning furiously. Su Zimo's Tao Hearts contained an unimaginable power that he had nowhere to vent. He looked at the void before him with a burning gaze. His eyes seemed to be burning with 2 balls of flames and his aura rose continuously, It's truly hard to imagine that someone could pass the trial of the 9 stone steps of the Tao Heart Stairs. Furthermore, he's only a grade 1 heaven immortal. There's a high chance Su Zimo is the first and last person to do it in the entire Heaven and Earth Academy. That's right. This is unprecedented, and it'll be difficult for anyone to repeat this in the future. After the dust settled, discussions gradually broke out in the crowd. Many cultivators were filled with emotions. No one had expected that a grade 1 heaven immortal who had ascended from the lower worlds would create an unprecedented record in Heaven and Earth Academy. At that moment, many cultivators felt ashamed when they recalled their initial contempt and mockery of that person. Junior brother Su has already passed the trial of the Tao Heart Stairs. Why is he still standing on it? Someone asked. He probably wants to comprehend more, another person said. Let's disperse. There's nothing much to see. Let's wait a little more. There's still no conclusion as to whether Su Zimo can become a legacy disciple or join any of the 9 great elders. I'm not waiting lest I suffer another shock. Just tell me the outcome when you head back later. Many cultivators suffered a huge blow this time round and were prepared to return and cultivate in seclusion. Right then, the figure standing on the 9th stone step moved once more. It was still a familiar and simple action as he took another step into the void before him. There was nothing there, and Su Zimo's action seemed a little strange. However, that single step caused the mountain range in the academy to tremble, startling countless birds and beasts. The ground shook and all beasts roared. The cultivators who were about to leave stopped and turned around. Immediately after, the eyes of many cultivators widened as they witnessed an incomparably shocking scene that they would never forget in their lives. Beneath Su Zimo's feet, a vast well gathered above the 9th stone step. Beams of light circulated and another stone step appeared, becoming clearer and more obvious. Instantly, the world shook and a phenomenon descended. Countless lotus flowers fell from the skies. Golden lotus flowers blossomed beneath Su Zimo's feet as well. Heavenly flower fall and earth gushing golden lotus. Those were initially 2 greater divine powers, but now, they descended in the form of universal phenomenons. Raging flames began to burn beneath Su Zimo's feet. The golden lotuses were being burned by the flames. Oh, dong, dong, dong. Suddenly, everyone heard a strange sound that seemed to be able to touch their minds. Everyone's essence chi, true essence and essence spirit trembled uncontrollably. The dermic conch and drum, old Xian exclaimed. Pest! The expressions of the 9 great elders changed at the same time. Legend has it that only by resonating with the great Tao would the sounds of the dermic conch and drum be born. This was only mentioned in the oldest immortal classics and Buddhist sutras. The 9 great elders had cultivated for hundreds of thousands of years, but they had never heard such sounds. The world shook and the great Tao resonated. Su Zimo took another step forward and condensed the 10th stone step. 2283 sect master of the academy this time round. It was not only the many academy disciples present. Even the 9 great elders were shocked. The sounds of the dermic conch and drum were no ordinary sounds. They were immortal sounds, Sanskrit and heavenly music. Immortal king experts like the 9 great elders felt incomparably tiny against those immortal sounds, let alone inner sect disciples and legacy disciples. Many disciples of the academy were completely stunned. Shock, confusion, and disbelief. Everyone's eyes widened and there was only a single thought in their minds. How was that possible? Nobody present had witnessed the scene of the sect master condensing the 9th stone step. But now, they had the chance to witness the formation of the 10th stone step personally. Not only did Su Zimo pass the trial of the Tao Heart Stairs, he even created a 10th stone step. The 10th step came above the 9th. This was not a simple numerical advancement. More than that, it meant that Su Zimo's Tao heart seemed to have broken through some sort of limit and was even above the sect master of the academy. Was that possible? Su Zimo was only a grade 1 heaven immortal. Although the strength of one's Tao heart had nothing to do with their cultivation realm, could a Tao heart condensed by a grade 1 heaven immortal be so strong? The condensation of each stone step on the Tao Heart Stairs was one harder than the other. In order to condense a stone step at the back, one would first have to endure the previous Tao heart trial. That was a huge test for most cultivators. When this generation's sect master of the academy condensed the 9th stone step, everyone thought that it was the limit and endpoint. 9 was an extreme number and it was impossible to break that limit. Who could withstand the trial of the 9 stone steps of the Tao heart stairs and advance beyond the sect master's wisdom step, creating a 10th stone step? This scene had a huge psychological and visual impact on everyone present. After passing the trial of the Tao heart stairs, Su Zimo was at best the number 1 in the history of Heaven and Earth Academy. He attracted the 9 great elders to gather and fight to take him in as a disciple. But now, the 10th step on the Tao heart stairs was formed. He could no longer be described as the number 1 in the history of the academy. Such an achievement was unprecedented and was enough to be recorded in the books of the academy and leave a mark in history. Heavens! What Tao heart did senior brother Su condense to be so strong? Lu Ping's tiny mouth was agape and he was in a daze, unable to recover from the scene before him. Elder Zhong gulped. Now that I think about it, it's no wonder why perfected immortal Jade Toad lost. What sort of existence did he provoke? He condensed the 10th stone step on the Tao heart stairs. If news of this spreads, it will probably cause a huge stir in the entire divine firmament immortal domain. Princess Scarlet Rainbow murmured softly. The impact of this matter will definitely be greater than the battle at the 10,000-year meet. Actually, Princess Scarlet Rainbow had still underestimated the significance of the 10th stone step of the Tao heart stairs. The fact that Su Zimo passed the 9 stone steps of the Tao heart stairs was enough to cause a huge stir in the divine firmament immortal domain. Now that he had condensed a 10th stone step above the sect master of the academy, news of this would shock the 9 firmament immortal domain and even the heavenly world. Right then, a figure suddenly appeared in midair. Nobody could see how that figure appeared. By the time everyone looked over, that person was already standing there. The person wore a green Confucian robe and was upright. Although he was merely standing in the air with his hands behind his back, he exuded a dignified aura. In front of this person, even the 9 great elders seemed to be inferior. The sect master is here, Elder Zhong exclaimed. Princess Scarlet Rainbow and Lu Ping looked over instinctively. Their gazes landed on the sect master's face and froze, unable to shift away. The sect master looked to be only middle-aged with a hint of gray at the temples. His face was handsome and flawless, much younger than the 9 great elders. His forehead was high and pronounced, seemingly filled with endless wisdom. The most striking thing was his eyes that were deep and mysterious like the resplendent stars in the night sky. They were also like gems in the depths of the sea that shone with a strange luster. With a single glance, one could not help but sink into them, as though they possessed endless demonic power. Those eyes were filled with deep melancholy as well as energetic vigor. There were vast starry skies, all objects in the world, the rumbling mortal world as well as living beings. Through those eyes, everyone seemed to see different worlds and contrasting scenes. The appearance of the sect master attracted everyone's attention. Sect master! The 9 great elders cupped their fists slightly. Greetings, sect master. Many cultivators below bowed as well and called out in unison. On the sacrificial platform, old Xian finally raised his head and looked at the sect master, nodding slightly. The commotion this time round was so great that even the sect master was alarmed. Now that the sect master has appeared, could he be thinking of taking in a disciple as well? It can't be, right? I heard that the sect master has extremely stringent requirements for taking in disciples. Right now, he only has 6 disciples and I heard that Fairy Emoching is one of them. The condensation of a 10th stone step is unprecedented and unlikely to be surpassed in the future. It's not impossible for the sect master to take a liking to him given his strong Tao heart. Many cultivators whispered among themselves. Sect master, why are you? Elder 3 probed. A 10th stone step is condensed above my wisdom step. Naturally, I have to take a look at the one with such capabilities. The sect master looked at Su Zimo and praised. You're so young and only a grade 1 heaven immortal. How rare. Sect Master, don't tell me you want to take him in as a disciple as well? Elder Six asked bluntly. Why not? The Sect Master looked at Elder Six and asked with a smile. Meeting the eyes of the Sect Master, Elder Six blushed slightly. She turned her head and waved it off, saying softly, Forget it. Since you want to take him in as a disciple, I'll withdraw. This is an unpolished jade. The Sect Master said warmly, I'll teach him personally. The moment he said that, it meant that there was almost no doubt that the Sect Master would take Su Zimo in as his disciple. If he could join the Sect Master, it would naturally be better than joining the 9 Great Elders. That was because there was probably no one in the academy who was more capable than the Sect Master. The requirement for the Sect Master to take in disciples was extremely stringent as well. Right now, there were only 6 disciples under him. Among them, Sword Immortal Yu Hua and Painting Immortal Mo Qing were famous in the Divine Firmament Immortal Domain, and even 9 Firmament Immortal Domain. If Su Zimo could join the Sect Master, he would be the junior brother of Painting Immortal Mo Qing as well as Sword Immortal Yu Hua, and his status would be comparable to theirs. What sort of privilege would that be? Since the Sect Master is here, I have nothing to say. Elder Two announced his withdrawal. The other elders did not insist either. The 9 Great Elders knew in their hearts that although they were all Immortal King experts, their methods and capabilities were far inferior to the Sect Master of the Academy. I don't agree. Right then, a voice sounded in the mind of the Sect Master. Apart from him, no one else noticed it. 2284 in-name disciple, the Sect Master of the Academy's expression did not change when he heard that voice, as though he was not surprised. The Sect Master's gaze was still fixed on Su Zimo. He did not lower his head to look at old Xian and asked with a voice transmission with his spirit consciousness expressionlessly, Why not? Even for the matter of taking in disciples, there has to be an order to things. Old Xian sent a voice transmission. I took a liking to this lad first. You were a step too late. You want him to inherit your legacy? The Sect Master asked again. That's right. Old Xian said. This lad's Dao heart is unprecedentedly strong. Only such a Dao heart can shoulder the responsibility of my lineage, the Sect Master said indifferently. To be fair, given his endowment and talent, coupled with his resolute and powerful Dao heart, it's a waste for him to inherit your legacy. Cut the crap. Old Xian was a little displeased. Ever since Heaven and Earth Academy was established, my lineage has a huge responsibility, and it concerns the future of the Academy. How is it a waste? Actually, in my opinion, there's no meaning to your lineage to begin with. The Sect Master replied, Hundreds of thousands of years ago, I took over as the Sect Master, and you inherited the position of Elder 10 of the Academy. However, after so many years, you have had nothing to do with the development of the Academy. To be precise, ever since Heaven and Earth Academy was established, the position of Elder 10 has never been of any use all these years. Old Xian was silent. He knew in his heart that due to his special identity, he could not interfere in the affairs of the Academy as Elder 10. In fact, even his identity was a top secret in Heaven and Earth Academy. After a moment of silence, Old Xian said, No matter what, this was the rule set up by the previous Sect Master. You're the one in the open while I stay in the dark. How can we call it off so easily? That's right. Apart from the Grand Elder, even the other 8 elders don't know your true identity since you're in the dark. The Sect Master sighed and asked instead, Do you want Su Zimo to accept your legacy and be like you, only able to hide everything and live in the dark from now on? He's still young. Isn't it way too cruel to hand such a heavy burden to him? Old Xian fell silent once more with his head lowered. The Sect Master continued, If he joins me, I'll guide and protect him. Given his talent and endowment, he'll definitely be able to become famous in the 9 Firmament Immortal Domain in the future and lead a carefree life. What's bad about that? I can understand your love for talent. However, isn't it a little selfish for you to place all the burden on him for the sake of the legacy of your lineage? After a long silence, Old Xian suddenly gave a strange laugh. I'm not like you who have already taken in 6 disciples. My lineage will only have a single disciple. It's not easy for me to meet someone good. I won't let this go. However, I've already appeared here and said that I wanted to take him in as a disciple. How can I renege on my words in front of so many disciples? The sect master smiled bitterly in exasperation. I don't care. Old Xian rolled his eyes. When the sect master of the academy saw that old Xian refused to back down, he could not help but sigh gently. The melancholy in his eyes seemed to have intensified. How about this? Let's both compromise. A moment later, the sect master said, I've already said that I want to take him in as a disciple. Naturally, I can't go back on my words. I can accept him as an in-name disciple first. Once he enters the perfected one realm and becomes a perfected immortal, he can choose for himself to join me or to inherit your legacy. How about that? Yes, that's fairer. Old Xian's eyes darted around. This can be considered as respect for his wishes. No matter who he joins, it's his choice. Furthermore, he's only a heaven immortal and his cultivation realm is too low. It might not be a good thing for him to be pushed to the position of a legacy disciple right away. Pausing for a moment, old Xian continued. After you accept him as an in-name disciple, let him train and cultivate in the inner sect first. Ife's thrown to the legacy ground right away and is surrounded by perfected immortal experts. His days won't be easy. Right then, the 10th stone step beneath Su Zimo's feet was fully condensed. Su Zimo stood on the 10th stone step and closed his eyes for a long time, reminiscing about the tempering of the 9 Tao heart wills. The Tao hearts of his 2 true bodies became increasingly perfect and indestructible. The flames of war on the Tao hearts of the 2 true bodies were extinguished after the 10th stone step was formed. The 10th stone step was named the martial Tao step. Su Zimo left the willpower of his 2 true bodies on it. Anyone who stepped onto the 10th stone step would have to endure the impact of the martial Tao will. That was an unimaginable power that burned like fire and could incinerate all living beings. Those with weak Tao hearts would even incinerate their Tao heart upon reaching the 10th stone step. A long time later, Su Zimo opened his eyes slowly. The surroundings were strangely silent. Sensing something, Su Zimo looked up instinctively and saw 9 old men surrounding the Tao heart stairs, watching him. There was a myriad of gazes. Cold, benevolent, friendly admiration. Su Zimo's gaze swept past the 9 old men rapidly and landed on another Confucian-robed man. Their gazes met gently in midair. A bang sounded in Su Zimo's mind as he recalled the countless strange runes that appeared on the wisdom step. In the eyes of the Confucian-robed man, Su Zimo seemed to be able to see the endless starry skies, the dark and boundless deep sea, countless astronomical calendars and secret skills. It was as though all the secrets in the world could not be hidden from those eyes. You're impressive. The Confucian-robed man spoke in a deep and magnetic voice. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat and he woke up. He exchanged glances with the Confucian-robed man and realized that the person before him was the sect master of Heaven and Earth Academy, who had condensed the 9th stone step of the Tao Heart Stairs. Greetings, sect master. Su Zimo bowed. Even he did not realize that the sect master of the academy was alarmed when he condensed the 10th stone step of the Tao Heart Stairs. You might have to change the way you address me from now on. The sect master smiled gently. Ha! Su Zimo was slightly stunned. Previously, he was immersed in condensing the 10th stone step and did not know what was happening outside. The sect master surveyed his surroundings. When you ascended to the 9th step of the Tao Heart Stairs, the 9 great elders of the academy appeared at the same time and wanted to take you in as their disciples. When you condensed the 10th stone step later on, even I was tempted. At that point, the sect master smiled. However, your cultivation realm is insufficient. If I take you in as a legacy disciple directly, wouldn't it be unfair to the other legacy disciples? I'll take you in as an in-name disciple first. If there's a day when you can advance to the perfected one realm and become a perfected immortal, it won't be too late for you to join me. Pausing for a moment, the sect master swept his gaze across old Xian on the sacrificial platform inadvertently and continued. Of course, When you become a perfected immortal, it's up to you if you want to join the other elders as well. 2285 Teleportation Jade Badge. When the elders heard that, they were puzzled. According to the initial intention of the sect master, he wanted to take Su Zimo in as his personal disciple directly. Why did the latter become an in-name disciple at the last minute? Naturally, the elders did not know what happened during this period of time that caused the sect master to change his mind. The Grand Elder's expression changed as he glanced at old Xian on the sacrificial platform in deep thought. Su Zimo. The sect master had a warm expression as he looked at Su Zimo and asked with a smile, "Are you willing to join me as an in-name disciple?" "I'm willing." Su Zimo bowed and replied in a deep voice. Although he was only joining the sect master as an in-name disciple, there were no disadvantages for him. He had no reason to reject this. Many cultivators present revealed deep envy in their eyes. Even though he was only an in-name disciple, his status far surpassed ordinary inner sect disciples. This was the in-name disciple of the sect master of the academy. If nothing went wrong, he would definitely join the sect master as a personal disciple in the future. At that moment, Tang Peng had already woken up and could not accept the scene before him. He had merely fallen from the Dao Heart stairs and fainted. However, he would have never expected that the moment he woke up, the heaven immortal who had just entered the inner sect would soar with a meteoric rise and was even above him in terms of status now. The flow of fate seemed mysterious and cruel at this moment. "Senior Brother Fong, what happened?" Tang Peng was still in disbelief as he clenched his fists and grit his teeth. "How did that person jump over our heads?" "Don't fluster. Don't panic." Fong Qingyun had a calm expression as he sent a voice transmission. "Su Zimo is only an in-name disciple and not a true legacy disciple. We still have a chance." Right then, the sect master retracted his smile and surveyed his surroundings. Every disciple had a feeling that he was being watched. "Everyone from Heaven and Earth Academy, listen up," the sect master said slowly. "Today's matter of the Dao Heart Stairs and Su Zimo's identity as my in-name disciple is not to be spread without my permission. Anyone who reveals it intentionally will be charged with the same crime of harming their fellow sect mates and will be killed without mercy." After the sect master appeared, he was polite throughout and even smiled from time to time, giving off an intimate feeling. But now, when the sect master said those words, he exuded the might and killing intent of a superior. Not to mention the disciples present, even the 9 great elders shuddered. Fong Qingyun's expression froze and his expression turned terrible. Initially, he was still contemplating how he should turn the tides and plot against Su Zimo. But now that the sect master said that, he was so scared that his heart skipped a beat and many of his previous thoughts vanished instantly. In fact, Fong Qingyun even had the illusion that the sect master had read his mind and that those words were a warning. What's the rationale of the sect master? Lu Ping could not help but ask. If word of what happened today is spread, it will definitely cause a huge stir in the divine firmament immortal domain. Elder Zhong explained. At that time, countless gazes and attention will be focused on Su Zimo. That is equivalent to pushing Su Zimo to the center of attention. Who knows how much danger and hostility he'll endure in that position. By not allowing anyone from the academy to spread the news, the sect master is actually protecting Su Zimo. Lu Ping nodded, not fully understanding. Princess Scarlet Rainbow frowned and asked, "However, so many people from Heaven and Earth Academy witnessed the huge commotion today. Even if someone leaked it intentionally, how would he know who did it?" "Fufu, that's the power of the sect master." Elder Zhong smiled. "He has supreme wisdom and can see through the heavenly secrets. Who is confident that he can hide from the sect master's senses and expose this matter at the risk of being killed? Furthermore, even if 1 or 2 people leak it, no one will believe it. A grade 1 heaven immortal passed the trial of the 9 stone steps of the Dao Heart Stairs and created a 10th stone step to be accepted as an in-name disciple by the sect master of the academy. If we hadn't seen it with our own eyes, who would have believed it?" Princess Scarlet Rainbow and Lu Ping nodded hurriedly with deep emotions. Even though they saw it with their own eyes, The two of them felt an extremely surreal feeling that lingered for a long time. Everyone disperse. Su Zimo, stay behind. The sect master said indifferently. The 9 great elders retreated right away and disappeared into the void with astonishing methods. The other cultivators left swiftly as well. Before long, only the sect master Old Xian and Su Zimo were left on the sacrificial platform. You can understand my intentions, right? The sect master looked at Su Zimo and asked warmly. Su Zimo hesitated for a moment before nodding. The tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. The sect master said, your current cultivation realm is too low. It won't be good for you if news of this spreads. Once your cultivation realm is high enough to withstand everything, I'll naturally make this matter public. Su Zimo said, I understand. The sect master nodded slightly and continued, since you're an in-name disciple, you should train and cultivate in the inner sect first. Of course, if you have any cultivation doubts, you can look for me at any time. You can look for me as well. Suddenly, Old Xian interrupted from the side. Su Zimo was slightly stunned. Old Xian was only an old man guarding the secret pavilions. His actions seemed a little out of line and impolite. However, when Su Zimo saw that the sect master had a calm expression without any hint of reproach, he could not help but ponder internally. Su Zimo truly had a doubt towards cultivation. It was the strange runes in the Yin-Yang Talisman Sutra with 600-odd words. Those runes were extremely similar to the runes on the wisdom step of the Tao Heart Stairs. Su Zimo was almost certain that the sect master knew about the strange runes and could help him resolve his doubts. However, the Yin-Yang Talisman Sutra originated from the primordial unity horsetail whip and the latter came from the green lotus true body. Su Zimo was worried that there would be traces of information about the creation green lotus in the contents of the Yin-Yang Talisman Sutra, and the existence of the green lotus true body would be exposed. Although he had already joined the sect master, this was the upper world after all. Out of caution, Su Zimo did not take the risk. Hey! Old Xian looked askance at the sect master and raised his brow. In-name disciples are also disciples. No matter what, you have to give him some gifts. The sect master pondered for a moment and smiled. Suddenly, a small jade badge appeared in his palm. There were a few exquisite patterns etched on the badge. When Old Xian saw the badge, he nodded in a rare manner and urged Su Zimo. This is not bad. Hurry and accept it. Can protect your life at critical moments. This is a teleportation jade badge. The sect master said, as long as you're in the heavenly world, no matter where you are, as long as you encounter any danger you can't withstand, crush this badge and you'll be able to return to Heaven and Earth Academy at any time. This teleportation jade badge was equivalent to the major transference talisman of Tianhuang mainland. However, in the upper world, only immortal king experts whose cultivation had to reach the grotto heaven realm had the ability to travel through the void freely. In that case, this teleportation jade badge could indeed be considered as a life-saving jade badge. It was not easy to refine a teleportation jade badge as such. Typically, among the legacy disciples of immortal king experts, only the most valued ones would be accorded with one. 2286 Will of the 10th Stone Step. Su Zimo received the teleportation jade badge and put it away, secretly delighted. Something like this was a true lifesaver. Back in Tianhuang mainland, Master Shenbei gave him a major transference talisman. It had a similar use as the teleportation jade badge and allowed him to escape death from the pursuit of a half-martial ancestor. Old Xian said, Su Zimo, if you want to raise your cultivation in the heaven essence realm quickly, it's not enough to just cultivate in seclusion. At the earth essence realm, as long as one is talented enough and spends most of their time in seclusion cultivation, they can cultivate to become a grade 8 or 9 earth immortal. However, in the heaven essence realm, one needs sufficient experience. It's best if they have powerful opportunities and encounters so that they can achieve twice the results with half the effort. I've learned from the guidance. Su Zimo bowed slightly. For cultivators, opportunities and encounters were way too important on the path of cultivation. That was a part of their fortune. Apart from the fact that Yunting specialized in the Tao of the sword, The reason why his cultivation speed was so fast was also because he had obtained a few huge opportunities. Those were opportunities and encounters that would cause even heaven immortals and perfected immortals to be envious. Of course, I heard that you've offended many people in Divine Firmament mainland. You have to be careful when you head out to train. Old Xian reminded again. Su Zimo agreed hurriedly. Although Old Xian was clearly not his master, for some unknown reason, his attitude towards him seemed unusual. Furthermore, the sect master did not seem surprised towards this and had a calm expression. I'll take my leave first. Old Xian waved his hand and took a casual step forward, disappearing into the void. Pest! Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. Only Immortal King experts should possess such methods. To think that the old man guarding the Earthgrade Secret Pavilion was an Immortal King expert and seemed to have a special status in the Academy. You've just entered the Heaven Essence realm. It's better for you to cultivate in seclusion for a period of time to stabilize your cultivation realm and consolidate your foundation. The sect master said, Many things happened today. I won't disturb you anymore. With that, the sect master turned to leave. Su Zimo opened his mouth slightly. He wanted to speak but hesitated. Is there anything? The sect master noticed Su Zimo's abnormality and took the initiative to ask with a warm expression. Sect master, previously, on the way back to the academy from the Yen-Yang Immortal Kingdom, we were hunted down by an expert. Who is he? Su Zimo asked the greatest question in his mind during this period of time. From the voice of the sect master, he could tell that this was the person who saved them previously. The sect master did not reply and fell silent. A moment later, he shook his head gently. I can't tell you his identity for the time being, but you can rest assured that he won't attack you again in the future. Is he an immortal king? Su Zimo asked again. Yes. The sect master nodded. The difference between you guys is too great. It's useless for you even if I reveal his identity now. When your cultivation realm is strong enough, I can tell you his identity. Su Zimo was silent and did not ask further. Pretend that nothing happened and don't think too much about it. For you, the most important thing is to focus on cultivating and raise your cultivation as soon as possible. The sect master instructed before turning to leave. Su Zimo took a deep breath of air. The sect master was not wrong. Right now, the most important thing for him was to raise his cultivation realm. Su Zimo was prepared to enter seclusion once more. He had benefited immensely after returning from the 10,000-year meet. Now that the Prajna Nirvana Sutra was complete, his essence spirit would definitely improve if he continued comprehending it. The Hell Suppression Tripod was completely repaired and he had yet to cultivate the legacy secret skill of the fourth tripod wall. There was also the Primordial Unity Horsetail Whip and the Yin-Yang Talisman Sutra. For this seclusion, rather than to just raise his cultivation, he had many things to comprehend as well. At that thought, Su Zimo no longer hesitated and turned to leave the sacrificial platform. He sped towards his cave abode and entered seclusion. Although he was entering seclusion, the impact of this matter in Heaven and Earth Academy was still ongoing. For a long time to come, he would become the center of discussion for disciples of the Academy. After that incident, the number of Academy disciples who ascended the Dao Heart Stairs increased significantly daily. However, for everyone, the Dao Heart Stairs was still the same. No one else managed to achieve anything shocking and most Academy disciples could not surpass the third step still. What everyone discussed the most was what Dao Heart will Su Zimo left behind on the 10th stone step. However, no one could ascend it so naturally, nobody knew what was there. A year later, it was only now that the Dao Heart Stairs gradually returned to normal. At times, nobody might even come for days. This night, there was no one around the Dao Heart Stairs. Suddenly, without any warning, a figure in a Confucian robe appeared in the skies above the Dao Heart Stairs. After the figure appeared, he waved his sleeves gently and formed an invisible barrier around the Dao Heart Stairs, isolating it from the outside world. The Confucian-robed man looked at the Dao Heart Stairs and his deep eyes shone with a strange glint. A moment later, the Confucian-robed man stepped onto the first step of the Dao Heart Stairs. In just a few breaths, the Confucian-robed man ascended to the second step. After a few more breaths, the Confucian-robed man ascended to the third step. The Tao Heart trial on the Tao Heart stairs did not seem to have much of an impact on the Confucian-robed man. The Confucian-robed man walked up the stone steps and merely paused for a brief moment with each step. It did not cause much of a stir for him. In the blink of an eye, the Confucian-robed man had already ascended to the 8th stone step. Right then, another academy disciple passed by and glanced over with a calm expression. The Confucian-robed man stood on the 8th stone step of the Tao Heart stairs. However, in the eyes of the cultivator, there was still no one on it. This was a method similar to a disguise, but it was extremely brilliant. Even an immortal king might not be able to see through it. If this academy disciple could see the Confucian-robed man on the Tao Heart stairs, he would definitely be shocked. That was because the Confucian-robed man ascending the Tao Heart stairs was the sect master of the academy. The academy disciple passed by this place and left quickly without stopping. The sect master had a calm expression as he took another step and ascended to the 9th stone step. The 9th stone step was the wisdom step that he had condensed. Naturally, the Tao Heart will of this level did not affect him at all. The sect master raised his head slightly and looked at the stone step above the 9th step. He smiled gently and murmured, "I'm curious what a Tao Heart that can surpass me is like." As he said that, the sect master lifted the hem of his Confucian robes and strode onto the 10th stone step. The moment his foot landed on 10th stone step, an unimaginably massive will descended from the skies and surged over like a volcano that was about to explode. The sect master had never felt such a powerful Tao Heart will. It was fearless, courageous, bold and filled with wisdom. It was relentless against all beings that stood in its way. The skies could not cover it, nor could the ground bury it. That Tao Heart was brighter than the stars in the skies and shone resplendently with raging flames. Even his Tao Heart could not defend against that will and began to burn. The sect master's expression changed starkly as he shuddered and fell from the Tao Heart stairs. He stabilized himself in midair and landed slowly on the ground. He had failed. The sect master had a conflicted expression. Even he could not reach the 10th stone step of the Tao Heart stairs. 2,287 coincidence? Ha 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 ha. Right then, an ear-piercing laughter sounded from behind the sect master of the academy. The sect master did not turn back, nor was he surprised. In the academy, there were less than 10 people who could see through his disguise technique. This man was one of them. Standing not far away, old Xian crossed his arms and said mockingly with a gloating expression, "To think that this would happen to you as well, he? What a coincidence!" The sect master turned around and looked at old Xian, who was not far away, asking with a smile, "Heh, this is no coincidence." Old Xian pouted. "I've been waiting for you in the vicinity for a year. Others might not know you, but do you think I don't understand you? Given your temperament, you won't be able to endure it if you see someone condense a 10th stone step above your wisdom step. However, I didn't expect you to be able to endure for a year before coming over secretly. If you waited any longer, I would have left." The sect master did not show any embarrassment after his thoughts were seen through. He merely shook his head and smiled. "You sure are free. Hee hee." Old Xian laughed again. "Notwithstanding the fact that you snuck over, you even set up a disguise, afraid that others would know. You clearly have no confidence and know that you won't be able to pass the 10th stone step." Old Xian had known the sect master for many years. However, the latter was incomparably intelligent and meticulous. He had never seen the latter suffer any losses. Now that he had finally caught the sect master in an embarrassing moment, old Xian was excited. "Let's not talk about me anymore. Do you want to give it a try?" the sect master asked with a smile. "No way." Old Xian rolled his eyes and pouted. "Wouldn't it be embarrassing if I can't even pass your wisdom step? There's no way I'm going to let you get a hold on me." The sect master smiled gently. "However, speaking of which," suddenly old Xian asked sternly, "what's the Tao Heart will left behind by that lad on the 10th stone step?" "I'm not sure." The sect master shook his head. "This will is extremely brave and powerful. It has the sharpness of the sword Tao, unyielding resistance, fearlessness as well as carefree joy. I've seen countless Dao hearts, but I've never seen such a Dao heart. Who cares? Old Xian waved it off. In any case, he's a good seedling. Once he enters the perfected immortal realm, we'll see who can take him in with our own capabilities. No problem. The sect master nodded with a smile and waved his sleeves, prepared to leave. Why, you don't intend to try again after failing just once? Old Xian raised his brow and instigated. What if I try again and fail? Won't I be mocked by you again? The voice of the sect master sounded, and he had already vanished. At the same time, the disguise technique around the Dao heart stairs dissipated silently without a trace. A gentle breeze blew past, and there was no one left beside the Dao heart stairs. Unknowingly, Old Xian had already left as well. Peace returned to this place. In a cave abode of the inner sect, a grade 9 heaven immortal who was done with his seclusion opened his eyes slowly and floated down from the praying mat. It was the inner sect disciple of the academy, Yang Ruoxu. Not far away, a young boy stood. Young master, why is your seclusion so short this time round? The boy brewed a pot of tea at the side and sent it to Yang Ruoxu. My cultivation has encountered a bottleneck, and it's difficult for me to advance if I merely cultivate in seclusion. Yang Ruoxu shook his head gently and took the teacup. He took a deep breath and drank it in one gulp, despite the tea being scorching. He had been a grade 9 heaven immortal for a period of time now. However, it was truly extremely difficult to break through the barrier between heaven immortals and perfected immortals. The difference between a heaven immortal and a perfected immortal was like a chasm. Even the black, earth and heaven essence realms combined could not compare to it. There were hundreds of thousands of inner sect disciples in the academy. Many of the inner sect disciples were grade 9 heaven immortals and were stuck. In fact, some grade 9 heaven immortals would not be able to become perfected immortals and advance to the perfected 1 realm in their entire lives. For that group of grade 9 heaven immortals, as they grew older and saw no hope of breaking through, they sought a position as idle elders in the inner sect. Anyone who could join Heaven and Earth Academy were all paragons that had been through ferocious storms in life. Even so, many people could not advance to the perfected 1 realm. It was clear how difficult it was. There were only a few hundred legacy disciples in the academy. Yang Ruoxu was in no hurry and his mind was calm. He was not old and was less than 100,000 years old. There was enough time. As long as he could obtain a rare opportunity or encounter, he could advance to the perfected 1 realm. Did anything happen in the academy during this year? Yang Ruoxu asked casually. The boy said, nothing much. In the past year, the most discussed thing in the academy was the matter of Mr. Su passing the Dao Heart Stairs and condensing the 10th stone step. Oh! Yang Ruoxu replied indifferently. This matter has a huge impact. In the future, it might become the focus of discussion for everyone in the academy. Young master, I heard that you have a close relationship with Mr. Su. Why didn't you meet him this time round? The boy was curious and frowned slightly. You're alone in the inner sect and don't have many confidants. Can't you hang out more with Mr. Su? A year ago, when Su Zimo passed the Dao Heart Stairs trial and condensed the 10th stone step, Yang Ruoxu received the news right away as well. However, he did not choose to head to the Dao Heart Stairs to meet and congratulate Su Zimo. On that day, the boy merely witnessed Yang Ruoxu being slightly happier than usual. The latter specially opened a jar of wine and stood in front of his cave abode as he congratulated Su Zimo from afar. The boy was puzzled. Yang Ruoxu said, I've made many enemies in the academy. Interacting with him will only cause trouble for him. It won't. The boy said, Fang Qingyun and the others are the only ones who have a feud with him. I heard that Mr. Su has already been accepted as a disciple by the sect master. If you can interact more with him, Fang Qingyun and the others won't even dare to cause trouble for you anymore as well. Yang Ruoxu remained silent and shook his head. He knew that Su Zimo was accepted as an in-name disciple by the sect master. However, in-name disciples were far from actual disciples. Furthermore, even if he was an actual disciple, Su Zimo was ranked behind Sword Immortal Yu Hua. Be it in terms of identity or cultivation realm, Su Zimo was inferior to Sword Immortal Yuhua. He had a feeling that the person who truly wanted to deal with him was not Fang Qingyun and the others, but the personal disciple of the sect master in the legacy ground, Sword Immortal Yuhua. The origin of that hostility was because of the immortal sect selection more than 1,000 years ago. At that time, he was spared because of the appearance of painting Immortal Mo Qing. A year ago, another change happened in the outer sect of the academy. At that time, for some unknown reason, when he was in danger, painting Immortal Mo Qing appeared once more and saved him. Divine Firmament Mainland, Hui Yin Mountain. Countless towering ancient trees covered the skies. On the peak, someone had built a spacious pavilion. Standing here, one could appreciate the magnificent scenery of the Hui Yin mountain range. This day, a gigantic crane flew over from the west. On its back sat a young man with a dark expression. He was a grade 9 Heaven Immortal, and his facial features were 70% similar to the inner sect disciple of Heaven and Earth Academy, Pang Yu. This was another direct descendant of the Pang clan, Pang Yu's brother, Pang Yi. The two brothers were extremely outstanding among the younger generation of the Pang clan and were specially groomed by the family clan. Pang Yu joined Heaven and Earth Academy while Pang Yi joined Imperial Wind Temple. In terms of combat strength, Pang Yi was even above Pang Yu. Leaping down from the crane's back, Pang Yi frowned instinctively when he saw that the pavilion was empty. He found a stone chair and sat down quietly, closing his eyes to rest. Before long, more than 10 figures sped over from the east. They were clad in armor and shone with cold lights. With sabers on their waists, they were all top-tier Heaven Immortals. Execution guards? Pang Yi opened his eyes and recognized their backgrounds right away. The emblem of the execution guards was way too obvious. A brocade-robed man stood in the middle of the execution guards with a demonic look in his eyes. Pang Yi stood up slowly and cupped his fists. "So it's Prince Yuanzhua. Nice to meet you." After all, Prince Yuanzhua was once the prince who ruled over a county of the great Jin Immortal Kingdom. He was famous and Pang Yi had seen him before from afar. "You are?" Prince Yuanzhua was slightly stunned when he saw Pang Yi. "I'm Pang Yi of the Pang clan. Right now, I'm an inner sect disciple of Imperial Wind Temple." Pang Yi reported his identity. Prince Yuanzhua raised his brow slightly and a thought flashed through his mind. He quickly understood and asked, "You were also invited by fellow Taoist Qingyun?" "I am." Pang Yi nodded and did not hide anything. "However, fellow Taoist Qingyun doesn't seem to be here yet. Let's wait a little more." Prince Yuanzhua sat on a stone chair as well. Before long, a figure appeared from the south. In a few breaths, he arrived and descended. "Ah, fellow Taoist Gue Yuan of Flying Immortal Sect." Pang Yi stood up and greeted with cupped fists. Among the inner sect disciples of Flying Immortal Sect, the combat strength of Heaven Immortal Gue Yuan was ranked top 5. Prince Yuanzhua did not stand up and merely sat on the stone chair. He cupped his fists and smiled. "If I'm not wrong, fellow Taoist Gue Yuan was invited by fellow Taoist Qingyun as well, right?" "Yes." Heaven Immortal Gue Yuan did not talk much. Right then, a bejeweled serpent WRM carriage drove over slowly from the horizon not far away. The driver of the carriage had white hair and was dull and expressionless. However, everyone present felt a chill run down their spines the moment they exchanged glances with the driver. More than 10 execution guards surrounded Prince Yuanzhua hurriedly with nervous expressions. The carriage stopped in midair and the curtains of the carriage were lifted. A graceful and dignified young man walked out. This time round, even Prince Yuanzhua stood up. "Greetings, Prince Tianhong." Prince Yuanzhua, Pang Yi and Heaven Immortal Gue Yuan stood up and cupped fists. Prince Yuanzhua had already lost his influence in the great Jin Immortal Kingdom. However, Xia Tianhong of the Yen Yang Immortal Kingdom still ruled over a territory and had an extremely high status. "There are so many people?" Xia Tianhong was surprised. "Everyone, sorry for the wait." Right then, a voice sounded slowly. By the time he said the last word, Fang Qingyun had already descended on the peak of Hui Yin Mountain with Tang Peng right behind him. "Fellow Taoist Qingyun, What's going on? Xia Tianhong frowned and asked. Everyone, please take a seat. Fang Qingyun was in no hurry to explain. After everyone sat down again, he said in a deep voice, "The reason why I gathered everyone today is because for the past year, all of you have sent me messages asking about Su Zimo. Of course, I know your intentions as well." Prince Yuanzhua, Xia Tianhong, and the other three exchanged glances with a tacit understanding. Everyone present more or less knew about the feud between Su Zimo and one another. Prince Yuanzhua smiled. To think that apart from me, there are actually so many experts who want to kill this person. I don't have any feud with him. I was merely entrusted by senior sister Meng Yao to take his life. Heaven Immortal Gue Yuan said indifferently. Pang Yi said coldly, "My brother was killed by him. I'm going to make him pay with his blood." Xia Tianhong did not explain. The reason why he wanted to deal with Su Zimo was entirely to curry favor with zither Immortal Meng Yao. After everyone was done, Fang Qingyun spoke slowly. "Fellow Taoists, pardon me for being blunt. It won't be easy to deal with Su Zimo now. He has just advanced to the Heaven Immortal realm. Any one of us can kill him with ease. What's so difficult about that?" Prince Yuan's was sneered. "All we have to do is find an opportunity and wait for him to leave Heaven and Earth Academy." Fang Qingyun was silent. Since the sect master of the academy had once set a gag order, he naturally did not dare to tell outsiders about what happened in the inner sect. When Pang Yi saw Fang Qingyun's silence, he thought that the latter was in a difficult position on account of their relationship as fellow sect mates. "Fellow Taoist Qingyun, if Su Zimo were to leave Heaven and Earth Academy, all you have to do is send us the news. You don't have to do anything." Fang Qingyun shook his head. "Even if he leaves Heaven and Earth Academy, it won't be easy to kill him in the territory of Divine Firmament Mainland. Su Zimo was taken in by the sect master as an in-name disciple. In Divine Firmament Mainland, if Prince Yuanzhua and the others mobilized a large number of experts to kill Su Zimo, there was a high chance that the sect master would sense it." "Brother Qingyun, what do you mean by that?" Prince Yuanzhua could tell that Fang Qingyun was implying something. Fang Qingyun did not explain. "In any case, the reason why I gathered everyone here today is to tell you guys not to act rashly and alert the enemy. It's not impossible to deal with Su Zimo, but we have to wait patiently for an opportunity. Everyone, don't worry. If there's a good opportunity, I'll tell you right away. At that time, please use all your strength and do not understand him. We'll kill him then." Xia Tianhong replied, "That's good enough. There's no hurry to kill him right away. However, everyone wants a piece of the pie. At that time, let's see who will be the one who can get the kill on him." Prince Yuanzhua narrowed his eyes. "If our four factions join forces and wait for an opportunity, he'll definitely die." Fiend Domain. After 1,000 years, Tianhuang's sect grew extremely quickly in this corner of the Fiend Domain. Heavenly Wolf had the memories and experience of his previous life and was once the Seven Emotions Fiend King. He was extremely familiar with how to expand his territory, devour, and annex places. In this aspect, there was no one more suitable than Heavenly Wolf. In the first few decades, the Martial Dao Prime Body stood in to help Heavenly Wolf deal with some tough opponents. Later on, the Martial Dao Prime Body handed almost everything in Tianhuang's sect to Heavenly Wolf and allowed the latter to manage and develop while he chose to enter seclusion to divine the Martial Dao. After 1,000 years, the territory of Tianhuang's sect was dozens of times larger than before and had already become the strongest black-grade sect in the vicinity. Even though Tianhuang's sect was growing stronger by the day, it was difficult to break through its upper limit. Without a perfected immortal presiding over things, no matter how much territory it annexed or how many disciples it had, it would still be a black-grade sect. For the past 1,000 years, the Martial Dao Prime Body had never stopped deducing the dermic formulation of the Martial Dao. The many cultivation techniques and secret skills sent over by the Green Lotus True Body, such as the Prajna Nirvana Sutra, which was a taboo mystic classic, were of great help to him and he comprehended them. However, he still had a long way to go before he could deduce the next step of cultivation. In that 1,000 years, although Tianhuang's sect was established and expanded continuously, the Martial Dao Prime Body did not meet any other old friends of Tianhuang mainland. The martial Tao prime body was not surprised about that. The fiend domain was ranked alongside the 9 firmament immortal domain and was vast. The green lotus true body had ascended for many years, but he had only met an old friend who came from Tianhuang mainland hundreds of thousands of years ago. The martial Tao prime body was in a corner of the fiend domain. It was not so easy to meet old friends. All these years, the martial Tao prime body had not expended any cultivation resources and his cultivation realm had not advanced at all. He was still at the perfected level 9 fate ring realm. For the current martial Tao prime body, essence spirit stones and essence spirit liquid were useless. Without the dermic formulation for the next step of cultivation, no amount of cultivation resources would be of any help to him. As for Heavenly Wolf, his cultivation realm advanced by leaps and bounds with the help of his previous life's memories and a large number of cultivation resources. Actually, in a sense, Heavenly Wolf could be considered as a reincarnated immortal and was even stronger than immortal Tai Hua and Feng Yin. In their previous lives, Tai Hua and Feng Yin were only perfected immortals. As for Heavenly Wolf, he was the 7 emotions fiend king in his previous life and had once followed Emperor Bo Sun. In terms of experience, be it for cultivation or general matters, he was far superior to others. With a secret skill, Heavenly Wolf improved the body of this moon-devouring Heavenly Wolf by a few levels. He had practically undergone a complete transformation. 1,000 years ago, the moon-devouring Heavenly Wolf was only a grade 9 black immortal. But now, his cultivation realm had already broken through to the heaven essence realm. Even Yun Ting could not match such a cultivation speed. As for Yen Beichen, he had the Hatred Sutra as a foundation and the hatred in his heart was strong. It had already seeped into his bones and his cultivation realm advanced by leaps and bounds after cultivating the Fiend Obsession Sutra. Of course, although Yen Beichen's cultivation increased rapidly, he could not compare to Heavenly Wolf who had the memories of his previous life. In 1,000 years, Yen Beichen had already cultivated to become a grade 9 Earth Immortal. That cultivation speed was extremely terrifying as well. Many fiend techniques were unorthodox and allowed users to cultivate at an extremely fast speed. However, the accompanying backlash was extremely obvious as well. Back when Yen Beichen cultivated the Fiend Obsession Sutra, it was because his essence spirit was severely injured and was almost at the end of its road. Even the martial Tao prime body was helpless. The only way to save his life was to cultivate the Fiend Obsession Sutra. Back then, Heavenly Wolf had once said that cultivating the Fiend Obsession Sutra would only suppress Yen Beichen's essence spirit injuries temporarily and ease them. If anything unexpected happened, history would repeat itself in the future. For the past 1,000 years, while Tianhuang sect grew, it was also searching for healing immortal herbs that could heal the essence spirit. However, such immortal herbs were way too precious. Even in other parts of the fiend domain or some massive sect or faction, they might not be able to find it, let alone this remote corner of the fiend domain. This day, the martial Tao prime body was in seclusion when the sound of clothes fluttering could be heard from outside. The intruder was extremely fast. "Master!" Heavenly Wolf's voice sounded. The martial Tao prime body's heart sank. He could tell that there was something unusual in Heavenly Wolf's voice and understood that something major might have happened. He opened his eyes and broke out of seclusion. "What's going on?" The martial Tao prime body asked bluntly. "Yen Beichen can't take it anymore." Heavenly Wolf shrugged his shoulders and spread his hands. At this cultivation realm, he could transform into a human. Right now, the person standing in front of Su Zimo was a burly man with short silver hair and a ferocious expression. Heavenly Wolf did not have much feelings for Yen Beichen. However, he knew that the martial Tao prime body had a deep relationship with Yen Beichen and he could not hide this matter. "His essence spirit injuries?" the martial Tao prime body asked. Heavenly Wolf nodded and said, "I've already said that cultivating the Fiend Obsession Sutra can only suppress his essence spirit injuries at most. It can't be healed and can explode at any moment." Previously, he was in seclusion cultivation and was prepared to break through the barrier of the heaven essence realm. Unexpectedly, he failed and his essence spirit injuries exploded. Even the obsession fiend Qi could not suppress his injuries. "Where is he?" the martial Tao prime body asked. "The main hall of Tianhuang sect." Heavenly Wolf replied. Without saying anything, the martial Tao prime body moved and headed for the main hall of Tianhuang's sect. Before long, he arrived outside. In the hall, Yen Beichen leaned against a chair with a pale expression. His eyes were half opened and his life force was weak. It was clear that he was at the end of his road. Apart from him, there were 7 other heaven immortal experts in the hall. There were men and women, and their cultivation realms were extremely high. They were all at the level of grade 8 or 9 heaven immortals. When the heaven immortal experts saw the martial Tao prime body arrive, they shuddered and stood up hurriedly. They had heard of this person's notorious reputation. The 7 of them knew that although Heavenly Wolf was in charge of Tianhuang's sect on the surface, the true master of Tianhuang's sect was the mysterious purple-robed man with the silver mask. The martial Tao prime body arrived before Yen Beichen and released his spirit consciousness to scan the latter's body. He frowned beneath the silver mask with a grim expression. Yen Beichen was in an extremely bad condition. To be precise, if not for the obsession fiend chi cultivated from the Fiend Obsession Sutra to maintain the remnant life force in Yen Beichen's body, he would have died a long time ago. You're here. As though he sensed something, Yen Beichen tried his best to open his eyes. He glanced at Su Zimo and his lips twitched as he forced a smile. Ooh, ooh. In his embrace, the white sable whimpered softly in extreme sadness. I can't hold on any longer and can't fight with you anymore. You'll have to walk down this path alone in the future. Yen Beichen said with difficulty. He had to rest a few times in between just to say that sentence. Brother Yen, there must be a way to save you. The martial Tao prime body turned to Heavenly Wolf and asked. You once said that the complete cultivation technique that Emperor Bo Sun cultivated is the Fiend Obsession Buddha Karmic Sutra. If we find the other Buddha Karma Sutra, won't we be able to save his life? There's indeed hope, but Heavenly Wolf had a troubled expression and paused for a moment before saying, the reason why Emperor Bo Sun imparted the Fiend Obsession Sutra to me was so that I could control the Mara mask. Only obsession can sever the 7 emotions. However, I don't know the Buddha Karmic Sutra at all. You don't, but Emperor Bo Sun definitely does. The martial Tao prime body said blandly. However, Emperor Bo Sun has already died for many years. Heavenly Wolf said. Furthermore, he doesn't have any disciples at all. It's impossible for anyone in this world to understand the complete Fiend Obsession Buddha Karmic Sutra. You said that Emperor Bo Sun died in the Pure Land of Bliss? The martial Tao prime body asked again. That's right. Heavenly Wolf nodded. Thereafter, as though he recalled something, a look of fear flashed through his eyes as he asked with a trembling voice. Why, you're not thinking of going to the place where Emperor Bo Sun died to look for the Fiend Obsession Buddha Karmic Sutra, right? That's the only place where I can find the complete cultivation technique. The martial Tao prime body said in a deep voice. See crazy. Heavenly Wolf shook his head repeatedly. That's impossible. There's no way we can get to that place at all. Where did he die? The martial Tao prime body asked again with a burning gaze. Heavenly Wolf hesitated for a long time before saying slowly, Avicii. Avicii. Even with the temperament of the martial Tao prime body, his expression changed slightly when he heard those words. In an ancient era of the upper world, the Buddhist monasteries gave birth to a supreme expert who refined his flesh into a purgatory in order to suppress many evil demons. In order to suppress this purgatory, this expert created an unprecedented supreme weapon, the Hell Suppression Tripod. The taboo mystic classic of the Buddhist monasteries, the Prajna Nirvana Sutra, was etched within the tripod. The 4 walls of our tripod are fused with the souls of the 4 sacred beasts, causing the Hell Suppression Tripod's power to increase significantly. This supreme expert's Tao title was Infinite, and he was known throughout the world as the Infinite Great Emperor. The purgatory refined from the flesh of the Infinite Great Emperor was Avicii. The martial Tao prime body could understand why the Infinite Great Emperor created Avicii in the Pure Land of Bliss back then. After all, the Infinite Great Emperor came from the Pure Land of Bliss to begin with. However, how did Emperor Bo Sun die in Avicii? According to what you said, The infinite great emperor was a supreme expert of the ancient era and has been around for hundreds of millions of years. However, Emperor Bosun was an expert of this generation. Why would he be buried in Avicii? The martial Tao prime body asked with a frown. Throughout history, Avicii has always been a forbidden ground of the upper world. Heavenly Wolf said. It's said that even emperors won't be able to escape the moment they fall into Avicii. There are three infinites. Infinite time, infinite space, and infinite suffering. After the infinite era was the longevity era, and thereafter came the current era. It's said that the longevity great emperor of the past came to the heavenly world and stood in front of Avicii for a long time. In the end, he did not step foot into it. The martial Tao prime body's heart skipped a beat. Even a great emperor of another era did not dare to step foot into Avicii, and was wary. It was clear how terrifying this purgatory was. But what has this got to do with Emperor Bosun? The martial Tao prime body asked. Heavenly Wolf was immersed in his memories. After a long time, he said slowly, My master severed his 7 emotions and 6 desires. He possessed a Buddha and fiend body that was unprecedented and was only a half step away from becoming a great emperor. Nobody in the current era of the heavenly world is a match for my old master. After my old master unified the fiend domain, he was prepared to conquer the pure land of bliss and finally flatten the 9 firmament immortal domain to unify the entire heavenly world. However, this action made the emperors of the pure land of bliss and 9 firmament immortal domain feel immensely threatened. Therefore, the emperors of the 9 firmament immortal domain and pure land of bliss joined forces with the emperors of other domains, and more than 20 emperors joined forces to kill my old master. The location of that battle was at Taiwei Mountain in the pure land of bliss. The martial Tao prime body asked, Emperor Bosun didn't have anyone supporting him? Heavenly Wolf said, Everything happened so suddenly. My old master only had a single good friend by his side, an emperor of the sword world. The martial Tao prime body was silent. This was equivalent to Emperor Bosun and the emperor of the sword world fighting 1 against 10. An emperor of the sword world? Suddenly, a thought flashed through the mind of the martial Tao prime body as he pondered in deep thought. My master has the body of a Buddha and fiend, and his cultivation of the Buddhist and fiend Taos far surpasses other emperors. Coupled with powerful emperor weapons, such as the Ji-Du saber and the Mara mask, he's almost immortal. Heavenly Wolf said, The immortal emperors of the 9 firmament immortal domain and the monks of the pure land of bliss knew that even if they joined forces, it would be difficult for them to kill my old master. As long as my old master did not die and his injuries were healed, it would be the end for them once he made a comeback. When he heard that, the martial Tao prime body realized a fact and he blurted. So, they knew that they could not kill Emperor Bosun and joined forces to send him to Avicii. That's right. Heavenly Wolf nodded. The truth was as those immortal emperors expected. Even though they had the advantage in numbers, they could not kill my old master and merely injured him severely. On our side, we suffered immense losses and more than half of us died. After that battle, more than half of the 9 firmament immortal domain changed owners. Although Heavenly Wolf's tone was calm, the martial Tao prime body could still sense the tragic battle of the past from his tone. Immortal emperors were already existences that stood at the peak of the upper world, but they still died. My old master was severely injured and could not defend against their attacks. Eventually, he was sent to Avicii and I was severely injured as well. There's no way to heal in Avicii. There are countless malevolent ghosts inside that were biting and devouring the flesh of my old master at all times. The malevolent ghosts in Avicii were also incredible experts in the past. Heavenly Wolf's expression dimmed slightly. My old master was severely injured and could not defend against it. Eventually, he died and his life force dissipated in Avicii. No living beings that enter Avicii can leave. Pausing for a moment, Heavenly Wolf added with deep tremor in his eyes, as though he had a lingering fear when he recalled that terrifying experience. Not necessarily. Suddenly, the martial Tao prime body said, At the very least, you escaped from Avicii. I'm puzzled about that as well. Heavenly Wolf said, At that time, something happened in Avicii and it swayed continuously, as though it could collapse at any moment. Thereafter, I seized the opportunity to escape. For some reason, the hell suppression tripod fell into Tianhuang mainland in the lower worlds at the same time. The martial Tao prime body pondered for a moment and suddenly asked, "That emperor of the sword world knows the three great sword arts, right?" "That's right." Heavenly Wolf nodded. The martial Tao prime body closed his eyes and pondered for a long time. Gradually, he sorted out the entire matter and said, "In other words, the battle of Emperor Bo Sun's death probably happened during the primordial era of Tianhuang mainland. It was also because of this battle that the three great sword arts ended up in Tianhuang mainland. Later on, tens of thousands of years ago, a huge change happened in Avicii, causing you and the hell suppression tripod to fall to the lower worlds at the same time." At that point, the martial Tao prime body paused for a moment before saying, "There's something else that I don't know. When did the hell suppression tripod shatter? Was it the infinite era, the longevity era, or was it in that unforeseen event tens of thousands of years ago?" "That's impossible." Heavenly Wolf jumped in shock. "The hell suppression tripod is an emperor weapon. Who in the current era can shatter it?" The martial Tao prime body remained silent. Initially, he thought that the search for the Fiend Obsession Buddha Karmic Sutra was related to Emperor Bo Sun. To think that the infinite great emperor as well as an unprecedented battle of the past would be implicated. The search for the Fiend Obsession Buddha Karmic Sutra might be even more difficult than he had imagined. "Prepare yourself to move at any moment," the martial Tao prime body said firmly. "We're still going?" Heavenly Wolf winced with a resistant expression. "Avicii is a forbidden ground of the upper world and we won't be able to return. What if we end up losing our lives instead of being able to save Yen Beichen? It's not for certain that we won't be able to return," the martial Tao prime body said. "Without the suppression of the hell suppression tripod, there should be life force and openings in Avicii. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to escape back then." Even though he said that, the martial Tao prime body was not confident. That was merely his speculation. He did not know what dangers he would encounter on this trip to the pure land of bliss. Everything was unknown. The only thing the martial Tao prime body was certain of was that no matter how dangerous the path ahead was, he had to do his best to extend Yen Beichen's life. When Heavenly Wolf saw that Su Zimo was determined, he rolled his eyes and laughed dryly. "Master, I'll prepare a map of the pure land of bliss for you right away. You can set off with Brother Yen Beichen at any moment." Pausing for a moment, he patted his chest and said heroically, "Leave Tianhuang sect to me. Don't worry, Master. I won't let anything happen to Tianhuang sect. Master, the heavens will bless you and you will definitely be able to resolve all dangers in this trip. Every day, I'll lead everyone from Tianhuang sect to pray for your victory." The martial Tao prime body glanced sideways expressionlessly on his cold silver mask. Heavenly Wolf felt uncomfortable from the gaze of the martial Tao prime body and his goosebumps rose. His thoughts seemed to be completely exposed under the gaze of the martial Tao prime body. The martial Tao prime body said calmly, "If I head to the pure land of bliss, I'll definitely bring you along." "What for?" Heavenly Wolf wailed. "I don't want to go." That place was a nightmare for him. "Die alone if you want to. Don't drag me along." Heavenly Wolf cursed internally. Furthermore, if the martial Tao prime body died inside, he would be able to regain his freedom completely and would be overjoyed. The martial Tao prime body said, "Even if there's a map and I can find Avicii, I don't know the situation within. You're the only one who can find Emperor Bo Sun's corpse, since you once stayed there for a period of time. It's too big inside and I can't find it either." Heavenly Wolf waved it off hurriedly and shook his head repeatedly. "You won't be able to hide from this," the martial Tao prime body said. "You had better pray that we can all return alive. If we leave, what about Tianhuang sect?" Heavenly Wolf asked again. The martial Tao prime body looked at the 7 heaven immortal experts standing not far behind Heavenly Wolf and said indifferently, "Haven't you subdued and recruited a few loyal subordinates all these years? You can hand it over to them for the time being." Although the martial Tao prime body made that statement nonchalantly, Heavenly Wolf's heart skipped a beat. For the past 1,000 years, he made use of the secret skill of the fiend domain in the past to subdue the 7 grade 8 and 9 heaven immortals with the greatest potential and combat strength in the vicinity. He named the 7 of them the 7 emotions fiend generals and controlled Tianhuang sect. They corresponded to the 7 emotions of joy, anger, sorrow, fear, love, hatred, and lust. If the martial Tao prime body could not break through and he entered the perfected one realm first to become a perfected fiend, he would be able to break free from the restriction placed on his essence spirit by the martial Tao prime body. The 7 emotions fiend generals were existences with the highest chance of entering the perfected one realm and becoming perfected fiends. At that time, with the help of the 7 emotions fiend generals, he would be able to control Tianhuang sect completely and break free from the control of the martial Tao prime body. That would be the day he would become the true 7 emotions fiend king once more. These were merely thoughts Heavenly Wolf harbored, but he did not dare to pin too much hope on them, nor did he mention them to anyone else lest the martial Tao prime body was alerted. At that moment, Heavenly Wolf could not help but feel guilty when the martial Tao prime body suddenly mentioned this. When Heavenly Wolf saw that he could not avoid it, he could only resign to his fate. Coughing gently, he turned to look at the 7 emotions fiend generals behind him and said in a deep voice, "I'll leave Tianhuang sect to you guys for the time being. During this period of time, don't provoke other sects and factions and develop in a low-profile manner. Additionally, the news of my departure with the sect master must not spread. Only the 7 of you shall know about it." Understood. The 7 emotions fiend generals agreed at the same time. Heavenly Wolf waved his hand and the 7 emotions demon generals understood and bid farewell. "Brother Yen, let's go," the martial Tao prime body said before looking at Heavenly Wolf, indicating for the latter to transform into his true form and carry Yen Beichen on his back. Heavenly Wolf had a troubled expression. "We haven't left the territory of Tianhuang sect yet. If I transform and carry him out, it'll be really embarrassing if we're seen by the cultivators of Tianhuang sect." The martial Tao prime body remained silent and glared at Heavenly Wolf through the cold Mara mask with deep eyes. When Heavenly Wolf recalled the torture of thousands of years and the methods of the martial Tao prime body, he shuddered and hurriedly transformed into his moon-devouring Heavenly Wolf form. "One has to bow down when they're under someone else's roof," Heavenly Wolf muttered internally. "Things will change after I advance to the perfected one realm and break free from the restriction. Just wait and see." "Humph. Zimo, don't go." Yen Beichen's expression dimmed and he no longer had the strength to straighten his body. He could only lie on Heavenly Wolf's back with a weak voice. "Brother Yen, there's no need to say more for the relationship between us." The martial Tao prime body shook his head gently and took a step forward, removing the white sable on Yen Beichen. When the white sable saw that it was about to separate from Yen Beichen, it struggled continuously and squeaked. "It's a dangerous trip and the future is uncertain. We might not make it back alive. It's better for you not to follow," the martial Tao prime body said. "I'm sure Brother Yen wouldn't want you to take the risk as well." Yen Beichen no longer had the strength to speak and merely nodded. The white sable no longer struggled and merely looked at Yen Beichen in a daze. Its eyes were filled with deep reluctance and a crystalline glint. The martial Tao prime body took a deep breath and placed the white sable aside. He patted Heavenly Wolf and whispered, "Let's go to the teleportation formation." As Tianhuang sect grew and expanded continuously, they discovered a large teleportation formation in an ancient ruin. However, it was corroded by time and was already dilapidated. Heavenly Wolf was the one who used his memories to repair the teleportation formation. Even with a spirit vessel, it would take them hundreds of days to head to the pure land of bliss. Nobody knew what other changes might happen during such a long journey. Yen Beichen could not hold on for that long. The only way to reach the pure land of bliss right away was by making use of the large teleportation formation. For this trip to the pure land of bliss, the martial Tao prime body did not bring anyone else except Yen Beichen and Heavenly Wolf. That was Avicii and it was useless no matter how many people he brought. Before long, the two of them arrived at the teleportation formation. For a successful teleportation, there must be large teleportation formations on both sides. Otherwise, the teleportation would fail. Heavenly Wolf took out a map and compared it carefully. He found a place that was closer to the Pure Land of Bliss where there was also a teleportation formation mark. After determining the location, the Martial Tao Prime Body activated the teleportation formation and the three of them disappeared from the Fiend domain. After a long time, the three of them finally broke free from the feeling of the world spinning and regained their five senses. A resplendent light flashed and the three of them landed on the ground, arriving at an unfamiliar place. The Martial Tao Prime Body looked around and could not find any traces of a teleportation formation. Heavenly Wolf took out a map and compared it. Something must have happened to this teleportation formation, causing a deviation in our teleportation. However, we're closer to the Pure Land of Bliss. If we continue in this direction, we should be able to reach the Pure Land of Bliss in less than a day and see Great Tai Wei Mountain. Heavenly Wolf pointed in a direction. Great Tai Wei Mountain? The Martial Tao Prime Body frowned slightly. Previously, Heavenly Wolf said that Avicii was on Tai Wei Mountain. What was this Great Tai Wei Mountain? Although the Martial Tao Prime Body had ascended to the upper world for many years, his understanding of the heavenly world was far inferior to Heavenly Wolf. Heavenly Wolf said, "The Pure Land of Bliss is also known as the Pure Land and Meru World. Mount Meru is in the center and is surrounded by 8 mountains with seawater separating the mountains. That's why it's called the 9 Mountains and 8 Oceans. Great Tai Wei Mountain and Tai Wei Mountain are both part of the 9 mountains. Tai Wei is Sanskrit. In human language, it's called Vajra. Therefore, Tai Wei Mountain is also known as Vajra Mountain and Vajra-Will Mountain. Vajra-Will Mountain. A divine glint flashed through the eyes of the Martial Tao Prime Body when he heard that name. In that case, Great Tai Wei Mountain could also be called Great Vajra-Will Mountain. In Tianhuang mainland, there was a style in the Mingwang dermic seal known as the Great Vajra-Will seal. The two names were identical and should not be a coincidence. The origin of the Great Vajra-Will seal should have come from Great Vajra-Will Mountain of the Pure Land of Bliss. On Heavenly Wolf's back, Yen Beichen's eyes were tightly shut and his breathing was feeble. He did not have much life force to begin with and was already extremely weak. After the torment of the teleportation formation, he could no longer withstand it and fainted. The Martial Tao Prime Body scanned with his spirit consciousness and heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that Yen Beichen's life was temporarily fine. Heavenly Wolf carried the unconscious Yen Beichen and followed behind the Martial Tao Prime Body, recounting many information about the Pure Land of Bliss to the latter. About 2 hours later, a pitch-black thick line appeared in the horizon at the front and extended endlessly. That's Great Tai Wei Mountain. Heavenly Wolf looked at the black line in the horizon. To be precise, Great Tai Wei Mountain doesn't seem like a mountain peak. Instead, it's more like a mountain range that spans millions of kilometers and revolves around the Pure Land of Bliss. In other words, every living being that wishes to enter the Pure Land of Bliss has to cross this Grand Tai Wei Mountain. The Pure Land of Bliss was ranked alongside the 9 Firmament Immortal domain and the Fiend domain. How long was this mountain range to be able to surround the entire Pure Land of Bliss? Before long, the Martial Tao Prime Body arrived at the foot of Great Tai Wei Mountain. From afar, one could not understand the grandeur of this mountain range. One could only feel how insignificant they were when they stood at the foot of the mountain. The mountain range was pitch black and looked incomparably tough. It was endless and was even more majestic than the coiling Dragon Mountain range of Divine Firmament mainland, emitting a divine might of the Buddhist monasteries. The mountain range was like a sturdy wall that protected the Pure Land and blocked countless evil and filth. All living beings could only reach the Pure Land of the Buddhist monasteries after crossing the wall. Suddenly, the Martial Tao Prime Body raised his fist and punched Great Tai Wei Mountain before him. Bang! The Martial Tao Prime Body used 70% of his strength for that punch, but Great Tai Wei Mountain did not budge at all. In fact, no rocks on the mountain's surface even crumbled. On the other hand, the Martial Tao Prime Body felt pain in his palm. Hee hee! Heavenly Wolf laughed. Great Tai Wei Mountain is impenetrable. indestructible and does not corrode with time. That is why it's called the Vajra. It is as strong as an indestructible diamond. Back then, even in the battle between my old master and more than 20 emperors of the 9 firmament immortal domain and pure land of bliss, this mountain could not be shaken. It's clear what sort of noble power this mountain possesses. The martial Tao prime body no longer tried and was prepared to ascend the mountain. According to the map, one had to cross Great Taiwei Mountain and a strait before they could see Taiwei Mountain. Avicii was in Taiwei Mountain. I thought of something. Right then, Heavenly Wolf suddenly said, "Actually, we don't have to go under Avicii to save Yen Beichen. Furthermore, even if we obtain the complete Fiend Obsession Buddha Karmic Sutra, we might not be able to save his life. In the heavenly world, immortal herbs and elixirs that can heal essence spirit injuries are extremely rare. There's one in the pure land of bliss called the Ashoka tree." Ashoka tree? The martial Tao prime body asked instead. One of the 3 sacred trees of the Buddhist monasteries? The martial Tao prime body was extremely familiar with the Ashoka tree. Back then, Daiyu took away a Siraka flower at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley and planted it in his dantian to replace his spirit root. Later on, she even helped him repair his golden core and tide through a calamity. The Buddhist sutras of Tianhuang mainland recorded the legend of the 3 sacred trees. It was said that Buddha was born beneath the Ashoka tree and obtained his Tao under the Bodhi tree, undergoing nirvana beneath the Sal tree. That was also the reason why the Siraka flower possessed the power of life, allowing Su Zimo's shattered golden core to be resurrected. At that thought, a realization flashed through the martial Tao prime body's mind. In other words, the power of life on the Ashoka tree can heal Brother Yan's essence spirit. Heavenly Wolf said, "To be precise, only the Siraka fruit can do it." The Siraka fruit is the crystallization of the Ashoka tree's life force, and is equivalent to a fruit of life. The other Siraka flowers don't have enough life force. However, physical injuries are naturally no problem for them still. "Where's the Ashoka tree?" the martial Tao prime body asked again. The Ashoka tree was one of the 3 sacred trees of the Buddhist monasteries, and was definitely guarded by countless accomplished monks. However, it was better than a forbidden ground that even great emperors had to shrink back from. It would naturally be best if they could avoid Avicii. The Ashoka tree was originally on Taiwei Mountain. When Heavenly Wolf said that, he paused for a moment with a strange expression. Originally, the martial Tao prime body could tell that Heavenly Wolf was implying something and asked with a frown, "What do you mean by that?" Heavenly Wolf said, "The Ashoka tree was originally on Taiwei Mountain, and the entrance to Avicii was not far away. However, the battle between my old master and more than 20 emperors was also on Taiwei Mountain. The Ashoka tree was implicated and was long shattered." "The Ashoka tree is dead?" the martial Tao prime body asked. "Yes." Heavenly Wolf nodded. A spirit tree like the Ashoka tree was condensed from the fortune of a world. It was similar to the heavenly world's builder tree. At the very least, there could not be a second one in the pure land of bliss. "The Ashoka tree hasn't been resurrected after so many years?" the martial Tao prime body asked again. Heavenly Wolf shook his head. "In that battle back then, the Ashoka tree was shattered and its life force was severed. There was definitely no way it could be resurrected." Pausing for a moment, he continued, "Although the Ashoka tree is dead, if we can find the scattered Siraka fruit, we can still heal Yen Beichen's essence spirit injuries." "I see." The martial Tao prime body remained silent. No matter what, he had to check out Taiwei Mountain first. The Ashoka tree had once grown there as well, and there might be traces of the Siraka fruit on Taiwei Mountain. "I see." Halfway up the peak, the martial Tao prime body suddenly muttered to himself. "What?" Heavenly Wolf asked instinctively. The martial Tao prime body said, "Back then, the battle between Emperor Bo Sun and more than 20 emperors affected a huge area, and there's a high chance that a passage to Tianhuang mainland in the lower worlds was accidentally opened up. That's the reason why the 2 sword arts were left behind in Tianhuang mainland. Because the Ashoka tree was destroyed, the Siraka flower at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley should have floated down from Taiwei Mountain during the battle that destroyed Bo Sun. The creation green lotus, the only sacred item in the world, should have been in the upper world. However, it appeared in Tianhuang mainland. That was strange. According to Heavenly Wolf, emperors of the Buddhist monasteries took part in the battle to kill Bo Sun and suffered immense losses. There was a high chance that the creation green lotus belonged to an emperor of the Buddhist monasteries who died in that battle. Eventually, the creation green lotus and the Siraka flower fell to Tianhuang mainland together. By some freak coincidence, these divine objects of Tianhuang mainland changed the fates of many people, such as the Buddha Emperor and Sword Emperor of the ancient era. However, in this generation they contributed to Su Zimo's rise. Great Tai Wei Mountain was extremely tall, and the martial Dao Prime Body and Heavenly Wolf climbed for most of the day without resting. By the time the three of them arrived at the peak, it was already dusk. Not far away stood a row of stone walls that were modeled with time. The stone walls extended endlessly along Great Tai Wei Mountain. Through the stone walls, one could see the corners of some ancient structures that exuded a calm Zen aura. It resembled a monastery. "Where is Tai Wei Mountain?" the martial Dao Prime Body asked. "Under normal circumstances, we should be able to reach Tai Wei Mountain after crossing Great Tai Wei Mountain and a strait," Heavenly Wolf said. In other words, they had to cross the stone walls if they wanted to continue forward. The martial Dao Prime Body and Heavenly Wolf took a few steps forward and saw a door. A plaque hung on the door beam with two words, Azura Monastery. The martial Dao Prime Body frowned slightly. Yen Beichen's Dao title was the Azura. To think that there would be an Azura monastery here. Was this a coincidence, or was something else at play? Could it be predestined for Yen Beichen to arrive here? "How much do you know about Azura Monastery?" the martial Dao Prime Body asked. "I'm not sure." Heavenly Wolf shook his head. "Back when I followed my old master and fought against the emperors of the Nine Firmament Immortal Domain and the Pure Land of Bliss here, this monastery did not exist. I wonder when it was established." Under the shroud of twilight, Azura Monastery exuded a sinister aura. Nobody knew anything about Azura Monastery and what grade of sect or faction it was. If it was a black-grade monastery, the situation would be fine. According to the ranking of the Heavenly World sects, the highest cultivation realm in a black-grade monastery was a grade 9 heaven immortal. That was of no threat to the martial Dao Prime Body. However, things would be difficult if it was an earth-grade monastery. Being able to reach Earth grade meant that the monastery had a perfected one-realm expert presiding over things. The perfected one realm was divided into 4 levels: Convergence, Celestial Being, Hollow Nether, and Paradise Void. Given the current combat strength of the martial Dao Prime Body, he could only defeat Convergence perfected immortal experts if he attacked with all his might. If he encountered experts at the Celestial Being, Hollow Nether, and Paradise Void realms, he could only avoid them for now. The martial Dao Prime Body pondered for a moment and did not barge in rashly. Instead, he knocked on the monastery door gently. Dong! 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 After knocking a few times, the martial Dao Prime Body stood in front of the entrance of the monastery and waited patiently. If he wanted to continue forward, he could only pass through Azura Monastery. Before long, hurried footsteps sounded from inside and arrived at the door. "Who's there?" A question sounded from within. The martial Dao Prime Body said in a deep voice, "I'm Desolate Martial and I get to the Pure Land of Bliss through your monastery. Please make an exception." There was a squeaking sound. The door of the monastery opened slowly and 2 bald monks appeared. They wore monk robes and their cultivation realms were not high. They were only at the Black Immortal realm. The 2 monks sized up the martial Dao Prime Body and stared at the Mara mask for a long time but could not make out anything. Not only could the Mara mask cover his face, it could also block spirit consciousness detection. Coupled with the fact that the Prime Body cultivated the martial Dao, even a perfected immortal would not be able to see through the depths of the Prime Body, let alone the 2 monks whose cultivations were insufficient. The gazes of the 2 monks landed on Heavenly Wolf behind the martial Dao Prime Body. Heavenly Wolf was gigantic with a ferocious gaze and a murderous aura. The expressions of the 2 monks changed slightly. When the 2 monks looked at Yen Beichin on Heavenly Wolf's back, they frowned at the same time. "Fiend domain cultivators," the 2 monks hollered. Although Yen Beichen was unconscious, he cultivated the Fiend Obsession Sutra, and the Obsession Fiend Qi that maintained the remaining life force in his body was extremely rich. Cultivators of the Fiend domain are not allowed to step foot into the pure land of the Buddhist monasteries. Extreme disgust appeared in the eyes of the two monks as they hollered, "Patrons, please leave." With that said, the two monks returned to the monastery. The monastery's door closed with a loud boom. The martial Tao prime body stood in front of the closed monastery in silence. There were no emotions beneath his cold silver mask. The conflict between Buddhists and fiends is even more intense than between immortals and fiends. They can barely coexist. Heavenly Wolf said, "In the oldest records, the ancient fiend Bo Sun was born at the same time as the ancient Buddha. It was said that when the Buddha comprehended the Tao beneath the Bodhi tree, the ancient fiend Bo Sun led 8 billion fiends here, and a massive battle between the Buddhists and fiends broke out. The feud between the Buddhists and fiends have been around for a long time and are etched in their bones." The martial Tao prime body had heard of that legend as well. The legendary ancient fiend, Bo Sun, was the oldest, strongest, and most terrifying fiend. As for this generation's Emperor Bo Sun, he was truly strong as well. To think that he could comprehend the two dharmic Taos of Buddha and fiend to their limits and reach the realm of Buddha and fiend coexisting. First came the ancient fiend Bo Sun, followed by Emperor Bo Sun. The feud between Buddhists and fiends had deepened continuously. Therefore, all disciples of the Buddhist sects were extremely sensitive to any mention of the fiends. Heavenly Wolf said, "Among the Buddhist cultivators, the fiend domain is considered as filthy soil and is the complete opposite of the pure land of bliss. If they knew that we were from the fiend domain, they would definitely not let us step foot into the pure land of bliss for fear that our filthy aura would contaminate the pure land of bliss." The martial Tao prime body remained silent the entire time. A moment later, he glanced sideways at the unconscious Yen Beichen. Yen Beichen's condition was getting worse, and it was unknown how much longer he could last. He did not have much time left. The martial Tao prime body did not wish to continue waiting by their rules. He reached out and pressed on the door of Azura Monastery, exerting strength. Boom! Accompanied by a loud bang, the door of the monastery was shattered by a single palm strike from the martial Tao prime body, crumbling into pieces. Dust billowed and wood shavings splattered everywhere. The two monks from earlier on had yet to leave. When they turned around, they were shocked at what they saw. Neither of them expected that the purple-robed man with the silver mask would dare barge into Azura Monastery. Ow! Ow! Heavenly Wolf carried Yen Beichen and passed through the billowing dust, leaping into Azura Monastery murderously. He howled continuously in extreme excitement. "Are we going to start a massacre?" He could not wait any longer, and a ferocious glint flashed through his eyes. Licking his lips with his grisly red tongue, he glared at the two monks not far away and lunged forward with a deep growl. The two monks were only black immortals, and Heavenly Wolf was already at the level 1 heaven essence realm. Against the ferocious might of Heavenly Wolf, the two monks were so scared that their legs went limp and they could not move, let alone resist. A tragic stench surged over, and the two monks were about to suffocate with despair on their faces. Heavenly Wolf's mouth was about to devour the two monks when he suddenly stopped in midair motionlessly. Ow! Right on the heels of that, Heavenly Wolf shrieked and nearly bit off his tongue. Unknowingly, the martial Tao prime body had arrived behind Heavenly Wolf and reached out, yanking the latter's furry tail back. Heavenly Wolf's pounce was ferocious, and he was caught off guard by the sudden attack from the martial Tao prime body behind him. He felt a burning pain on his butt, and his tail seemed to be snapped. Ow! Heavenly Wolf roared and turned to look at the martial Tao prime body with a furious gaze. However, when he met with the cold gaze of the martial Tao prime body, he softened instantly and his anger dissipated. He merely blinked and whimpered with an aggrieved expression. "Behave yourself," the martial Tao prime body said indifferently. "Protect Yen Beichen well. You don't have to do anything." The martial Tao prime body was here to save someone, not to kill. The monks of Azura Monastery were conflicted because of the feud between Buddhists and fiends. However, at the end of the day, the martial Tao prime body did not have any deep feud with these monks. Su Zimo was a scholar. Although his heart was like a ferocious person, he was not a bloodthirsty person. It was different for Heavenly Wolf. He was the seven emotions fiend king to begin with and had followed Emperor Bosun to kill countless people in the fiend domain. Be it in his previous life or now, Heavenly Wolf could be considered as a pure fiend. If Heavenly Wolf were to attack, countless living beings in Azura Monastery would die. The two black immortal monks were scared out of their wits and could only watch helplessly as the martial Tao prime body and the gigantic Heavenly Wolf passed above their heads, not daring to stop them. Who is there? How dare you barge into Azura Monastery? Halt! The commotion caused by the monastery's door shattering spread into the monastery before long. Figures appeared one after another at the front, speeding over with powerful auras. The martial Tao prime body swept his spirit consciousness, and it was clear that the cultivations of these monks were much stronger. However, the strongest of them were only grade 9 Earth Immortals. You guys can't stop me. Just disperse. The martial Tao prime body said indifferently and waved his sleeves gently, releasing an incomparably powerful power that enveloped down. The dozens of monks at the front fell from midair before they could arrive. The monks landed on the ground without any injuries. However, everyone seemed to be suppressed by an invisible force of 1 billion pounds and could not soar into the air. They could only watch as the two of them and the wolf continued forward. Amitba! Before long, the martial Tao prime body heard a divine Sanskrit sound in the world. It sounded slowly with lingering echoes that struck one's heart. The Buddhist proclamation was a secret skill targeted at the Tao heart and wanted to shake the Tao heart of the martial Tao prime body. Because Yen Beichen was unconscious, the Buddhist proclamation had no effect on him. As for Heavenly Wolf, he was once the seven emotions fiend king and his Tao heart was even more unshakable. The fact that the martial Tao prime body could condense the 10th stone step of the Tao heart stairs meant that such impacts to the Tao heart were nothing to him. In the monastery at the front, figures soared into the air one after another. There were hundreds of monks and they were all heaven immortals. Their leader wielded a Buddhist staff and had a benevolent expression, his eyes filled with compassion. The martial Tao prime body stood above Azura Monastery and released his spirit consciousness that extended continuously, enveloping Azura Monastery completely and reflecting everything in the monastery in his heart. The few accomplished monks with the highest cultivation realms in Azura Monastery were all grade 9 heaven immortals. The old monk in the middle wielded a Buddhist staff. From his attire and bearing, he should be the abbot of Azura Monastery. In other words, Azura Monastery should only be a black grade sect. Of course, deep underground in the monastery ahead, there was a faint but powerful aura of life. However, the life force fluctuation was almost imperceptible, as though it was asleep. Strange. A doubt rose in the heart of the martial Tao prime body. Great Taiwei Mountain was the border of the Pure Land of Bliss and was the closest to Taiwei Mountain. This was a unique location. The fact that such a monastery was established here, but was only a black-grade faction without any perfected immortal experts was strange to begin with. Patron, the pure land of the Buddhist monasteries lies ahead. Please return the way you came. The abbot of Azura Monastery said in a deep voice, Patron, if you're willing to lay down your butcher's knife, Azura Monastery is willing to guide you. You can convert to Buddhism and wash away your filth as well as sever your ties to the mortal world. The abbot of Azura Monastery lowered his head. However, there was a compassionate glint in his eyes and his voice contained a divine might that was deafening. The lowered glance of a bodhisattva. This was a supreme secret skill of the Buddhist monasteries. There was a saying in the Buddhist monasteries that the enraged gaze of the Vajra could not match the lowered gaze of the bodhisattva. Back then, Buddha could purify many peerless fiends with a single sentence. It was clear how shocking this secret skill was. However, the martial Tao prime body's Tao heart was immovable. Even if Buddha was reborn, it was unknown if the martial Tao prime body could be converted, let alone this abbot of Azura Monastery before them. The martial Tao prime body extended his fair hands that were sparkling like jade and asked, I don't have a blade in my hands. How can I lay down the butcher's knife? The martial Dao prime body barged into Azura Monastery without killing anyone, and his hands were not stained with blood. You're wrong. The abbot of Azura Monastery had a calm expression as he smiled gently. The so-called butcher's knife does not refer to the blade in one's hands. Instead, it refers to malice, evil words, and actions. There's also all sorts of delusions, confusion, inversion of facts, attachments, and obsessions. Those are the blades in your heart, patron. The reason why I ask you to lay down the butcher's knife and convert to Buddhism is so that you can let go of your delusions, obsessions, and attachments. In that sense, you can become a Buddha right away. Abbot, have you let go of your attachments? The martial Dao prime body asked indifferently. Without waiting for the abbot of Azura Monastery to reply, the martial Dao prime body continued asking, if you've given up on attachments, why are you harping about Buddhists and fiends? Why are you stopping me from entering the pure land of bliss? The abbot of Azura Monastery still had his head lowered. However, the white brows on his eyes twitched slightly. It was clear that he was emotional. Although both parties did not attack, the exchange of words was also a form of clash. This was considered a wise Dao discussion of the Buddhist monasteries. When the abbot of Azura Monastery saw that the martial Dao prime body could react so quickly and say that, he knew that the other party's comprehension of Buddhism was definitely not weaker than his. I'm here with no ill intentions. I'm only here to save someone. The martial Dao prime body continued. There's a saying in the Buddhist sutras that saving a life is better than building a 7-storied pagoda. If you refuse to let me into the pure land of bliss because of your attachments, the blade in your heart is the true invisible killer. If you insist on stopping me, abbot, your obsession is probably not weaker than mine. The abbot of Azura Monastery took a deep breath and tried his best to compose himself as he recited sutras to calm himself down. Against the sharpness of the martial Dao prime body, his Dao heart had already wavered. The martial Dao prime body continued. In addition, I'm puzzled. A supreme fiend who has killed countless people can become a Buddha the moment he lays down his butcher's knife. What about the innocent souls that died in his hands? Some people have done countless good deeds. However, as long as they commit a mistake, they will be scolded by thousands of people immediately, let alone given a chance to convert to Buddhism. What logic is that? Why are you guys so benevolent to fiends while so harsh to all other living beings in the world? Those words were like sharp swords that pierced the Dao heart of the abbot of Azura Monastery. His accusations shook the foundational beliefs of many Buddhist monks. The abbot of Azura Monastery's expression changed starkly and his body swayed, almost unable to stand in midair. He looked at the martial Dao prime body with fear in his eyes. The silver mask of the martial Dao prime body was cold the entire time, and he did not reveal any emotions. However, at that moment, the abbot of Azura Monastery seemed to be able to see the dignified, divine, and benevolent face of a Dharma characteristic on the silver mask. A halo seemed to blossom behind the head of the martial Dao prime body and Buddhist light enveloped it. However, the eyes of the martial Dao prime body were deep as an abyss, as though they contained immense fiend power. A Buddha from the fiend domain. The abbot of Azura Monastery's voice trembled slightly. A Buddha and fiend within the same body, coexisting as one. In the memories of Azura Monastery, the last person from the fiend domain who had such an understanding of Buddhism was the legendary Emperor Bo-Sun. He's back. He's back. The abbot of Azura Monastery roared as though he had gone mad. Bo-Sun is back. Abbot! The monks exclaimed. The abbot of Azura Monastery was in a daze and had already fallen into a frenzied state. The compassion in his eyes vanished, leaving only endless panic and fear. All the monks had naturally heard of the Bo-Sun mentioned by the abbot of Azura Monastery. However, Emperor Bo-Sun had already died in Avicii for many years. How could he revive? Furthermore, although the purple-robed man before them wore a silver mask and looked mysterious, he was far from an expert like Emperor Bo-Sun. Although everyone from Azura Monastery could not tell the cultivation realm of the martial Dao prime body, they could sense that Heavenly Wolf was only a grade 1 heaven immortal and was of no threat. With a mount that was only a grade 1 heaven immortal, it could be deduced that the purple-robed man's cultivation realm was definitely not too high. At the very least, it would not exceed the heaven essence realm. How dare you, fiend! How dare you confuse the masses with your demonic words in the pure land of the Buddhist monasteries? Another grade 9 heaven immortal monk made a prompt decision and said in a deep voice, "Monks of Azura Monastery, listen up and join forces to suppress this fiend." The monks agreed, and hundreds of heaven immortal monks summoned their heaven-grade dermic treasures one after another, releasing divine powers and secret skills that blanketed the skies as they surged over. Wind and rain, being soldiers, 3 heads 6 arms, Buddha dragon elephant. Supreme divine powers burst forth one after another, and the energy fluctuation derived swept in all directions, causing the world to change and dust to fly. The chants of the Buddhas were endless and divine, as though they wanted to cleanse the world of all evil and filth. Heavenly Wolf was proficient in fiend techniques and was the most resistant against such divine powers and sacred Sanskrit of the Buddhist monasteries. However, although he was the 7 emotions fiend king in his previous life, his current cultivation was only at grade 1 heaven immortal. The divine might released by the supreme divine powers of the Buddhist monasteries made him feel extremely uncomfortable. Heavenly Wolf growled repeatedly uneasily. The eyes of the martial Tao prime body were deep, and there was no expression on his cold silver mask. He stood motionlessly in midair, and 9 purple halos burst forth behind him. Every single halo was intertwined with endless mysterious runes that condensed the will of the martial Tao. The power in the body of the martial Tao prime body rose continuously, and his aura surged. The world seemed to have stopped. All the dermic treasures and divine powers were motionless in midair. After a brief pause, the 9 fate rings blossomed and released countless mysterious runes. Purple chi spread and swept through everything. No matter the grade, many dermic treasures were repelled by the 9 fate rings of the martial Tao prime body. Many supreme divine powers of the Buddhist monasteries were suppressed by the power released by the 9 fate rings as well and dissipated on the spot, turning into heaven and earth essence chi. The monks of Azura Monastery were shocked. So many heaven immortal experts attacked at the same time, but they were all defeated by a single move from the purple-robed cultivator before them. In fact, the monks of Azura Monastery did not even know what the 9 purple halos surrounded by mysterious runes were. Could he be a perfected fiend? The hearts of the few grade 9 heaven immortal monks skipped a beat. Right then, the martial Tao prime body suddenly spoke and roared. Myriad beings sound. It was as though there was a dragon's roar, a phoenix's cry, a crane's cry, a horse's neigh, a wolf's howl, an ape's cry, a tiger's roar and a dog's bark. The cries of all living beings in the world interweaved and gathered at that moment, forming a roar that reverberated through the 9 heavens and shook the world. After the martial Tao prime body created this sound domain secret skill, he had only used it once. This sound domain secret skill was extremely powerful and was condensed by the prime body after he synthesized countless sound domain secret skills. In fact, it was even more terrifying than the dragon roar secret skill of the green lotus true body. This time round, the martial Tao prime body merely released 60% of his full strength. Even so, it was a devastating blow to the hundreds of Azura Monastery monks before him. The Buddha chants and the roars of dragons and tigers dissipated instantly. Poof, poof, poof. Some low-level heaven immortals could not withstand it at all and spat out blood, falling from midair uncontrollably. Although the few grade 9 heaven immortals of Azura Monastery managed to defend against it, they felt their ears sting and their minds buzzed. Their minds went blank and they lost consciousness for the time being. The monks were utterly defeated. At the same time, something deep underground in the Azura hall ahead seemed to have been awakened by the myriad being sound and released an incomparably domineering life fluctuation. Boom! Every single halo was intertwined with endless mysterious runes that condensed the will of the martial Tao. The ground of Azura Monastery trembled as well. In the depths of Azura Monastery, there was an unassuming tomb where some Azura Monastery monks who had passed away were buried. Beside the tomb, There was an extremely simple straw hut that was on the verge of collapse, as though it would fall apart with a single gust of wind. The straw hut was short and dilapidated, not much different from the tombs beside it. It had no door and it was empty and pitch black inside. Right then, an old monk walked out slowly from the entrance of the straw hut. He wore a pitch-black monk robe and had no beard. However, his white brows were so long that they almost reached his shoulders. The old monk was scrawny and slightly hunched, making him look short. His face was filled with wrinkles and his eyes were cloudy. He raised his head and glanced in the direction of the myriad beings' sound before retracting his gaze. Arriving before a tomb, the old monk bent down slightly and removed the weeds around the tomb to clean it up. A tombstone stood on the tomb. The strange thing was that the tombstone was blank without any words. Suddenly, the old monk did something strange. Extending his withered hands, he gripped the edge of the tombstone and leaped up gently, climbing up slowly. Thereafter, the old monk tried his best to do a flip as he sat on the tombstone. With his back facing Azura Monastery, he gazed in the direction of the pure land of bliss in a daze. Azura Monastery. The martial Tao Prime Body merely released 9 fate rings and myriad being sound without using his full strength. However, the monks of Azura Monastery were already wailing and could not defend against it. Fiend, even if you enter the pure land of bliss, arhats of the Buddhist monasteries will come and stop you. You won't be able to get far. A grade 9 heaven immortal monk hollered. Arhats were comparable to perfected immortals of the 9 firmament immortal domain and perfected fiends of the fiend domain. Despite the difference in their titles, they were all perfected one-realm cultivators. Is that so? The martial Tao Prime Body said indifferently. If they come, tell them to look for me in Avicii. Avicii. Upon hearing that word, the monks of Azura Monastery could not help but shudder. Naturally, they did not think that the martial Tao Prime Body would truly head to Avicii. After all, that was a forbidden ground that even great emperors would shrink back from. Throughout history, countless experts have been buried. Fiend, what is your purpose of barging into Azura Monastery and attempting to enter the pure land of bliss? A monk of Azura Monastery questioned loudly. The martial Tao Prime Body passed by the monks of Azura Monastery and suddenly paused. After pondering for a moment, he said, "If your monastery has the Siraka fruit, I can leave and not take a single step into the pure land of bliss." The Siraka fruit. A monk glared at him and shouted, "Fiend, you're here because you want the sacred item of the Buddhist monasteries, the Siraka fruit. We must not let him pass. Hurry and awaken it and release it to kill this fiend." 2296 Battling the Azura. Upon receiving the order, the monks guarding the main hall of Azura Monastery channeled their secret skills without any delays and released spirit lights into the ground of the main hall. Dong! There was a deafening bang. It was as though a terrifying life form was rising beneath Azura Monastery's main hall and was about to break out of the ground. The martial Tao Prime Body was expressionless as he advanced with Heavenly Wolf following closely behind. No matter what danger you encounter, you just have to remember to protect Yen Beichin and leave. Don't worry about me. The martial Tao Prime Body sent a voice transmission with his spirit consciousness. All right. Heavenly Wolf agreed without hesitation. As he spoke, the martial Tao Prime Body had already arrived before the main hall of Azura Monastery. Boom! 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 Suddenly, gigantic cracks appeared on the ground of Azura Monastery's main hall and dust billowed. 2 thick arms extended from within. Splash! Immediately after, the 2 arms pushed against the ground and a tall figure burst forth. It was so tall that it penetrated the dome of Azura Monastery's main hall. The figure was like an iron tower with rusty chains coiled around his body. Half naked, he exuded a savage and violent aura. The gigantic living being had a similar appearance to humans. However, it was extremely ugly and had 2 horns on its head that were slightly curved and extremely sharp. Roar! The living being widened its eyes and let out a deafening roar in the direction of the martial Tao Prime Body, causing air currents to surge. The main hall of Azura Monastery shook continuously against the roar and could collapse at any moment. When the living being roared, its blood chi surged and gigantic green veins popped up on its neck like coiled anaconda snakes. It was extremely terrifying. His physique is very strong. Before the martial Tao prime body fought, he could already sense the terrifying blood chi and powerful physique of the living being. The martial Tao prime body swept his spirit consciousness across but could not tell the cultivation realm of the living being. What race is that? The martial Tao prime body asked with a frown. It's the Azura. Heavenly Wolf glared at the tall figure not far away and said sternly, the Azura race is unlike humans, demons, ghosts, or gods. However, they are innately strong and possess extremely powerful combat strength. Their race cultivates differently from the other races and outsiders can't detect their cultivation. However, if the Azura race enters the Perfected One realm, there will be obvious changes. They will grow an additional head and 2 more arms. If they advance to the Grotto Heaven realm and become Azura kings, they will gain 3 heads and 6 arms. 3 heads and 6 arms? The martial Tao prime body murmured. That's right. Heavenly Wolf said, the supreme divine power, 3 heads, 6 arms, originated from the Azura race. If the Azura race advances to the Emperor realm, their number of heads won't increase. However, they will grow another pair of arms and become 8-armed Azuras. The martial Tao prime body did not know much about the Azura race and had never seen them before in Tianhuang mainland. Among the 6 paths of reincarnation, there was the Azura Tao and he did not know what it had to do with the Azura race. However, when the martial Tao prime body knew the origin of the living being before him, he understood why this monastery was called Azura Monastery. Heavenly Wolf said, Master, you can't be careless. The Azura race has an extremely strong physique, bloodline, and combat strength. They're definitely not weaker than the dragon and god races. Kill that fiend. A few monks of Azura Monastery shouted at the Azura. The Azura roared repeatedly and broke through the hall of Azura Monastery, charging towards the martial Tao prime body in huge strides. 9 fate rings condensed behind the martial Tao prime body and his gaze intensified. Without retreating or dodging, he charged towards the Azura and punched. Compared to the indomitable Azura, the figure of the martial Tao prime body looked incomparably tiny. His counterattack was akin to striking a stone with an egg. However, the power and will released by the martial Tao prime body's punch was robust and majestic like a mountain, a deep sea, a volcano, and a tsunami. It was impossible to describe the pressure felt against that punch unless one was standing directly opposite the martial Tao prime body. A grim expression appeared on the Azura's face as well. Roar! He growled and raised his gigantic and tough fist as well, smashing down like a hammer against the fist of the martial Tao prime body. Bang! The fists collided and a dull thud sounded in midair, causing the world to tremble. The aftershock of the collision almost materialized and spread in all directions like ripples. Many structures in Azura Monastery collapsed one after another as dust billowed. The monks looked up at the 2 figures in midair with shocked expressions. They had not expected that the seemingly insignificant purple-robed man would be able to receive the Azura's fist in melee combat. What was that person's physique? Before the thought of Azura Monastery's monks dissipated, the Azura staggered 2 steps back in midair with a pained expression and cried out in agony. However, the purple-robed man remained unmoved and his silver mask was cold as ever. The Azura was defeated in melee combat? Everyone from Azura Monastery looked at everything in disbelief. Heavenly Wolf laughed. We're quite lucky. This Azura only has 2 arms and his cultivation has yet to reach the Perfected One realm. Ah! 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 The Azura roared repeatedly and waved his arms, causing 2 more arms to grow beneath his armpits. Heavenly Wolf's smile gradually froze on his face. The eyes of the martial Tao prime body focused. The 2 new arms of the Azura were rather skinny and had clearly not grown to their peak. In other words, although this Azura had entered the Perfected One realm, his combat strength was not at the peak of the Perfected One realm. At that thought, the martial Tao prime body did not wait for the Azura to accumulate his strength. Suddenly, he took a step forward and punched again, taking the initiative to hammer the Azura. At the same time, the blood chi of the martial Tao prime body surged with the sound of a tsunami. That punch was way too ferocious. The Asura's aura was completely suppressed by the martial Tao prime body. His eyes widened in rage as he crossed his arms high in front of him. The muscles on his arms were knotted like molten metal and shone with a metallic luster, filled with an explosive power. Boom! The fist of the martial Tao prime body smashed down like a meteor and let out a loud bang. The Asura grunted dully and his tall body was smashed shorter. His legs buckled and he nearly knelt on the ground. When the martial Tao prime body channeled his blood chi, the Asura could no longer defend. The martial Tao prime body did not give the Asura any chance to catch his breath, and took another step forward. He strode forward with the stance of plow heaven's stride. Boom! That stomp trampled on the Asura's arms once more. Poof! 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 Massive blood mists burst forth from the Asura's arms as he was trampled beneath the foot of the martial Tao prime body. With a boom, he knelt in the ruins and blood spewed from his nose and mouth. 2297 Tomb Keeper. The Asura was tall and burly, but now he was kneeling on the ground with a seemingly tiny figure standing on his raised arms. However, that figure trampled the Asura beneath its feet such that the latter could not raise his head. The monks of Asura Monastery widened their eyes in shock. An Arhat expert of the Buddhist monasteries had spent a lot of effort to subdue this Asura, so that the latter could protect Asura Monastery. To think that the Asura would be suppressed by the purple-robed man in a few rounds and could not move at all. What was even more frightening was that the purple-robed man destroyed the Asura in melee combat. It was purely a fight between blood chi and body. Actually, if the Asura had released his full strength right away, he might have been able to last a little longer in the hands of the martial Tao prime body. Earlier on, his initiative was snatched away by the martial Tao prime body, and he was subdued by the latter before he could release his brute force completely. Your monastery doesn't have the Sraka fruit? The martial Tao prime body trampled the Asura beneath his feet but did not kill him and asked again. The reason why he came this time round was to save Yen Beichen. There was no deep feud with Asura Monastery before him, and there was no need for him to start a massacre. The Ashoka tree has long shattered. You're too late. A monk sneered. If you want the Sraka fruit, you can head to Avicii. It might be there. All right, that's where I'm headed. The martial Tao prime body replied indifferently. The monk was stunned. He had merely mentioned it casually earlier on, and had not expected the purple-robed man to want to head to Avicii. Notwithstanding the heavenly world, even in the entire upper world, Avicii was a notorious forbidden ground that even emperors would not dare to explore. Entering Avicii was equivalent to committing suicide. Ever since Avicii existed, countless experts have wanted to explore its secrets. However, none of them came out alive. Similar to a bottomless black hole, Avicii could devour everything. What are you talking about? The monk was still in disbelief as he hollered softly. Do you know what sort of a place Avicii is? The martial Tao prime body ignored the monks of Asura Monastery, and in a flash, led Heavenly Wolf forward, disappearing from their line of sight before long. Senior brother, what should we do? A monk said, the abbot's Tao heart has collapsed and he's already in chi deviation. He's in a daze. Should we send a message to the Arhat experts of Putua Monastery? Send someone to follow the purple-robed cultivator first and see where he is going. Another monk said in a deep voice, if he truly enters Avicii, we don't have to bother about him. In any case, once he enters Avicii, he's as good as dead. All right. A monk's figure flashed and he chased in the direction of the martial Tao prime body. Asura Monastery was extremely vast and the martial Tao prime body advanced. After walking for about 15 minutes, he finally saw the wall of Asura Monastery's backyard. The martial Tao prime body brought Heavenly Wolf and was about to cross the wall to leave Asura Monastery when he suddenly stopped and shifted his gaze to a corner in the backyard. There was an unassuming tomb with a dilapidated straw hut beside it that was on the verge of collapse. That was nothing much. The only strange thing was that an old monk was sitting on a tombstone with his back facing the martial Tao prime body. The old monk's back was hunched and he looked withered. Raising his head slightly, His white brows were almost slumped over his shoulders as he gazed in the direction of the pure land of bliss with a peaceful expression. It was unknown what he was looking at. The old monk's posture was a little strange. Sitting on someone's tombstone was somewhat disrespectful to the dead. What puzzled the martial Dao prime body even more was that although he had clearly released his spirit consciousness to scan the entire Azura monastery earlier on, he did not sense the old monk's existence. The spirit consciousness of the martial Dao prime body scanned the old monk. He was only a low-level black immortal and his lifespan was almost up. He exuded a twilight aura and did not have much time left. The martial Dao prime body felt that there was something special about this long-browed old monk. However, he could not pinpoint the exact uniqueness. "Reverend, may I know your dermic title?" The martial Dao prime body descended and arrived beside the long-browed old monk, cupping his fists and asking. The long-browed old monk turned around slowly and glanced at the martial Dao prime body before looking at Heavenly Wolf at the side. There was no fluctuation in his hazy eyes, nor was there any change in his expression. "I don't have any dermic title. I'm just a tomb keeper," the long-browed old monk replied indifferently, as though he was not interested in the martial Dao prime body and Heavenly Wolf at all. He retracted his gaze after a mere glance. "How did Azura Monastery appear here?" the martial Dao prime body asked. "Around tens of thousands of years ago, there was a huge commotion over there." The long-browed old monk raised his skinny arm and pointed in a direction from afar. The martial Dao prime body checked against the map and saw that it was in the direction of Avicii of Taiwei Mountain. Heavenly Wolf had once said that tens of thousands of years ago, something huge seemed to have happened in Avicii, causing him and the Hell Suppression tripod to fall to the lower worlds at the same time. The long-browed old monk said, "After that, monks of the Pure Land built a monastery here to watch that area. If there is any activity, the Pure Land can know about it as soon as possible." The martial Dao prime body nodded to himself. That made sense. A mere black-grade sect was sufficient to keep watch for any activity around Taiwei Mountain which was nearby. "Who are the people buried in the tombs here?" the martial Dao prime body asked again. The long-browed old monk replied, "They were all monks who passed away in meditation in the monastery." "Why isn't there a name on the tombstone of the tomb beneath you, Reverend?" "That's because he's not dead yet." "Whose tomb is this?" "Mine." Before the old monk died, he had already prepared his tombstone in advance. Furthermore, the long-browed old monk was sitting on his tombstone in a calm manner, as though he had already seen through everything and was waiting for death to descend. An indescribably strange feeling rose in the heart of the martial Dao prime body. Suddenly, the hem of his clothes rustled. The martial Dao prime body glanced sideways and saw Heavenly Wolf biting the hem of his clothes with a lowered head, tugging gently to urge him to leave. The martial Dao prime body took a deep breath and bid farewell with cupped fists. The long-browed old monk did not move at all and did not even look at him. The martial Dao prime body soared into the air and continued in the direction of Taiwei Mountain with Heavenly Wolf. "You knew that old monk?" the martial Dao prime body asked. "No." After walking far away, Heavenly Wolf let out a long breath, as though he was relieved of a burden. "But for some reason, that old man gave me a sinister feeling. It's especially uncomfortable to be with him. The way he looked at me earlier on made my fur stand on end." The martial Dao prime body did not feel that way. Furthermore, he did not sense any hostility or killing intent from the long-browed old monk, and his spirit perception did not react at all. That old man was really strange. He's not dead yet, but he's already prepared a tomb for himself in advance. Isn't he afraid of bad luck? Heavenly Wolf mumbled again. Tombkeeper, Tombkeeper. The martial Dao prime body murmured softly in deep thought. 2298 Hell's Gate. The peak of Great Taiwei Mountain was extremely spacious. The martial Dao prime body and Heavenly Wolf crossed Azura Monastery and sped for another hour before arriving at the other end of the peak. During this period of time, a monk of Azura Monastery followed behind them. Although the monk of Azura Monastery hid himself well and his movement technique was extremely fast, he could not hide from the senses of the martial Dao prime body. The martial Tao prime body did not take him to heart. When they arrived and looked into the distance, they could see a pitch-black and tall mountain peak standing in the depths of the sea. It was the legendary Tai Wei Mountain. Unlike the majesty of ordinary mountain peaks, the first time the martial Tao prime body saw Tai Wei Mountain, he felt a sinister coldness. In the direction of Tai Wei Mountain, his spirit perception warned him repeatedly. Before he ascended Tai Wei Mountain, the martial Tao prime body already felt his heart skip a beat, as though a calamity was about to descend. Ever since the martial Tao prime body cultivated, he had never felt this way. Even when he faced Tao Lord Blood Fiend back then, the martial Tao prime body had never felt such trepidation. It's not too late to retreat now. Heavenly Wolf could also tell that the martial Tao prime body was hesitant and persuaded softly. Avicii is a world of its own and is isolated from heaven and earth essence chi. If you fall into it, you won't be able to release any divine powers or dermic arts. Furthermore, there are countless malevolent ghosts inside. Some of them were perfected immortals, some were immortal kings, and some were even emperors. These malevolent ghosts gathered together in an endless stream and devoured life essence wildly, biting flesh. Even my previous master could not withstand it, let alone you. I'm not here without any backing, the martial Tao prime body said indifferently. Heavenly Wolf continued, also, even with divine weapons and dermic treasures, they will be reduced to scrap metal in Avicii. There's fiend chi in Avicii that can seal all the dermic powers of divine weapons and dermic treasures, the martial Tao prime body said. I don't have any divine weapons or dermic treasures. My fist is the strongest divine weapon. Let's go, the martial Tao prime body said, and led the way towards Tai Wei Mountain. Although Heavenly Wolf was resistant, he could only grit his teeth and follow. There was a strait between Tai Wei Mountain and Great Tai Wei Mountain, and it was dark. Only the ocean between the two mountains shone with a ghastly green glow. If one focused their attention, the ocean seemed to be burning with ghastly green flames that were extremely strange. The moment the martial Tao prime body left Great Tai Wei Mountain, he was already on guard and released his spirit consciousness, prepared to deal with any sudden changes. Thankfully, there were no dangers along the way. A ripple appeared in the ghastly green ocean beneath before calming down. A moment later, the martial Tao prime body and Heavenly Wolf finally ascended the peak of Tai Wei Mountain. The moment he stepped foot on the top of Tai Wei Mountain, the martial Tao prime body suddenly sensed a strong summoning ahead, as though it was urging him to advance. Why, you can sense it too, right? When Heavenly Wolf stepped foot on Tai Wei Mountain, he could no longer control himself and began to tremble. This is the fiend power of Avicii. If we retreat now, there's still hope for us to survive. If we take another step forward, we might be doomed. The martial Tao prime body glanced sideways at Yen Beichen on the back of Heavenly Wolf. After a moment of silence, he said slowly, "Continue." With that said, he led the way. Heavenly Wolf hid behind the martial Tao prime body and followed carefully as he said, "Avicii is vast and boundless. Even if we jump down, it'll be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack to find my old master's corpse. Back then, I was a weapon spirit. I couldn't move around and did not know much about Avicii." There was already a hint of sorrow in Heavenly Wolf's voice. Fear was his only memory towards Avicii. Right then, the martial Tao prime body suddenly stopped and Heavenly Wolf almost bumped into him. Under the cold Mara mask of the martial Tao prime body, he had a grim expression and looked at a gigantic abyss not far ahead with heavy breathing. There was such a bottomless abyss in the center of Tai Wei Mountain. Looking into the abyss from above, one could only see pitch black. Even with the eyesight of the martial Tao prime body, he could not see what was beneath. The pitch-black abyss was like the mouth of an ancient behemoth, waiting for its prey to arrive. The summoning feeling earlier on came from this abyss. Any living being that stepped foot on Tai Wei Mountain would have difficulty defending against that summoning feeling. This is the entrance to Avicii, Hell's Gate. Heavenly Wolf shuddered. Suddenly, the martial Tao prime body asked, "Great Tai Wei Mountain and Tai Wei Mountain are made of the same material, right?" "Yes." Heavenly Wolf replied instinctively, not knowing why the Martial Tao Prime Body asked that. The Martial Tao Prime Body said coldly, "Back when Bo Sun was killed, more than 20 Emperor experts fought here, but none of them could shake Tai Wei Mountain. However, the infinite Great Emperor managed to open up such a gigantic abyss on Tai Wei Mountain. It was clear how terrifying the infinite Great Emperor was. Right then, a tremendous suction force came from the entrance of the abyss, as though the mouth of a gigantic behemoth was about to close. The Martial Tao Prime Body and Heavenly Wolf stood at the edge of the abyss and could not defend against that power at all. The three of them fell into the abyss right away. Ow! 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 Heavenly Wolf let out a tragic cry before his voice was devoured by the darkness. The figures of the two men and one wolf vanished as well. Not far away, the monk of Azura Monastery shuddered in fear and turned to flee. This man truly doesn't know what's good for him. To think that he would dare ascend Tai Wei Mountain. The monk of Azura Monastery muttered and flew towards the monastery without turning back. The moment the Martial Tao Prime Body descended, he reacted right away and extended his palm to support Heavenly Wolf and Yen Beichen. The two men and one wolf were gathered together and were not dispersed. Their speed of descent was too fast, and the Martial Tao Prime Body released 9 fate rings without hesitation. Purple halos appeared behind him and runes shone. However, in the blink of an eye, the 9 fate rings were covered by a faint black fog. Within a few breaths, the 9 fate rings dissipated. That's the Avicii Fiend Chi. When Heavenly Wolf noticed that, he sent a voice transmission with his spirit consciousness. We haven't truly entered Avicii yet. The Avicii Fiend Chi here is very thin. Even so, the 9 fate rings could no longer defend against it. The two of them and the wolf continued descending as the wind howled in their ears. In this abyss, visibility was extremely low. Even with the eyesight of the Martial Tao Prime Body, he could not see far and could only see around 10 feet around him. The range of his spirit consciousness was similar. As the Martial Tao Prime Body controlled his body, he calculated the distance they fell. 1,000 feet. 10,000 feet, 1 million feet, 10 million feet. The two of them and the wolf did not stop falling. The pitch-black abyss below seemed to be bottomless, and the Martial Tao Prime Body did not know what was waiting for them below. 2299 Hellhound. The falling momentum of the Martial Tao Prime Body did not decrease the entire time, as though they were just going to continue falling. Beneath them seemed like a bottomless abyss that could devour everything. The Martial Tao Prime Body could no longer calculate the height the two of them fell after entering the Hell's Gate. After a long time, the two of them and the wolf seemed to have passed through a barrier that was like water and suddenly entered another space. The space was sinister and filled with a thick black fog. After the Martial Tao Prime Body entered this place, he realized that his essence spirit and essence chi were suppressed by an invisible force and could not be activated. The range of spirit consciousness detection was limited and visibility was extremely low. We're here. This is Avicii. Heavenly Wolf's trembling voice sounded inaudibly, as though he was afraid of waking up some terrifying existence in Avicii. Upon entering this place, even simple dermic arts such as voice transmission with spirit consciousness could not be released. The surrounding black fog is the Avicii Fiend Chi. One of the palms of the Martial Tao Prime Body supported Heavenly Wolf the entire time. He could sense that Heavenly Wolf's body was trembling. Heavenly Wolf was truly afraid. The Martial Tao Prime Body tried his best to stabilize himself. After a while, he finally landed on the ground and felt his feet touch the ground. The surroundings were extremely quiet and sinister. The Martial Tao Prime Body focused his gaze and 2 balls of flames appeared in his eyes, allowing his vision to expand as much as possible. He still could not see anything. The Martial Tao Prime Body could only see the dark ground beneath his feet and the pitch-black rocks around him. Some of the rocks were even stained with blood. The malevolent ghosts of hell did not seem to have appeared. How should we proceed? The Martial Tao Prime Body asked softly. I don't know either. Heavenly Wolf's face was pale as he shook his head. This place is different from what I remember. This way. The Martial Tao Prime Body pondered for a moment and chose a random direction. He led the way and Heavenly Wolf followed closely behind, looking around tensely. Yen Beichen was still sprawled on his back in an unconscious state. Everything around him was unknown, and the martial Tao prime body did not dare to walk too quickly. After dozens of kilometers or so, the surroundings were silent. Apart from the footsteps of the martial Tao prime body and heavenly wolf, there was no other sound. Along the way, the martial Tao prime body saw many corpses in Avicii. However, most of them were already dyed up and could turn into ashes with a gentle touch. Even the storage bags beside the corpses were rotten, and the dermic treasures and divine weapons within had turned into dust. He even passed by a pool of blood that had existed for a long time but had yet to dry up. The martial Tao prime body did not dare to approach. The pool of blood contained an extremely terrifying power. After walking for dozens of miles, the martial Tao prime body suddenly stopped in his tracks and turned around, looking over. Heavenly Wolf was shocked and stopped hurriedly as well. "What's going on?" he asked softly. There was an additional sound of footsteps earlier on. The martial Tao prime body said slowly. "You mean to say..." Heavenly Wolf had a horrified expression. The martial Tao prime body said, "There's something behind us." "Pest!" Heavenly Wolf bared his teeth and gasped. His fur stood on end and his entire body expanded. The martial Tao prime body could only see a thick black fog and nothing else. After taking a deep breath, the martial Tao prime body continued forward. This time round, the footsteps behind them did not appear again. About an hour later, a strange sound echoed from the black fog on the left. Crack. It was a crisp sound as though bones were being crushed. The martial Tao prime body looked over with a grim expression. Suddenly, a scarlet spot of light appeared from the black fog and floated over slowly like a strange lantern. The lantern gradually approached. Heavenly Wolf was on guard and his eyes widened. At that moment he calmed down instead. After all, he was once the seven emotions fiend king in his previous life and had experienced too much bloodshed and countless dangerous forbidden grounds. At such a juncture, panicking would only lead to death. Before long, the outline of a massive body gradually appeared and walked out of the black fog. It was a vicious dog that looked to be more than 30 feet tall. Its body was mangled and ribs protruded from one side of its body. There was only half of the hellhound's head, and its only eye was filled with endless killing intent. It bared its sharp fangs and drooled with sticky saliva. Even at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley in Tianhuang mainland, malevolent ghosts with flesh and blood had appeared. The martial Tao prime body was not surprised that such a ferocious living being could be born in Avicii of the upper world. Roar! The hellhound glared at the martial Tao prime body for a while. As though it could not figure the latter out, it growled and lunged towards Heavenly Wolf. Heavenly Wolf was fearless and dodged the attack of the hellhound in a flash. Suddenly, he turned around and bit the hellhound's neck, swinging it violently. Crack! The neck of the hellhound was snapped by Heavenly Wolf and half of its head slumped weakly. Heavenly Wolf spat and pouted. "Bastard! How dare you provoke me with such mere capabilities?" He turned around and was about to leave when the hellhound whose neck was bitten off stood up strangely. It lowered its head and glared at Heavenly Wolf with its single eye, the blood glint in its eyes turning brighter. The moment Heavenly Wolf turned around, the hellhound stood up and lunged forward, launching a fatal attack. By the time Heavenly Wolf realized the danger, it was already too late. Purple figure flashed. The martial Tao prime body was even faster. Arriving behind Heavenly Wolf, he reached out with both hands and grabbed the front claws of the hellhound, tearing them apart. Shing! A jarring sound sounded as the hellhound was ripped into two by the martial Tao prime body and fresh blood flowed. Even so, the hellhound was not completely dead. Half of its body squirmed slightly on the ground. However, it was no longer possible for it to stand up and attack. Living beings that were derived from malevolent ghosts did not have consciousnesses or essence spirits. The only way to kill them completely was to burn them to ashes. "You've never seen such hellhounds before?" the martial Tao prime body asked with a frown. From Heavenly Wolf's performance earlier on, it seemed like he had no experience fighting against such a hellhound. Heavenly Wolf shook his head. "I've never seen them before. After my old master and I fell in, he recuperated on the spot. Before long, countless malevolent ghosts swarmed over endlessly. My old master was severely injured and could not defend against the attacks of the swarm. That was the reason why he died in the end. The martial Tao prime body pondered for a moment. As you said, Avicii is vast and boundless. It's only logical for us to encounter different living beings of hell. Thankfully, this hellhound is not strong and is not much of a threat to us. Heavenly Wolf shook his head gently. This hellhound is indeed very weak. However, there must be malevolent ghosts that are much stronger than it in Avicii. If those malevolent ghosts awaken, we won't be able to defend at all. The only way to survive is to find my old master's corpse as soon as possible and think of a way to leave this place. 2300 Sanskrit Shock. The martial Tao prime body continued forward. Along the way, a few more hellhounds appeared, but they were all killed by him. In this dark and sinister space, there was a suffocating atmosphere at all times. After a long time, Heavenly Wolf felt increasingly frustrated. If we continue searching aimlessly, even if there's no threat, we might not be able to find the corpse of my old master even after searching for millions of years. Heavenly Wolf could not help but say, "The direction we're heading in should be the right one." The martial Tao prime body did not stop and said indifferently, "How do you know that we're heading in the right direction?" Heavenly Wolf asked. Just as the martial Tao prime body was about to explain, his spirit perception warned him. He surveyed his surroundings and saw red lanterns appear in the surrounding black fog, approaching rapidly. A cold gust of wind blew and the black fog faded significantly, revealing the figures of many hellhounds. Unknowingly, the martial Tao prime body and Heavenly Wolf had already fallen into the encirclement of the hellhounds and could be seen everywhere they looked. Huff! The many hellhounds glared at the martial Tao prime body and Heavenly Wolf with bloodthirsty eyes and growled deeply. "What should we do?" Heavenly Wolf grit his teeth and asked. "Charge out and follow me." The gaze of the martial Tao prime body intensified. In a flash, he took the initiative and charged into the encirclement of the hellhounds at the front. Roar! The many hellhounds roared as well and attacked at the same time, charging towards the martial Tao prime body. The blood chi of the martial Tao prime body surged and the sound of a tsunami echoed from his body. He waved his fists and fought in all directions. Bang! 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 Every single punch from the martial Tao prime body released an incomparable might. When it struck the hellhounds, their bodies either exploded or they were shattered. None of the hellhounds could defend against the fist of the martial Tao prime body. The martial Tao prime body was like a humanoid divine weapon and dermic treasure. He charged forward in an unstoppable manner and created a path of blood. Heavenly Wolf followed closely behind, not daring to fall behind. The surrounding hellhounds were still swarming over fearlessly, chasing and biting behind the martial Tao prime body and Heavenly Wolf. As long as Heavenly Wolf was slightly slower, he would be drowned by countless hellhounds and torn into pieces in the blink of an eye. Bang! The martial Tao prime body punched again and sent a hellhound flying. His body shuddered slightly as well. It felt as though he had struck the incomparably tough Tai Wei mountain with that punch. Without stopping in his tracks, the martial Tao prime body glanced sideways. The hellhound that was sent flying by his punch earlier on fell not far away. It shook its head and stood up once more. It was almost completely unharmed after receiving his punch. What Heavenly Wolf was worried about had already happened. As time passed by, the number of malevolent ghosts alarmed would only increase. The malevolent ghosts that appeared later on would become stronger as well. By now, there were already hellhounds that could defend against his full-powered punch. If it was a little longer, malevolent ghosts that could kill him would definitely appear. However, there was a doubt in the mind of the martial Tao prime body. Why were all the malevolent ghosts that appeared now in the form of these hellhounds? This should have something to do with Avicii's laws. However, he could not figure out the exact connection. At that moment, there was no room for him to be distracted. Bang! Right then, Another hellhound lunged forward and the martial Dao prime body punched in reverse. Unexpectedly, the hellhound's reaction was extremely fast as well. It extended its claws and blocked the fist of the martial Dao prime body. At the same time, it opened its mouth and bit towards the latter's throat. The martial Dao prime body's expression was unchanged as he exhaled and shouted, causing the hellhound to tremble. At the same time, the martial Dao prime body punched the head of the hellhound again and forced it back. The hellhound merely shuddered after receiving a punch from the martial Dao prime body and was not affected at all. Descending to the ground, it lunged forward once more. The charging momentum of the martial Dao prime body stopped as well. Heavenly Wolf was following at the back. The momentary pause for the three of them caused countless hellhounds to lunge forward with a stench of blood immediately. "It's over," Heavenly Wolf sighed internally. He managed to escape from Avicii by some freak coincidence. To think that he would still die at this place today. At that thought, Heavenly Wolf closed his eyes and could only lament that fate was playing tricks on him. Right then, the martial Dao prime body chanted Sanskrit and a mysterious Buddhist sutra. Sanskrit reverberated throughout the world. Golden Sanskrit words appeared one after another and enveloped the martial Dao prime body, Heavenly Wolf and Yen Beichin, forming a barrier. The moment the hellhounds charged forward, their expressions changed when they saw the golden Sanskrit words and they stopped in their tracks hurriedly. The hellhounds at the back could not control their bodies and collided with the ones at the front in a mess. The hellhound that could fight against the martial Dao prime body without being disadvantaged earlier on revealed deep fear in its bloodshot eyes when it saw the golden Sanskrit words. When Heavenly Wolf opened his eyes and saw such a shocking scene, he was dumbfounded. Countless hellhounds surrounded the two of them, but none of them dared to take a step forward. In fact, many hellhounds had already begun to escape, as though they had seen something extremely terrifying. Some of the hellhounds sprawled on the ground, shivering with fear in their bloodshot eyes. "What's happening?" Heavenly Wolf opened his mouth and asked instinctively. Pausing for a moment, he seemed to have thought of something and blurted, "I got it. It's the Prajna Nirvana Sutra." That's right. The martial Dao prime body did not hide anything. The reason why he decided to head to Avicii to look for the Fiend Obsession Buddha Karmic Sutra was because of the Prajna Nirvana Sutra. Avicii was created by the Infinite Great Emperor using his body. The weapon of the Infinite Great Emperor was the Hell Suppression Tripod. The Prajna Nirvana Sutra was etched in the Hell Suppression Tripod. Most of the malevolent ghosts in Avicii died in the hands of the Infinite Great Emperor and definitely had a deep understanding of the Prajna Nirvana Sutra. The fear of the Infinite Great Emperor had long seeped into their souls. Even after they turned into malevolent ghosts and condensed flesh to become hellhounds, they would still feel fear when they heard the sutra of the Infinite Great Emperor of the past. Indeed, after the martial Dao prime body chanted the Sanskrit of the Prajna Nirvana Sutra, many hellhounds retreated and did not dare to advance. "Hurry and go!" The martial Dao prime body urged softly and sped forward. The many hellhounds at the front opened up a path and did not dare to stop them. Even if there were a few hellhounds with powerful auras that looked hesitant, they did not advance rashly. The martial Dao prime body was surrounded by the golden Sanskrit of the Prajna Nirvana Sutra. He brought Heavenly Wolf and Yen Beichin and charged out of the encirclement of the hellhounds rapidly. Most of the hellhounds did not dare to continue chasing. However, there were still more than 10 hellhounds that hung far behind the martial Dao prime body. They were restless and the blood glint in their eyes intensified. "There's no need for us to run so quickly with the protection of this ancient sutra of the Infinite Great Emperor, right?" Heavenly Wolf panted. "The ghosts and living beings in Avicii fear the Infinite Great Emperor of the past, not this ancient sutra." The martial Dao prime body was extremely calm and said in a deep voice, "The reason why they're retreating now is because this ancient sutra contains the Dharmic Tao of the Infinite Great Emperor. As long as they realize that I'm not the Infinite Great Emperor at all and am far from his terrifying methods, these living beings of hell will still charge forward." Heavenly Wolf turned back and looked at the hellhounds behind them, secretly speechless. He also realized that the martial Dao prime body was not wrong. The Prajna Nirvana Sutra could only intimidate the living beings of hell temporarily, but it could not subdue them. Not only that, when the living beings of hell realized that the martial Tao prime body was no threat at all, it would trigger the hatred in their hearts even more. Back then, these living beings of hell were renowned top-tier experts of the upper world, and there were many kings and emperors among them. However, they were suppressed by the infinite great emperor Inauthentic and endured endless pain without the chance to reincarnate. In this dark and sinister hell, the malevolent ghosts of these experts no longer had their former glory. In fact, they had evolved into ugly and menacing hellhounds. Their hatred was imaginable. There was a high chance that the hatred would be vented on the martial Tao prime body. Heavenly Wolf asked again, "When will things end if we just escape like this? Furthermore, how do you know that we can find my old master's corpse in this direction?" The martial Tao prime body said, "After entering this place, I circulated the Fiend Obsession Sutra and activated the Mara Mask. In this direction, I sensed an aura of the same origin. The time of Emperor Bosun's death was comparatively recent. In other words, even though he was already dead, there might still be some Dermic Tao aura left in his corpse. Furthermore, the Mara Mask was created by a clone of Emperor Bosun to begin with and naturally had a natural connection to the latter." "That's right, that's a good idea." Heavenly Wolf understood that logic and was invigorated. At the very least, he saw a sliver of hope. If they could find the corpse of Emperor Bosun as soon as possible and obtain the Fiend Obsession Buddha Karmic Sutra, they could then start looking for a way out. The longer they lingered in Avicii, the slimmer their chances of escaping. The dozens of hell hounds behind them were still closing in continuously. Suddenly, from the side, a three-headed hell hound with a terrifying aura charged out and roared in the direction of the martial Tao prime body. The three-headed hellhound was fearless against the golden Sanskrit around the martial Tao prime body and charged over with a ferocious gaze. The few hellhounds in front of him could not dodge in time and were knocked over. One of the hellhounds was even snapped by his bite and fresh blood splattered everywhere. The three-headed hellhound did not even turn back. His 6 bloodshot eyes were fixed on the martial Tao prime body with a murderous aura. Sensing the energy fluctuation of the three-headed hellhound, the martial Tao prime body guessed that he might not even be able to withstand a single move from him. The black fog ahead intensified. With the help of the golden Sanskrit light of the Prajna Nirvana Sutra, the martial Tao prime body could vaguely see that there seemed to be a tall and steep black stone wall ahead. It was filled with strange rocks and blood. The rocks on the black stone wall were exactly the same as the ones on Taiwei Mountain. They seemed to have reached the end of Avicii. The martial Tao prime body arrived before the black stone wall and sped along its edge. The three-headed hellhound was getting closer. Right then, a gigantic cave appeared on the black stone wall ahead, sucking in thick black fog. They no longer had a way out. The martial Tao prime body hesitated for a moment and charged in with Heavenly Wolf. After entering the cave, the martial Tao prime body slowed down and turned back. Through the black fog, he could vaguely see the three-headed hellhound standing in front of the pitch-black cave. However, he seemed wary and did not follow them in. Momentarily free from danger, the martial Tao prime body and Heavenly Wolf both heaved a sigh of relief. The cave was a long tunnel. As the martial Tao prime body and Heavenly Wolf ventured deeper, the surrounding black fog gradually faded. Before long, a soft feeling came from beneath the feet of the martial Tao prime body, as though he had stepped on mud. He lowered his head and saw that the ground was covered with a thick layer of grayish-white dust that led to the end of the tunnel. The martial Tao prime body lowered his head and grabbed a handful of the grayish-white dust, pinching it gently. "It's ashes." The martial Tao prime body frowned slightly. Countless living beings had died in that tunnel and there were no corpses left now, only ashes. Even the identities of those living beings could not be deduced. Right then, something tiny moved in the ashes in the palm of the martial Tao prime body. Immediately after, the expression of the martial Tao prime body changed slightly and he suddenly threw away the ashes in his hands. From the ashes, an ant the size of a rice grain crawled out and dived back into the ashes rapidly, disappearing. The ant earlier on bit the martial Tao prime body. What was terrifying was that the martial Dao prime body felt a trace of pain. His current body was strong and condensed, indestructible. Connate heaven-grade dermic treasures or even some sentient dermic treasures of perfected immortals might not be able to hurt him. However, that tiny ant actually hurt him. Ant! Heavenly Wolf noticed this as well and exclaimed, his tone changing from fright. Back then, my old master was drowned by a swarm of ants and gnawed to death. When he recalled the scene back then, Heavenly Wolf's voice revealed deep fear. Seems like this is the right path. The martial Dao prime body took a deep breath and continued forward with Heavenly Wolf. Since he saw the ant, it meant that he was getting closer to the corpse of Emperor Bo soon. The terrain of the cave was extremely complicated, and it was like a palace with countless intersecting tunnels. Some of the tunnels were connected. Some of the tunnels might lead to a dead end. Without a map, one might not be able to find a way out even if they walked for hundreds or thousands of years. This was completely different from the place earlier on. It was more like a gigantic maze. Thankfully, the martial Dao prime body channeled the Fiend Obsession Sutra continuously and advanced in a certain direction with his connection to Emperor Bo Soon's dermic Dao. Although there were occasional detours, they were in the right direction and the connection between the dermic Dao was getting stronger as well. 2302 Burial Ground. After walking for a long time, the martial Dao prime body paused. Heavenly Wolf's heart skipped a beat, and he became nervous immediately. On guard. He knew that the martial Dao prime body would definitely not stop for no reason. He must have sensed some danger. However, although Heavenly Eye could see and hear everything, he could not sense any danger. In the tunnel they were in, there were only the three of them. There were no other signs of life and the surroundings were peaceful. The martial Dao prime body raised his arm and slowly lifted the sleeves of his robe. What was revealed beneath his clothes was not a body of flesh and blood, but a dense swarm of pitch-black ants. The martial Dao prime body tore off the clothes at his chest area and it was pitch-black beneath as well. It was filled with ants. Each of their tiny heads shone with two blood-red spots. Unknowingly, the ants had already crawled all over the martial Dao prime body's body through his clothes. However, the martial Dao prime body did not notice it at all. Pest! When he saw that, Heavenly Wolf gasped and his fur stood on end. The moment his fur stood on end, tiny objects fell from Heavenly Wolf's body as well. Suddenly, Heavenly Wolf realized something and a chill ran down his spine. If even the martial Dao prime body did not notice it, his body would definitely be filled with such ants as well. At that thought, Heavenly Wolf felt his scalp tingle and he felt uncomfortable. He twisted his body wildly, wanting to fling the ants off his body. The ants seemed to have realized that they were exposed as well and suddenly took the initiative to attack. Ah! Heavenly Wolf let out a tragic cry. Tens of thousands of ants bit down on his body at the same time, dyeing his massive body red. Heavenly Wolf shuddered and almost fainted from the pain. The martial Dao prime body felt a sharp pain as well. However, his expression was unchanged as he chanted the Prajna Nirvana Sutra once more. Golden Sanskrit words appeared one after another and enveloped him, Heavenly Wolf and Yen Beichen. Splash! As though they were frightened, the ants fell off their bodies rapidly like black ink and fled in all directions. Before long, there were no longer any ants on the martial Dao prime body, Heavenly Wolf and Yen Beichen. The martial Dao prime body had a strong physique and was not injured. However, Heavenly Wolf and Yen Beichen were covered in injuries from the ants earlier on. To begin with, Yen Beichen was on the brink of death. After being attacked by the ants, the life force in his body became even thinner and he could die at any moment. An indescribable sense of fear spread through the tunnel. Even the martial Dao prime body was affected. If not for the fact that he challenged the Dao Heart trial of the Dao Heart stairs with the Green Lotus True Body and condensed the 10th stone step prior to entering Avicii, his Dao Heart might have wavered at this moment. Avicii was extremely terrifying and sinister with unknown living beings and environments. These hell ants could even hide from the spirit perception of the martial Dao prime body. Or rather, in Avicii, the spirit perception of the martial Dao prime body had been reduced to its limits and was almost useless. At the side, Heavenly Wolf was so frightened by this change that he trembled. as though he was reminiscing about what happened back then. The situation was not looking good. It was clear that the hell ants earlier on were not strong enough. If the power of the ants increased by another level, the Martial Tao Prime body would not be able to defend against such a massive number no matter how strong his body was. Furthermore, if ant kings and queens were to appear later on, the Martial Tao Prime body took a deep breath and whispered, "Hurry! Let's go. We have to find Emperor Bo Sun's corpse as soon as possible." He followed the connection in the Mara mask and advanced continuously in the tunnel. Heavenly Wolf grit his teeth and braced himself, following closely behind. After passing through a few more tunnels, the Martial Tao Prime body arrived at an intersection of many tunnels. "Master, look around." Heavenly Wolf's voice sounded with a tremble. Countless hell ants were surging over from the surrounding tunnels, filling the entire tunnels like terrifying black torrents. The black torrents surged to the end of the tunnel and suddenly stopped, surrounding the intersection of the Martial Tao Prime body and Heavenly Wolf. All the exits were blocked in all directions. The ants in the maze were gradually adapting to the golden Sanskrit released by the Martial Tao Prime body. Those hell ants were the same as the hellhounds from before. When they saw the golden Sanskrit, they instinctively thought that it was the infinite great emperor or his successor. However, as time passed by, they realized that the golden Sanskrit words posed no threat to them. The purple-robed cultivator was also rather weak. Under the orders of their kings and queens, these hell ants were prepared to launch their final attacks on the Martial Tao Prime body. "It's over. We won't be able to hold out this time round." Heavenly Wolf gulped. With so many black torrents swarming forward and drowning them, they might not even be left with bones in the blink of an eye. "Follow me." Right then, the Martial Tao Prime body hollered and charged towards a tunnel. Heavenly Wolf did not have time to think and could only follow instinctively. Boom! The ants in the tunnels swarmed forward and attacked the barrier formed by the golden Sanskrit endlessly. The light of the golden barrier dimmed. In the end, the golden light was completely drowned by the black torrents. Crack! The golden barrier shattered. The gaze of the Martial Tao Prime body intensified and he channeled his bloodline to its limits. The blood chi in his body surged and his entire body seemed to have transformed into a gigantic furnace, as though it could incinerate all living beings and smelt heaven and earth. Bloodline phenomenon, heaven and earth furnace. Sizzle. The black ants surged forward and a large number of them died from the smoke. However, the hell ants did not seem to know what fear was and continued surging, attacking the heaven and earth furnace of the Martial Tao Prime body. Although the heaven and earth furnace was strong, it could not defend against the attacks of millions of ants. Furthermore, the initial ants were weak and could be burned to death by the heaven and earth furnace. Before long, the hell ants that appeared again were all extremely powerful. Even though their bodies were burning with flames, they possessed immense life force and continued fighting. "We can't hold on for much longer." Heavenly Wolf knew that the moment the flames on the Martial Tao Prime body extinguished, they would die. The Martial Tao Prime body led Heavenly Wolf and stared at the ant torrents as they advanced through the tunnel. Suddenly, the Martial Tao Prime body felt the pressure ahead lighten. He charged out of the tunnel and entered a hall with a circular dome. Heavenly Wolf carried Yen Beichen and scrambled over as well. After entering the hall, the black ants surged continuously in the tunnel behind them. However, none of them stepped foot into this place. The flames on the Martial Tao Prime body had already extinguished. If they were a step slower, the three of them would have died among the ants. This? Suddenly, Heavenly Wolf's voice turned agitated. "I'm very familiar with this place. It should be my old master's burial ground." 2303 Fiend Saber. The Martial Tao Prime body looked over. It was a circular hall with a radius of a few thousand feet. The walls were pitch black and smooth without any signs of being cut by weapons or axes, as though it was formed naturally. In this maze, the Martial Tao Prime body had seen many similar circular halls along the way. Their structures were similar, but they were different in size. Right then, a thought flashed through the mind of the Martial Tao Prime body. The maze they were in had a complicated terrain with ravines that formed tunnels that extended in all directions. The outline of the structures seemed like a gigantic ant nest. This maze was clearly different from the space where they first fell. Be it the terrain, environment, or the living beings of hell within, there was a clear difference. The martial Tao prime body entered this ant nest through a secret passage. The hellhounds that were chasing them did not step foot into this place, as though they were restricted or wary. At the same time, there were no traces of hell ants in the space of the hellhounds. That was strange. Why were the boundaries divided so distinctly in Avicii? The martial Tao prime body turned to look at the retreating hell ants in the tunnel and frowned slightly. Logically speaking, they should not have left the ant nest yet. That was because the hall they were in had a similar style to the many structures in the ant nest. Furthermore, the fact that Emperor Bo soon died here in the past meant that this was also part of the territory of the hell ants. However, why did the hell ants not advance and retreat? Right then, Heavenly Wolf at the side walked forward slowly with a strange expression, his eyes filled with deep pain. The light in the hall was dim and not far ahead. The vague outline of a figure could be seen. He sat in a lotus position, and there seemed to be a sharp weapon embedded in the black rock in front of him that shone with a cold glint. From Heavenly Wolf's expression, it could be deduced that this was Emperor Bo Soon of the past. The martial Tao prime body put aside his doubts for the time being and walked towards Emperor Bo Soon's corpse as well. Now that he was closer, the martial Tao prime body could see things even clearer. Emperor Bo Soon wore a tattered long robe and his head was lowered, covering his face with his long hair. As expected of an Emperor realm expert, the martial Tao prime body sighed internally. Even after so many years, Emperor Bo Soon's long hair was still intact. The corpse looked extremely skinny. It should be because the hell ants had devoured the flesh of Emperor Bo Soon completely. However, even hell ants might not be able to bite through the bones of an Emperor realm expert. That was the reason why this complete corpse was left behind. Old Master, I'm back to visit you. Heavenly Wolf sprawled on the ground with a sorrowful expression and whimpered softly. Back then, he was the Seven Emotions Fiend King, and later on, he became the weapon spirit of the Mara Mask. He had always followed the side of Emperor Bo Soon, and the connection between them was irreplaceable. The martial Tao prime body lamented when he thought about how Emperor Bo Soon ended up in such a tragic state after being surrounded by more than 20 Emperor experts and sent to Avicii. Senior, sorry to disturb you. The martial Tao prime body bowed towards the corpse of Emperor Bo Soon. Where is the Buddha Karmic Sutra? The martial Tao prime body circled around the corpse of Emperor Bo Soon and could not help but ask with a frown when he did not see any traces of a storage bag. I don't know either. Heavenly Wolf shook his head gently. The gaze of the martial Tao prime body shifted and landed on the sharp blade that was stabbed into the ground in front of Emperor Bo Soon. From its shape, it should be a long saber with a single blade. Even after countless years, the saber shone with a sharp edge and emitted a fiend power that could bewitch one's heart. The martial Tao prime body advanced and reached for the handle of the saber, wanting to pull it out. Don't touch it. Right then, as though he recalled something, Heavenly Wolf suddenly exclaimed. When Heavenly Wolf returned to this old place and saw Emperor Bo Soon's corpse, his heart ached and he was slightly slower to react. By the time he gave that reminder, the martial Tao prime body's palm was already on the handle of the saber. A strange power struck the Tao heart of the martial Tao prime body. One after another, dark fiend chi extended along the arm of the martial Tao prime body like countless pitch-black spirit snakes. In the blink of an eye, they covered the entire body of the martial Tao prime body. The martial Tao prime body closed his eyes and did not move at all. With black chi coiled around his body, he resembled a fiend celestial from hell. Beneath the cold silver mask was a conflicted expression. The moment he gripped the handle, a bang sounded in the mind of the martial Tao prime body. A series of women's faces seemed to appear before him. Dai Yu, Ji Yaoxue, Demoness Ji, Consort Yu. All of them were devastatingly beautiful and as breathtaking as fairies, emitting endless bewitchment. Demoness Ji twisted her body in a way that could trigger the most primitive impulses in the depths of one's heart. Zimo, Ji Yaoxue called out softly. The martial Tao prime body had a lost expression and replied instinctively. The third gift is none other than me. Dai Yu's voice sounded. Nerd. Have you forgotten about me? Demoness G had a sorrowful expression. The ears of the martial Tao prime body were filled with the calls of the women. They were gentle, cold, or light and pleasant like birds. A thought flashed through the mind of the martial Tao prime body. Even just listening to their voices every day was an unimaginable happiness. A faint fragrance wafted from the women, causing one's mind to wander. Is this an illusion? Although the martial Tao prime body knew that something was amiss, he could not break free. He released many methods to resist the illusion and wanted to break free from the dreamscape before him, but to no avail. Demoness G walked forward and kissed him on the lips. The martial Tao prime body shuddered as though he was electrocuted. His consciousness sank once more and he wanted to reach out to hug Demoness G. Right then, the gaze of the martial Tao prime body landed on Dai Yu's face and met her gaze. Instantly, he sobered up. This is not an illusion. The heart of the martial Tao prime body lit up as he recalled the 6 desires of the Buddhist monasteries. The 6 desires were the eyes, ears, nose, tongue, body, and intent. The desire for beautiful objects came from sight. The desire for lovely praises came from hearing. The desire for fragrance came from smelling. The desire for delicacies came from tasting. The desire for comfort came from touch. The desire for fame and fortune came from intent. In the secular world, all living beings in the world could not break free from the restraints of the 6 desires. To indulge in one was to indulge in all 6. What the martial Tao prime body saw earlier on was not an illusion. Instead, the power of the fiend saber triggered the 6 desires in his body and various scenes were born to confuse his mind. 2304 Hell diagrams. Suddenly, streaks of red light appeared from the body of the martial Tao prime body and intensified. When the red light made contact with the pitch-black fiend chi on his body, it burned instantly. In the blink of an eye, the martial Tao prime body turned into a gigantic human-shaped fireball. The scarlet flames on his body burned furiously, burning his hair, skin, flesh, organs, and bones red and crystalline. Karmic flames. Heavenly Wolf had once said that back then, Emperor Bosun had 2 emperor weapons. One of them was the Mara mask formed by the 7 emotions clone. The other was the fiend saber created by the 6 desires clone. The Ji-Du saber. The Mara mask contained the power of the 7 emotions. Only obsession could sever the 7 emotions. As for the Ji-Du saber, it contained the power of the 6 desires. Only the karmic flames of the Buddhist monasteries could incinerate the 6 desires. Although the martial Tao prime body did not know the Buddha Karmic Sutra, he knew the Red Lotus karmic fire. Karmic flames countered the power of the 6 desires the most. Sizzle. Under the burning of the Red Lotus karmic fire, the pitch-black fiend chi on the martial Tao prime body let out a strange sound and green smoke billowed. Before long, the fiend chi was burned away by the Red Lotus karmic fire. At the same time, a sutra appeared in the mind of the martial Tao prime body. He browsed through it briefly and was delighted. That sutra recorded the negative karma of the Buddhist monasteries and even the cultivation dharmic formulation of karmic flames. If he was not wrong, this should be the contents of the Buddha Karmic Sutra. To think that the Buddha Karmic Sutra would be hidden in this fiend saber. At the same time, the martial Tao prime body felt relieved. Thankfully, he was the one who touched the Ji-Du saber first. If Yen Beichen had touched it, the power contained in the fiend saber alone would have been enough to destroy him. Right now, Yen Beichen was severely injured and he did not know how to use karmic flames as well. He could not defend against the power of 6 desires triggered by the Ji-Du saber at all. But now that the martial Tao prime body obtained the Buddha Karmic Sutra, he could impart this sutra to Yen Beichen. That way, Yen Beichen would not have to endure any danger. This should be a test left behind by Emperor Bosun. If anyone could withstand the power of 6 desires in the Ji-Du saber, they would be qualified to receive his inheritance. The karmic flames on the martial Tao prime body gradually extinguished and he opened his eyes once more. At the side, Heavenly Wolf was dumbfounded. Are you all right? Heavenly Wolf probed. The martial Dao prime body shook his head gently. He's indeed a monster, Heavenly Wolf thought to himself before saying, "This is the Ji-Du saber. Apart from my old master, anyone else who touches the Ji-Du saber will definitely suffer a backlash from the power of 6 desires within. I've already obtained the Buddha Karmic Sutra." The martial Dao prime body advanced and carried Yen Beichen down from Heavenly Wolf's back. Placing him flat on the ground, he called out softly. Yen Beichen's eyes were tightly shut and he was barely breathing. He was still unconscious. The martial Dao prime body used his spirit consciousness to stimulate Yen Beichen's consciousness, but there was no reaction. Yen Beichen's consciousness was already completely occupied by fiend qi. His essence spirit was filled with cracks. Previously, his injuries were only temporarily stabilized by the obsession fiend qi. Now he could no longer hold on. Yen Beichen's essence spirit did not have much life force and was almost at the end of its road. The martial Dao prime body took out another pile of elixirs and fed them to Yen Beichen, calling repeatedly to wake him up. However, even after an hour, Yen Beichen showed no signs of waking up. He's not going to make it. Heavenly Wolf shook his head gently. Actually, his condition is almost equivalent to a dead man. It's only because he cultivated the Fiend Obsession Sutra that he's able to survive till now. The martial Dao prime body clenched his fists in silence. He risked immense danger to barge into Avicii and finally obtained the Buddha Karmic Sutra. However, Yen Beichen could not wake up. Even though they now had the Buddha Karmic Sutra, what was the use? "Let's bury him here," Heavenly Wolf said. "He can die without regrets being buried in the same tomb as my old master." The martial Dao prime body was still silent. He looked at Yen Beichen, who was lying on the ground, and suddenly frowned. There seemed to be some scratches on the ground beneath Yen Beichen. The martial Dao prime body moved Yen Beichen away gently and glared at the ground. The ground was filled with scratches, as though it was drawing a scene. In that scene, the surrounding stone walls were pitch-black rocks that stood steeply and sinisterly, similar to the situation in Avicii. Within, corpses were strewn and blood was everywhere. There were even many cultivators trapped within, shouting as though they were struggling. Beside the cultivators was a dense swarm of gigantic bees, surrounding them and attacking wildly. On the corpses at the side, some of the cultivators were riddled with holes in a tragic manner. The gaze of the martial Dao prime body shifted and he walked to the side. Before long, he saw another diagram on the ground. The scene in this diagram was blurry and filled with black fog. However, scarlet blood lights appeared from the black fog like red lanterns. In some of the black fog, the figures of the red lanterns appeared completely. They were the hellhounds that the martial Dao prime body and the others had encountered previously. It was similar to the previous diagram. In this diagram, many cultivators were trapped and were attacked wildly by the hellhounds. A cultivator laid on the ground with a pained expression. His abdomen had already been hollowed out by the hellhounds. A hellhound bit the person's bloodied intestines and stomped on him with a ferocious gaze. Another cultivator had his lungs dug out by a hellhound. He laid limply on the ground and fresh blood flowed. It was a scene from hell that was bloody and unbearable to witness. The martial Dao prime body continued searching the surroundings. Not far away there was another diagram. In this diagram, the terrain was complicated with countless ravines that intertwined like a gigantic maze. The maze was filled with black torrents. If he was not wrong, these should be the hell ants. This diagram also depicted a group of cultivators being attacked wildly by the hell ants. In the blink of an eye, the cultivators were left with nothing but white bones wherever the hell ants passed. The martial Dao prime body stood up and exhaled gently. He discovered that the locations of the 3 diagrams were unique. They formed a circle around the corpse of Emperor Bo-Sun. The martial Dao prime body circled around the corpse of Emperor Bo-Sun and continued searching. Indeed, there was another diagram behind the diagram of the hell ants. This diagram was still a sinister scene of hell. A group of cultivators within were attacked by a type of slender purple living being. This living being resembled a snake. It was thin as a cow's hair and purple all over, able to penetrate anything. The cultivators could not defend at all as the snakes tunneled into their eyes, noses, mouths, ears, and even the pores on their bodies. The martial Dao prime body continued to circle around the corpse of Emperor Bo-sun. Before long, he completed a full circle. There were a total of 16 hell diagrams. 2305 Rebirth of the 16 hell diagrams. There were malevolent ghosts that ripped out the tendons and plucked the bones of others. There were black crows that pecked at one's heart and liver. Boiling oil that burned one till there was nobody left, as well as cruel punishments such as brain hoops, pulling of tongues and teeth. There were gigantic bees, ants, hounds, scorpions, and even purple snakes. Every hell diagram was completely different. Different environments, terrain, and living beings of hell. The only similarity was that the cultivators and living beings that fell into it would endure immense pain and torture. They would either undergo cruel torment, torn apart, or eaten by the living beings of hell. None of them had good endings. Although the drawings of the 16 diagrams were simple, they vividly displayed the sinisterness of hell. While the martial Dao prime body had not experienced the many scenes inside personally, he could still sense the struggles and pain of many living beings through the diagrams. It was extremely difficult to leave any marks on the hard rock ground. It was clear that the painter of the diagrams was capable. The martial Dao prime body felt that something was amiss. However, he was worried about Yen Beichin, and his emotions were in a mess, unable to figure it out. Could Avicii have 16 different regions? Heavenly Wolf followed behind the martial Dao prime body and said thoughtfully after looking at the 16 hell diagrams. The martial Dao prime body fell into deep thought in silence. Strange. Heavenly Wolf circled around the corpse of Emperor Bo-sun before saying, "These 16 hell diagrams were drawn around my old master's corpse. Could there be a deeper meaning to it?" The martial Dao prime body's heart skipped a beat as he suddenly asked, "When you guys fell here initially, you didn't see these 16 hell diagrams?" "Of course not." Heavenly Wolf shook his head instinctively. Suddenly, the martial Dao prime body thought of a possibility, and his expression changed beneath the silver mask. Instantly, it was as though his heart was gripped by an invisible hand and he could not breathe. The martial Dao prime body was silent for a moment before asking slowly, "Who drew the 16 hell diagrams?" "How would I know?" Heavenly Wolf replied without a second thought. He had yet to comprehend what the martial Dao prime body was implying. "I drew them," another voice sounded. It was calm and gentle, neither loud nor soft. That was not the voice of the martial Dao prime body or Heavenly Wolf. There was a third living person in the empty hall. Furthermore, that voice came from beside them. "Pest!" Instantly, Heavenly Wolf felt a chill run down his spine and his fur stood on end. His mouth was agape and his eyes were filled with fear as he trembled. He seemed to have thought of the most terrifying thing in the world. The martial Dao prime body had already expected this earlier on. However, when he heard the third voice, he still felt goosebumps all over and his heart skipped a beat. He turned around slowly and looked in the direction of Emperor Bo-sun's corpse. Heavenly Wolf turned around as well, his eyes filled with fear. Although it was a simple action, it was extremely difficult for Heavenly Wolf. His flesh seemed to have stiffened and could not be controlled. The withered corpse that sat in a lotus position raised its head slowly. The long hair on its forehead slid to the sides gradually, revealing a skinny face. The face did not look old. Based on age, he merely looked middle-aged. He had no beard and his features were handsome with clear eyes. Although his clothes were tattered and his hair was disheveled, his face had a dignified expression. The first impression he gave off was that he was an accomplished monk with profound Buddhism. The middle-aged man's gaze was gentle and he had a smile on his face, as though it could calm one down. Even so, Heavenly Wolf was already so scared that his entire body went limp. His limbs were stuck tightly to the ground as he shivered and lowered his head, not even daring to meet the middle-aged man's gaze. "O old master." Heavenly Wolf's voice trembled slightly as he stuttered over the two simple words. It was only at that moment that the martial Dao prime body truly confirmed that the middle-aged man was Emperor Bo-sun of the past. However, he had not expected that after so many years, Emperor Bo-sun was still alive after being sent to Avicii by more than 20 emperors. When the martial Dao Prime Body realized that Emperor Bosun might still be alive, his first reaction was that Heavenly Wolf had set a trap to lure him here. However, on second thought, Heavenly Wolf was extremely resistant to Avicii and did not want to return at all. Furthermore, from Heavenly Wolf's current reaction, it could be deduced that he knew nothing about it as well. Otherwise, Heavenly Wolf would not have been scared to such an extent. Against the legendary Emperor Bosun, a resurrected Emperor expert, it was impossible for him to not feel fear. Right now, the martial Dao Prime Body could only try his best to maintain his composure. If Emperor Bosun wanted to kill him, he would definitely be powerless to resist. Thankfully, Emperor Bosun did not seem as frightening as he had imagined and was far from the image of the fiend depicted in the legends. "Your 7 emotions, right?" Emperor Bosun said softly. Back then, the 7 emotions Fiend King turned into a weapon spirit. In this generation, he was reborn with the help of the Heavenly Wolf Body and was recognized by Emperor Bosun with a single glance. "Why yes, it's me," Heavenly Wolf replied with a trembling voice. "You called me Old Master earlier on. Does that mean you already have a new master?" Emperor Bosun asked with a smile, seemingly not enraged. Heavenly Wolf shuddered. Although Emperor Bosun was smiling, Heavenly Wolf was so scared that he was about to cry. "Oh, Old Master, I thought that you were already dead." So, Heavenly Wolf's voice was slightly teary as he explained hurriedly. "If I knew that you were still alive, I would definitely not betray you and look for another master." "It's nothing." Emperor Bosun waved it off gently and smiled. "It's your fortune to be able to regain your freedom and cultivate once more. How can I blame you?" Heavenly Wolf was stunned for a moment. The fear in his eyes did not diminish at all, and he sprawled on the ground obediently, not daring to move. "You're the current master of 7 emotions, right?" Emperor Bosun shifted his gaze towards the martial Dao Prime Body and asked with a smile. "Yes." The martial Dao Prime Body hesitated for a moment before nodding and bowing. "Greetings, Senior. I'm Desolate Marshal. There's no need for formalities." Emperor Bosun nodded slightly with a hint of admiration in his eyes. "You're able to withstand the power of the 6 desires of the Jidu Saber at such a young age. The younger generation sure is promising. It's not a disgrace to 7 emotions background to be able to follow you." The martial Dao Prime Body was stunned. The Emperor Bosun before him was more like an elder with a benevolent expression. There was no hint of violence in him, only a gentle gaze and a magnanimous heart. If he did not know the identity of this person, the martial Dao Prime Body would have thought that the person before him was an accomplished monk of the Buddhist monasteries. Heavenly Wolf sprawled at the side and stole a glance at the martial Dao Prime Body with fear in his eyes. There were countless things he wanted to say. However, with Emperor Bosun by his side, he did not dare to act rashly or harbor any funny thoughts. "Old Master, how did you?" Gulping, Heavenly Wolf could not help but ask. "Back then, I clearly witnessed you being eaten by countless hell ants and dying. Are you not happy that I'm still alive?" Emperor Bosun asked with a fake smile. "Of course not." Heavenly Wolf shook his head like a rattle drum and said resolutely, "I'm so happy. If I had known that my old master was still alive, I would have returned long ago." Emperor Bosun chuckled and extended his skinny palm to stroke the silver fur on Heavenly Wolf's forehead. With every stroke, Heavenly Wolf's body would tremble, as though he had walked through the gates of hell. "Why are you guys here?" Emperor Bosun asked. The martial Dao Prime Body pondered for a moment and did not hide anything. "My dear friend's essence spirit was severely injured, and he only managed to survive temporarily after cultivating the Fiend Obsession Sutra. However, later on, his injuries were exacerbated. Therefore, I wanted to find the Buddha Karmic Sutra. The complete Fiend Obsession Buddha Karmic Sutra might be the only thing that can allow him to survive." "That's right." Emperor Bosun glanced at Yen Beichen, who was lying on the ground, and nodded. "Cultivating my Fiend Obsession Buddha Karmic Sutra can indeed heal his injuries. However, he's severely injured and unconscious right now. Although I obtained the inheritance of the Buddha Karmic Sutra, I'm still unable to awaken him." The martial Dao prime body hesitated for a moment and bowed deeply to Emperor Bo Sun. Senior, may I be so bold as to ask you to step in and save him? If there was anyone in this world who could save Yan Beichen, it would be this Emperor Bo Sun before him. Even if other emperor experts had the ability, it was too late. More than that, they would not even dare to enter Avici. There's no need for that. Emperor Bo Sun smiled gently. He raised his palm and merely propped it up. However, the martial Dao prime body felt a tremendous power lift his upper body and stop him from continuing with his bow. Saving a life is better than building a 7-storied pagoda. Emperor Bo Sun said, even if you didn't say it, I would have saved him. Thank you, Senior. The martial Dao prime body was delighted and expressed his thanks once more. Emperor Bo Sun said with a smile, furthermore, this junior has a deep comprehension of the Fiend Obsession Sutra, and the Obsession Fiend Chi has already seeped into his bones. If I impart the Buddha Karmic Sutra to him, it'll be as good as leaving a legacy for myself. Pausing for a moment, he looked at the martial Dao prime body. Although you've also cultivated the Fiend Obsession Sutra, your comprehension of this cultivation technique is clearly inferior to this person. Indeed, Emperor Bo Sun's judgment was frighteningly sharp. The martial Dao prime body cultivated the martial Dao and was different from the Dharmic Dao of the Immortal, Buddhist and Fiend Daos. Even so, Emperor Bo Sun could tell that the martial Dao prime body had cultivated the Fiend Obsession Sutra before. Furthermore, he could tell that the martial Dao prime body had not cultivated the Fiend Obsession Sutra deeply. That was the truth. The reason why the martial Dao prime body cultivated the Fiend Obsession Sutra was to control the Mara mask. His main goal was to fuse the Dharmic Dao of the Fiend Obsession Sutra into the martial Dao furnace and deduce his own Dao and Dharmic arts. However, he's unconscious. Senior, I wonder how you can awaken him to cultivate the Buddha Karmic Sutra. The martial Dao prime body asked again. There's no need to wait for him to awaken. Emperor Bo Sun smiled faintly. I can impart the Buddha Karmic Sutra to him directly by using a secret skill, an empowerment secret skill. The eyes of the martial Dao prime body lit up. Over the years, he had browsed through countless sutras and secret skills and had heard of the existence of empowerment secret skills. This secret skill was equivalent to a method of imparting cultivation techniques. Not only would it impart cultivation techniques, it would also impart one's comprehension of the cultivation techniques to another person. Therefore, there was the saying that one would be enlightened upon being empowered. The empowerment secret skills had extremely stringent requirements on the cultivation realm of the caster and might even cause considerable damage for them. Therefore, almost nobody would want to impart their knowledge in such a manner. To think that Emperor Bo Sun would make use of an empowerment secret skill in order to save Yan Beichen. I'll remember your kindness, Senior. The martial Dao prime body was moved. Emperor Bo Sun smiled gently. You're wearing the Mara mask and can withstand the power of the 6 desires in the Ji-Du saber. However, if we're talking about a successor to inherit my legacy, I think more highly of him. It was as though Emperor Bo Sun had already regarded Yan Beichen as his successor. Heavenly Wolf had once said that prior to this, although Emperor Bo Sun ruled over the entire Fiend domain and possessed torrential combat strength, he did not have any successors or disciples. To think that Yan Beichen would be selected by Emperor Bo Sun as his successor in Avici when he was on the brink of death. This was an opportunity that belonged to Yan Beichen. Emperor Bo Sun beckoned gently, and a gentle power carried Yan Beichen's body slowly towards him. Like Emperor Bo Sun, Yan Beichen assumed a lotus position with his eyes closed. The two of them sat opposite one another. Emperor Bo Sun's eyes shone with a strange glint that was like 2 sharp swords and entered Yan Beichen's tightly shut eyes instantly. Yan Beichen shuddered as though he was agitated. Suddenly, he straightened his body and opened his eyes. The obsessive fiend Qi in his body surged wildly as well. To be precise, the obsession fiend Qi seemed to have sensed something and seemed like it was excited. Emperor Bo Sun extended his withered and skinny finger slowly and touched Yan Beichen's glabella gently. Both of their bodies shuddered at the same time. Immediately after, golden halos surged around Emperor Bo Sun's body and surged into Yan Beichen's consciousness through his finger. Initially, Yen Beichen's consciousness was already shattered. Right now, life force was gradually recovering under the envelopment of the golden halos. Even the wounds on his essence spirit were starting to heal. There was a pitch-black obsession fiend chi around Yen Beichen, but at the same time, there was a divine golden glow. The two completely different powers should have been at odds. However, a mysterious balance was achieved in Yen Beichen. Buddha and fiend within the same body. Initially, Yen Beichen was at the end of his road. However, as time passed by, his life force gradually recovered. His vitals gradually stabilized as well. When the martial Dao prime body saw that, he finally relaxed and heaved a sigh of relief. Right then, his heart skipped a beat and he glanced sideways, as though he sensed something. Not far away, Heavenly Wolf was still sprawled on the ground obediently. However, he was trying his best to signal to him to leave as soon as possible. The martial Dao prime body frowned slightly. Now that Emperor Bosun had stepped in to save Yen Beichen, it did not seem right for him to turn and leave just like that. Furthermore, Heavenly Wolf's worries seemed unnecessary. How formidable was Emperor Bosun? If Emperor Bosun wanted to kill him, he would have done it a long time ago. Why did he have to say so much to him? Avicii was ancient and mysterious, an existence that crossed eras. Emperor Bosun might be the only existence that managed to survive in Avicii. If the 16 hell diagrams were drawn by Emperor Bosun, there was a high chance that this expert knew a lot of secrets and information about Avicii. The martial Dao prime body knew almost nothing about Avicii. Even if he wanted to leave, he could only return the way he came. This time round, without the aura connection of the Fiend Obsession Sutra, there was a chance that the martial Dao prime body may never be able to leave this maze-like ant nest. Furthermore, there was the threat of the terrifying hell ants. If he could obtain some information about Avicii from Emperor Bosun, he might be able to find a way out. At the thought of the hell ants, the martial Dao prime body could not help but recall something. When the hell ants that were chasing them arrived before the hall, all of them stopped in their tracks and did not charge in. Now that he thought about it, it was probably because of the existence of Emperor Bosun. As for the reason why Emperor Bosun's flesh was eaten by the hell ants when he fell here, it might be because he was severely injured at that time. Furthermore, the hell suppression tripod existed in Avicii at that time. Apart from his skinny figure, Emperor Bosun did not seem like he was injured at all. There was a high chance that he had already recovered. The entire matter seemed to make sense. However, there was a big question. How was Emperor Bosun still alive? Was he not dead the entire time, or had he revived? If Emperor Bosun was not dead the entire time, how did he manage to survive after being attacked by the hell ants and devoured? Avicii was a world of its own and was isolated from heaven and earth essence chi. How did he recover from his injuries and survive till now? It was even more unimaginable if Emperor Bosun was reborn. The martial Dao prime body had once suspected if this Emperor Bosun before them was merely a remnant consciousness. However, when he saw Emperor Bosun empowering Yen Beichen, he denied that speculation. A mere remnant consciousness would have almost no ability, let alone the power to impart empowerment. Furthermore, if it was just a remnant consciousness, Heavenly Wolf would recognize it right away. The martial Dao prime body even wondered if it was the weapon spirit of the Jidu saber causing trouble. However, when he held the Jidu saber, he was entangled by the power of the 6 desires. This meant that the weapon spirit of the Jidu saber was still within. That was the reason for the Jidu saber's act of offense. Right then, Emperor Bosun retracted his finger and black chi surged into his eyes before vanishing swiftly. At that moment, Emperor Bosun's dignified expression turned sinister and terrifying. Although his facial features did not change, his aura changed drastically. Heavenly Wolf had been peeking in the direction of Emperor Bosun the entire time. When he saw that, he shuddered in fear and retracted his gaze hurriedly, praying internally. As the martial Dao prime body pondered, he suddenly felt a chill. His heart skipped a beat and he looked towards Emperor Bosun instinctively. At that moment, Emperor Bosun had already recovered completely. He looked at Su Zimo with a smile and nodded slightly. This lad's life is not in danger. Once he awakens, his injuries will heal completely. Furthermore, he should be able to take the step to advance to the heaven essence realm. The martial Tao prime body bowed and cupped his fists once more. Thank you, Senior. Although he said that the martial Tao prime body was already on guard. The sinister feeling from earlier on sent chills down his spine. In Avicii, his spirit perception was useless and he had to be extremely alert. He could not afford to be careless. Although Yen Beichen was still unconscious, his life force had stabilized. Senior, you've stayed in Avicii for a long time. Do you know how to get out? The martial Tao prime body asked. After ensuring that Yen Beichen was fine, he had to leave as soon as possible. The martial Tao prime body could sense the sinister aura in Avicii as well. He did not know what would happen if they continued staying here. Of course I know. Emperor Bo soon stood up slowly. It's about time to leave as well. He gestured for Heavenly Wolf to carry Yen Beichen on his back. Casually, he picked up the Jidu saber and hung it around Yen Beichen's waist. Old Master, this is... Heavenly Wolf asked carefully. Since he obtained my inheritance, he can have my Jidu saber. Emperor Bo soon said casually. He did not hesitate to give this emperor weapon that had fought alongside him for many years to someone else. Senior, can you leave Avicii at any moment? Suddenly, the martial Tao prime body asked. Of course. Emperor Bo soon said indifferently. Tens of thousands of years ago, when the hell suppression tripod disappeared from this place, these lesser hells could no longer trap me. Then why did you stay here for tens of thousands of years, Senior? The martial Tao prime body asked again. With his back facing the martial Tao prime body, Emperor Bo soon did not reply. However, the black chi in his eyes surged once more and lingered for a moment before disappearing. Although the martial Tao prime body did not see the change in Emperor Bo soon, he felt a vague sense of trepidation. He did not continue harping on this question and changed the topic. Senior, what were you referring to by lesser hells earlier on? Does it have anything to do with the 16 diagrams you drew? You're smart. Emperor Bo soon chuckled. Avicii can be divided into Greater Avicii and the 16 lesser hells. The space we're in is one of the 16 lesser hells. All these years, I've traveled through these 16 hells before I managed to draw the 16 hell diagrams. Lesser and greater hells. The martial Tao prime body's heart skipped a beat, and he asked instinctively, in other words, our current location is not the true core of Avicii? That's right. Emperor Bo soon nodded and said, Greater Avicii was created from the body of the infinite great emperor in the past. The 16 lesser hells around it are all in Tai Wei Mountain. The martial Tao prime body was secretly alarmed. The two hells they passed through were already sinister and terrifying enough with many ferocious living beings. However, they had yet to touch the core of Avicii. Emperor Bo soon continued, Even I won't be able to escape Greater Avicii. That's the true infinite hell and the most terrifying existence in the world. Even an expert like Emperor Bo soon could not escape. Back then, more than 20 Emperor experts surrounded Emperor Bo soon and sent him to Avicii, thinking that they could prevent future troubles. However, he did not expect Avicii to be divided into different levels. 16 lesser hells were built around Greater Avicii and Emperor Bo soon fell into one of the lesser hells, surviving till now. Even the 20-odd emperors of the past did not know of such a secret. Who would know such a secret unless they had entered Avicii? Back then, with the hell suppression tripod suppressing Avicii, how many living beings that entered this place could leave alive even if they were only trapped in a lesser hell? The martial Tao prime body felt relieved as well. Thankfully, their reckless barging did not end up in Greater Avicii. Otherwise, they would truly be doomed. Extending his skinny palm, Emperor Bo soon swiped gently in front of him, creating a dark crack with a sinister wind that led to an unknown place. Spatial tunnel? The martial Tao prime body murmured. Emperor Bo soon said, This spatial tunnel can only travel through Avicii, but can't leave the range of Greater Avicii. If the hell suppression tripod was still around and Avicii had no flaws, I wouldn't even have the chance to open this spatial tunnel. With that said, Emperor Bo soon entered the spatial tunnel first and vanished. Heavenly Wolf looked at the martial Tao prime body. Although he did not dare to speak, He gave him another careful look before following closely behind and entering the spatial tunnel. Even without Heavenly Wolf's reminder, the martial Tao Prime body could sense that Emperor Bosun had clearly changed after empowering Yen Beichen. However, at that moment the martial Tao Prime body had no way out. After pondering for a moment, he entered the spatial tunnel as well. A moment later, Emperor Bosun, the martial Tao Prime body, Heavenly Wolf and Yen Beichen left the spatial tunnel once more and arrived in another space. The moment he arrived, the martial Tao Prime body felt a strong sense of trepidation, and his heart thumped uncontrollably. It was as though there was a bottomless abyss beneath them, and one could fall into it with no hope of reprieve if they were careless. In fact, the martial Tao Prime body even found it difficult to breathe. This feeling was even worse than when he first entered Avicii. Instinctively, he looked down. Not far beneath him, a gigantic vortex hovered. It was pitch black as ink and resembled a door that could devour all living beings. The door possessed a mysterious fiend power that seemed to be summoning the martial Tao Prime body continuously, wanting to pull him in. The martial Tao Prime body merely took a single glance and felt as though his essence spirit was about to be devoured by the door. "This is the Avicii Gate." Emperor Bosun's voice sounded, and his tone had already turned sinister. "Once you enter this door, you will enter the true Greater Avicii." The martial Tao Prime body tried his best to compose himself and not be affected by the Avicii Gate. Greater Avicii was transformed from the body of the infinite Great Emperor, and the martial Tao Prime body chanted the Prajna Nirvana Sutra internally. Indeed, the impact of the Avicii Gate on him was much reduced. On the other side, it was clear that Emperor Bosun was also greatly affected by the summoning of the Avicii Gate. Black chi surged in his eyes. At times, his scrawny face would have a dignified and Buddhist look. At times, he would possess a menacing and violent fiendish look. His Buddhist and fiend selves alternated, as though a conflict was happening within his body. "Old Master, how should we get out? Let's hurry and leave this place." When Heavenly Wolf saw that, he was scared out of his wits and could not help but urge. Half of Emperor Bosun's face seemed to be covered by a layer of golden light from the Buddhist sects. The other half of his face was filled with black chi that surged in a menacing manner. Emperor Bosun waved his sleeves and created a passage above his head. Suddenly, an endless heaven and earth essence chi surged in with a trace of warmth and sunlight. The passage led to the outside of Avicii. Heavenly Wolf's eyes lit up. Right then, the golden half of Emperor Bosun's face had already turned completely black. His eyes were pitch black and his gaze was sinister. "7 emotions? Did you just call me Old Master?" Emperor Bosun's voice sounded slowly with a cold killing intent. "How dare you betray me? Hurry, run!" Heavenly Wolf shrieked and carried Yen Beichen, speeding towards the passage above them. The martial Tao Prime body realized what happened as well. The reason why Emperor Bosun saved Yen Beichen in that lesser hell earlier on and looked like a benevolent and magnanimous senior was because he revealed his Buddhist nature earlier on. However, after Emperor Bosun imparted the Buddha Karmic Sutra to Yen Beichen, the fiend nature in his body gradually appeared and gained the upper hand. However, at that moment, the fiend nature of Emperor Bosun had yet to fully manifest. When they arrived above the Avicii Gate, the fiend nature in Emperor Bosun's body was triggered and took over control. There was no way the fiend nature of Bosun would tolerate Heavenly Wolf's betrayal. The martial Tao Prime body was Heavenly Wolf's new master. More than anything, the fiend nature of Bosun could not tolerate the existence of the martial Tao Prime body as well. Almost at the same time that Heavenly Wolf shrieked, the martial Tao Prime body moved and sped along the passage. Trying to flee? Black chi coiled around Emperor Bosun, and he suddenly extended his hand, enveloping the martial Tao Prime body and Heavenly Wolf. The sudden change descended without any warning. Furthermore, this change was enough for the martial Tao Prime body, Heavenly Wolf and Yen Beichen to die here. They could not defend against the power of an emperor at all. Right then, the void at the side suddenly split open and a golden Buddhist light appeared. It was bedazzling and slashed towards Emperor Bosun's hand. Emperor Bosun's entire arm was severed. However, there was no blood at all from the wound on his arm. Black qi surged and the severed arm was enveloped by fiend qi. In the blink of an eye, a brand new arm was born. The martial Tao prime body did not have time to think about what the golden Buddhist light was and where it came from. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, the martial Tao prime body and heavenly wolf fled far away, and the heaven and earth essence qi became richer and clearer as they approached the exit of the passage. Humph! Emperor Bo soon harumphed coldly. You've been dead for so many years, but you're still haunting me. With a single thought from Emperor Bo soon, the passage in midair closed rapidly and the light at the entrance dimmed rapidly. The closure of the passage meant that the martial Tao prime body, heavenly wolf and Yen Beichen would fall into the sinister Avicii once more. The golden Buddhist light appeared once more and circled around the entrance of the passage, trying its best to hold on. Under the powerful will of Emperor Bo soon, the exit of the passage was still closing, but its speed had slowed down significantly. Hurry! Heavenly Wolf urged hurriedly and fled with all his might. Emperor Bo soon's expression was cold as he said coldly, Ananda, you won't be able to stop me with just your remnant soul. No one will be able to escape from me. He took a deep breath and a steady stream of fiend qi surged into his mouth like a whale devouring a cow. Suddenly, the martial Tao prime body and heavenly wolf felt an incomparably powerful suction force pulling their bodies down rapidly. Although the exit of the passage was right in front of them, they could not escape no matter how they struggled. The martial Tao prime body growled and suddenly circulated a secret skill. 9 purple halos burst forth from his back and countless mysterious runes were condensed. Emperor Bo Sun had just opened up the passage between Avicii and the outside world, and heaven and earth essence qi surged in, allowing the martial Tao prime body to recover his combat strength. At the same time, the martial Tao prime body channeled his bloodline to its limits and released his bloodline phenomenon, the heaven and earth furnace. 9 fate rings and the heaven and earth furnace were released at the same time. The martial Tao prime body knew that his strength could not withstand a single blow from Emperor Bo Sun. He merely hoped that he could defend for a moment after releasing those methods, even if it was just for a mere moment. After releasing those methods, the martial Tao prime body and heavenly wolf were even closer to the exit of the passage and were only a step away. However, that was a step that the martial Tao prime body and heavenly wolf could not cross no matter what. The martial Tao prime body spoke once more and chanted Buddhist sutras. Prajna Nirvana Sutra. The golden Sanskrit words gathered around him and lightened his body, allowing him to break free from Emperor Bo Sun's control for the time being. He grabbed Heavenly Wolf and took another half-step towards the entrance of the passage. Emperor Bo Sun's expression changed. Since you know the cultivation technique of the infinite great emperor, all the more I can't let you leave. His eyes were deep as he attacked once more. Through the void, fiend qi burst forth from his palm and coiled around the martial Tao prime body like pitch-black vines. After being targeted by Emperor Bo Sun, the martial Tao prime body realized that he could no longer escape. The golden Buddhist light that helped them defend against Emperor Bo Sun's attack earlier on dimmed as well. It was clear that it could not hold on any longer. The entrance of the passage was about to close. Suddenly, Heavenly Wolf felt his body lighten. For some reason, the suction force from below vanished. Heavenly Wolf carried Yen Beichen and charged out of the passage instantly. Instinctively, he turned back and saw that the black vines on the martial Tao prime body were increasing. The golden Sanskrit formed by the Prajna Nirvana Sutra was completely drowned. It was over. Heavenly Wolf's eyes widened and his heart sank. He realized that the martial Tao prime body no longer had a chance to escape. Hurry and go! The martial Tao prime body hollered. Protect Yen Beichen. As long as they escaped from Avicii, the Azura monastery monks guarding Great Tai Wei Mountain would definitely notice the commotion. At that time, heavenly kings or even emperors of the pure land of bliss might appear. Emperor Bo Sun had been trapped in Avicii for so many years. Even if he was still alive, it would be difficult for him to recover to his peak combat strength. As long as the emperor experts of the Buddhist monasteries were alarmed, Emperor Bo Sun would not be bothered with Heavenly Wolf and Yen Beichen. The two of them might be able to survive. The moment the exit of the passage closed, The martial Tao Prime Body used his spirit consciousness and erased the restriction planted on Heavenly Wolf Essence Spirit. The martial Tao Prime Body did not have much emotions towards Heavenly Wolf. However, he knew that under such circumstances, only Heavenly Wolf could protect Yen Beichen and return to the fiend domain alive. At the same time, Heavenly Wolf felt the shackles on his essence spirit vanish. The exit of the passage had already shrunk to the size of a fist. Through the hole, the figure of the martial Tao Prime Body could be seen. He was already drowned by countless black vines and fell into the endless abyss. The exit of the passage was completely closed and the void returned to normal. The martial Tao Prime Body would stay in Avicii forever. For some reason, Heavenly Wolf's heart was moved. An unprecedented feeling surged into his heart. The final act of this master that he had never truly acknowledged before his death was to give him eternal freedom. Heavenly Wolf's eyes were red as he grit his teeth and thought to himself, "Don't worry, as long as I'm alive, I'll definitely protect Yen Beichen." Heavenly Wolf did not stop and sprinted all the way. Carrying Yen Beichen, he charged out of the passage and escaped from Avicii, charging towards Great Tai Wei Mountain. On the other side, on Great Tai Wei Mountain, the monks of Azura Monastery sensed something as well and soared into the air, looking in the direction of Tai Wei Mountain. The monks of Azura Monastery saw a spatial tunnel appear outside Avicii. What's going on? Someone managed to create a passage from Avicii. Impossible. How can there be living beings in Avicii? Don't forget, some time ago, a purple-robed man with a silver mask and a moon-devouring Heavenly Wolf entered Avicii. You mean to say that they're still alive? The monks of Azura Monastery discussed fervently. Everyone could sense that something seemed to have happened in Avicii of Tai Wei Mountain. Should we head over and take a look? A monk suggested. Just as the monks of Azura Monastery were hesitating, a figure with a silver glow flew out from the exit above Tai Wei Mountain. Pest! The monks of Azura Monastery were shocked and their expressions changed. There were truly living beings that escaped from Avicii. This was an unprecedented situation in history that had broken some sort of a taboo. It's that moon-devouring Heavenly Wolf. A monk of Azura Monastery recognized Heavenly Wolf and exclaimed, "How is that possible? This Heavenly Wolf has just entered the Heaven Essence realm. To think that it could escape from Avicii alive. What's up with that spatial tunnel? Given the power of this moon-devouring Heavenly Wolf, there's no way it can open up a spatial tunnel." As the monks of Azura Monastery argued, the Heavenly Wolf sped over at an extremely fast speed with a figure on its back. "Senior brother, should we stop it?" A monk asked softly. "Who's going to stop it?" A monk of Azura Monastery at the side said with lingering fear, "Indeed, the cultivation realm of this Heavenly Wolf isn't high. However, don't forget, it's the only living being that managed to escape from Avicii alive." Upon hearing that, the monks of Azura Monastery could not help but shudder. Nobody knew the background of this Heavenly Wolf or what methods it had to be able to come out of Avicii alive. "Let it pass," an elder of Azura Monastery said in a deep voice. "Judging from its direction, it should be returning to the fiend domain. As long as it hasn't entered the pure land of bliss, there's no need for us to stop it." Pausing for a moment, the Azura Monastery elder continued, "Hurry, inform Putuo Monastery about the commotion at Avicii and send a detailed message." The moment he said that, a monk took out a few messenger talismans from his storage bag and tore them apart with his essence chi. A few divine lights entered the void and vanished instantly. When they saw that, the monks of Azura Monastery heaved a sigh of relief. They could not deal with the abnormal activity of Avicii. The only way to find out what happened in Tai Wei Mountain was when the accomplished monks and experts of the Pure Land arrived. Heavenly Wolf carried Yen Beichen and arrived at Azura Monastery before long. Initially, he thought that there would be a fierce battle. However, he did not expect that no monk would stop him after he crossed the skies of Azura Monastery. The monks of Azura Monastery watched him leave with fear in their eyes. Heavenly Wolf did not have time to think and sprinted towards the ancient teleportation formation. He had to leave this place as soon as possible. Before long, the accomplished monks of the Buddhist monasteries would arrive. At the same time, Emperor Bosun could break free from Avicii at any moment. At that time, there was a high chance that a huge battle with the Buddhist monasteries would break out on Taiwei Mountain. Before long, Heavenly Wolf arrived at the teleportation formation and looked back in the direction of Azura Monastery. Suddenly, he recalled the scene of them arriving at Azura Monastery. At that time, the abbot of Azura Monastery's Dao heart wavered, as though he had gone into chi deviation and spouted nonsense. He's back. Bosun is back. To think that the abbot of Azura Monastery's words would come true like a prophecy. Avicii. The body of the martial Dao prime body was filled with pitch-black vines, and he fell into the abyss. In the blink of an eye, he was pulled in front of Emperor Bosun. The golden Sanskrit words conjured around the martial Dao prime body were completely devoured by the black vines. However, he did not give up and propped up the 9 fate rings, circulating the heaven and earth furnace to defend against Emperor Bosun's attacks with all his might. What nonsense are you cultivating? Emperor Bosun's fiendish appearance was sinister as he sneered with a dark gaze. Truly too weak and can't withstand a single blow. The moment he said that, the pitch-black vines that coiled around the martial Dao prime body tightened. Crack, crack, crack. The 9 fate rings flickered purple and let out creaking sounds as though they could collapse at any moment. Shatter! Emperor Bosun hollered softly. Boom! The 9 fate rings that were condensed by the will and dermic formulation of the martial Dao collapsed instantly, turning into countless shards that fell into the martial Dao furnace. Ever since the 9 fate rings were formed, they had always been indestructible and could even take on countless divine weapons. But now they could not defend against the suppression of absolute strength at all. Many pitch-black vines landed on the blazing martial Dao furnace. Raging flames surged and the pitch-black vines sizzled as thick smoke billowed. Interesting. When Emperor Bosun saw that the bloodline phenomenon of the martial Dao prime body could still refine his fiend chi, he could not help but grin, revealing a row of white teeth. However, in the blink of an eye, he retracted his smile and changed the topic. However, you're still too weak. The fiend chi on the martial Dao prime body intensified and his strength increased exponentially. Crack, crack, crack. Cracks appeared on the martial Dao furnace. Before long, it exploded. Eft! The martial Dao prime body spat out a mouthful of blood and his face turned pale. Ever since the prime body was born, he had never tasted defeat. With an invincible might, he overwhelmed all the strong foes in the world and suppressed everything. He had never been so severely injured before. The difference in strength between the two of them was way too great. Although the martial Dao prime body was a variable and created the martial Dao, it could not make up for the difference between them. Without the 9 fate rings and heaven and earth furnace, the fiend chi surged into the body of the martial Dao prime body instantly and swept through his 8 meridians, limbs and organs like a storm. Before long, the bloodline, bones and organs of the martial Dao prime body were dyed black. Even the consciousness of the martial Dao prime body turned into a dark abyss. Only a purple essence spirit emitted a faint glow and its body was still burning with purple flames. How do you know the Prajna Nirvana Sutra? Emperor Bosun asked. The martial Dao prime body remained silent with a cold expression. Tell me the Prajna Nirvana Sutra and submit to me. I can spare your life and even grant you an opportunity. Emperor Bosun added. The martial Dao prime body was still silent. The martial Dao was fearless. How could he submit to others? If the martial Dao prime body were to submit to Emperor Bosun right now in order to survive, his Dao would collapse completely and he would never have the chance to continue. What was the point of the prime body's existence if the martial Dao was severed? I won't give you a third chance. Emperor Bosun smirked sinisterly. What sort of status did he have? As an emperor expert, he had already given the martial Dao prime body 2 chances. That was already a great honor. His eyes shone with a strange glint and 2 black beams of light entered the eyes of the martial Dao prime body. Soul-searching art. Emperor Bosun did not engage the martial Dao prime body and used the soul-searching art right away. A black streak of light appeared in the consciousness of the martial Dao prime body and coiled towards his essence spirit. However, The moment the black light coiled forward, it was burned by the flames on the martial Tao essence spirit and turned into wisps of green smoke, vanishing. Back when the martial Tao prime body condensed his martial spirit, it was a ball of flames. This essence spirit was actually formed from the martial spirit fire. The only way to search for the soul of the martial Tao prime body was if the martial spirit fire was extinguished. However, the extinguishing of the martial spirit fire also meant that Emperor Bo Sun would not be able to obtain any memories with the death of the martial Tao prime body. Emperor Bo Sun frowned slightly. Given his strength, it was naturally easy for him to extinguish the martial spirit fire. However, if that was the case, he would gain nothing. After pondering for a moment, Emperor Bo Sun's heart skipped a beat as he laughed sinisterly. It's fine even if I can't search your soul. I've got ways to make you sink into the fiend Tao and submit to me. Emperor Bo Sun's figure seemed to have vanished, turning into a wisp of black smoke that surrounded the martial Tao prime body. Suddenly, a decadent sound sounded in the ears of the martial Tao prime body as many demonesses appeared before him. They twisted their bodies and revealed enchanting appearances that were intoxicating. Emperor Bo Sun wanted to use his fiend Tao heart to assimilate the martial Tao prime body completely. The impact of Emperor Bo Sun releasing a fiend technique with his full strength was much greater than the Jidu saber. However, the martial Tao prime body closed his eyes and defended his Tao heart to the death. No matter what scene or sound appeared in his mind, he was unmoved. There was no self, human, living being, or longevity. The pink skeleton, white skin, flesh and bones. Everything was empty. If the perceived form is falsehoods, let the truth prevail. No matter how Emperor Bo Sun tried, he could not affect the will of the martial Tao. This scene resembled Buddha's enlightenment beneath the Bodhi tree in the past. The descent of the ancient fiend Bo Sun disrupted, tempted and obstructed Buddha's cultivation. The current Emperor Bo Sun was comparable to the ancient fiend Bo Sun of the past. Yet, the cultivation realm of the martial Tao prime body was far inferior to the Buddha of the past. However, be it the martial Tao prime body or Buddha's Tao heart, they were firm as a rock and unshakable. After the trial of the Tao heart stairs and the condensation of 10th stone step, it was almost impossible for Emperor Bo Sun to demonize the Tao heart of the martial Tao prime body. Give up. A moment later, the martial Tao prime body suddenly spoke. Emperor Bo Sun's figure reappeared with a hint of shock and anger in his eyes. He had put in immense effort and even felt mentally exhausted. However, this person could still speak as though he was not affected at all. He had just reappeared and had yet to return to the heavenly world to display his divine powers. But now, he was repeatedly frustrated by this puny cultivator. Emperor Bo Sun was enraged. You let Heavenly Wolf off on purpose. Suddenly, the martial Tao prime body said. Given the situation back then, the martial Tao prime body and Heavenly Wolf were at the edge of the passage. Given Emperor Bo Sun's capabilities, Heavenly Wolf would not have been able to escape if he wanted to keep the latter here. The only possibility was that Emperor Bo Sun let Heavenly Wolf off intentionally. You can tell? Emperor Bo Sun grinned. You're so smart that I almost can't bear to kill you. Although Emperor Bo Sun was smiling, the coldness in his eyes intensified. However, the fact that you can't be turned into a fiend and refuse to submit to me either displeases me immensely. Emperor Bo Sun said coldly, I know of a punishment that is 10,000 times more terrifying than killing you. It will cause you to sink into eternal misery and torment. The martial Tao prime body's heart sank. Right then, Emperor Bo Sun's voice sounded, Greater Avicii is beneath. I'll send you on your way. Suddenly, the martial Tao prime body felt a tremendous force push him down. The 9 fate rings shattered and the heaven and earth furnace collapsed. His body was already penetrated by pitch-black fiend chi and his bones, organs and bloodline were pitch-black. He could not defend against it at all. Furthermore, the Avicii gate beneath emitted a powerful devouring power. The pitch-black vortex spun continuously and the black air currents surged and changed. It was as though malevolent ghosts were wailing behind the door as countless menacing faces appeared, seemingly trying to devour Su Zimo and tear him apart. Countless pale arms seemed to extend from the pitch-black door and grabbed the body of the Martial Dao Prime body, yanking him into Avicii with all their might. Mara mask. Suddenly, Emperor Bo soon thought of something and wanted to head down to retrieve the Mara mask from the Martial Dao Prime body. However, the moment he moved, he suddenly paused and looked at the pitch-black vortex beneath with deep fear in his eyes. Even he was not confident that he could break free from the Avicii gate. With that slight delay, the Martial Dao Prime body was devoured by the Avicii gate and vanished completely. Emperor Bo soon composed himself before long. Losing the Mara mask was not a big deal for him. He had no intention of keeping the Mara mask and Jidu saber by his side with his return this time round. That was the reason why he gave the Jidu saber to Yen Beichen. Emperor Bo soon raised his head slightly and murmured, as though he could see through the layers of space, "Pure land of bliss, here I come." The teleportation formation of Azura Monastery shone brightly. Before long, more than 10 figures appeared, all of them monks with shaved heads. The 3 people in the lead had powerful auras and were arhats of the Buddhist monasteries, perfected one-realm experts. The monks behind the 3 of them were also high-level heaven immortals. "Greetings, senior brothers of Putua Monastery." The monks of Azura Monastery hurried forward and bowed. These monks were Putua Monastery, which was located in Jambudvipa of the Pure Land of Bliss. With Mount Meru as the center, the Pure Land of Bliss had a total of 9 mountains and 8 oceans. Surrounding Mount Meru were 4 other continents: Jambudvipa in the south, Purvavidaha in the east, Aparagodania in the west, and Uttarakuru in the north. Taiwei Mountain was located to the south of the Pure Land of Bliss. Therefore, among the 4 continents, Jambudvipa was the closest to Taiwei Mountain. There were 5 Buddhist monasteries in Jambudvipa, and they were all heaven-grade sects and factions. Putua Monastery was one of them. The establishment of the Azura Monastery here to watch over Taiwei Mountain was also the result of a joint decision of the 5 Buddhist monasteries. "What's going on?" Xian Bai, one of the 3 arhats of Putua Monastery, asked in a deep voice. An Azura Monastery elder stood out and recounted the entire process of the Martial Dao Prime body and Heavenly Wolf barging into the monastery, entering Avicii and Heavenly Wolf escaping. "He entered Avicii and escaped alive?" Disbelief appeared on Arhat Xian Bai's face as he frowned. "How is that possible?" The other monks of Putua Monastery shook their heads as well. Ever since the Infinite Era, countless years had passed, and there were always some cultivators and living beings who were willing to take the risk to explore the secrets of Avicii. However, throughout history, there had never been a living being that could come out of Avicii alive. Furthermore, the moon-devouring Heavenly Wolf that ran out was only a Grade 1 heaven immortal. "It's absolutely true," the Azura Monastery elder said hurriedly. "All the monks in our monastery witnessed it personally. There's no mistake. Even what you see personally might not be the truth." Another arhat of Putua Monastery shook his head. "There's no lack of illusion techniques in the Dharmic Tao that can deceive one's senses. Any perfected one-realm expert can cause you guys to see illusions." The monks of Azura Monastery were at a loss. The arhat of Putua Monastery was not wrong. It was way too unbelievable that a living being could leave Avicii alive. Even in the depths of their hearts, they could not believe it. Another Azura Monastery elder said, "However, isn't it too much of a coincidence for such a commotion to happen right after someone entered Avicii?" Arhat Xian Bai pondered for a moment. "Since we're here, let's go take a look." With that said, Arhat Xian Bai stood up and walked towards Taiwei Mountain first. The dozens of monks from Putua Monastery and Azura Monastery followed suit. The monks had merely crossed half of the strait and had yet to arrive at Taiwei Mountain when a violent fluctuation came from above Taiwei Mountain. They froze and stopped in their tracks hurriedly. Avicii was ahead of Taiwei Mountain, and any activity would cause one's heart to skip a beat. Boom! A loud bang sounded from Taiwei Mountain, and the entire place shook slightly. Ha 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 ha! Suddenly, wild laughter sounded from Taiwei Mountain excitedly. The laughter reverberated through Taiwei Mountain endlessly and was filled with a strange fiend power. Immediately after, a pitch-black fiend chi burst forth from Taiwei Mountain and surged into the clouds, covering the entire skies above the monks. Initially, the skies were blue. In the blink of an eye, dark clouds filled the skies with fiend chi. Pest! The monks were shocked and gasped. The laughter came from the depths of Tai Wei Mountain and Avicii. In other words, someone had truly come out of Avicii alive. Hurry! Inform the Heavenly King experts of the Pure Land that a fiend has appeared from Avicii. Arhat Xianbai reacted right away and slapped his storage bag, crushing a jade talisman. The other two Arhats crushed a jade talisman in their storage bags hurriedly as well. Ha ha ha! Right then, an even wilder laughter sounded. It was incomparably ear-piercing, like tiny bugs that burrowed into the 7 orifices of the monks. Ah! In midair, the monks had pained expressions and hugged their heads with both hands, wanting to isolate the laughter. However, all of those actions were futile. Even the 3 Arhat experts of Putuo Monastery seemed vulnerable against that laughter. None of the monks realized that blood was flowing endlessly from their 7 orifices. The monks of Azura Monastery walked out one after another as well. Instantly, the skies changed and turned dark as sand and rocks flew. Black cyclones swept through the entire monastery and countless ancient structures were destroyed by them. They collapsed and turned into ruins. Terrifying laughter sounded, and many Azura Monastery monks could not defend against it at all. They fell to the ground one after another and died. That single laugh caused countless monks to die. Arhat Xianbai and the other monks could no longer hold on in midair. They tried their best to open their eyes wide. Their eyes were bloodshot and their vision was blurry. Through the blood color, an incomparably tall fiend shadow rose slowly from Tai Wei Mountain ahead. Standing on the peak of Tai Wei Mountain, it looked as though it was indomitable. Its black hair danced wildly, and its fiendish eyes were pitch black as it looked down on the masses. Suddenly, the fiend shadow opened its mouth and took a deep breath. Arhat Xianbai and the other monks felt the life force in their bodies draining rapidly. In just a few breaths, the monks in midair were sucked dry of their essence blood and turned into skinny corpses that fell from midair into the ocean between the 2 mountains. At the peak of Tai Wei Mountain, Emperor Bo Sun's face turned redder and his aura turned darker. How dare you act so brazenly in the pure land of bliss, fiend? A dignified voice sounded like the roar of a lion from behind the dark clouds that blanketed the skies. Right on the heels of that, a blazing beam of light tore through the dark clouds and shone down with a divine golden light. A monk descended along with the beam of light and was bathed in a golden aura. He wielded a fiend vanquishing Vajra staff and glared at Emperor Bo Sun angrily. A heavenly king of Putuo Monastery had descended. Heavenly kings were Grotto Heaven realm experts and were equivalent to immortal kings of the 9 firmament immortal domain. Dong! Suddenly, a crisp sound rang out from the world. It was neither loud nor soft, but it seemed to be able to pierce one's heart. A heavenly king of one of the 5 Buddhist monasteries of Jambudvipa, Great Zen Monastery, appeared with a wooden fish in his hands. The sound earlier on was the deafening sound of knocking on the wooden fish. Amitba! Another Sanskrit sound echoed through the world. The pitch-black firmaments were torn apart by the Sanskrit sound, revealing a gigantic crack as resplendent light spilled onto the world. Another heavenly king appeared. He had nothing in his hands and a burning gaze. He wore a golden kasaya and had a powerful aura. The heavenly king was from one of the 5 Buddhist monasteries, Maha Monastery. After the heavenly king of Maha Monastery appeared, 2 more heavenly kings of the Buddhist monasteries followed suit. One of the heavenly kings was plump and had huge ears. His earlobes almost fell to his shoulders, and he held a string of prayer beads in his hands with a big belly. This heavenly king was from Amitba Monastery. The other heaven immortal wielded a Zen staff and looked the youngest. He was only middle-aged and walked over in huge strides. He was from Vesa Monastery. Heavenly kings from all 5 Buddhist monasteries of Jambudvipa appeared at the same time, prepared to join forces to suppress the fiend that escaped from Avicii. Cracks appeared in the pitch-black firmaments and fiend chi surged. However, it was as though the golden light could no longer be stopped and the pure land was about to regain its light. Fiend, why are you still not submitting? The heavenly king of great Zen monastery knocked on his wooden fish and coupled with the sound domain's secret skill, he cultivated, hollered with a domineering might. He, Emperor Bo-Sun swept his gaze across the 5 heavenly kings and murmured, "How dare a group of juniors show off in front of me?" It had been more than 1,000,000 years since the battle at Tai Wei Mountain. For Grotto Heaven realm experts, their lifespans were around 1,000,000 years. In other words, the heavenly kings of the Buddhist monasteries had never seen Emperor Bo-Sun before. Furthermore, Emperor Bo-Sun wore the Mara mask at all times back then, and not many people had seen his true appearance. Emperor Bo-Sun did not reply and merely opened his mouth, absorbing heaven and earth essence chi continuously. He had just walked out of Avicii and his combat strength had yet to recover to its peak. We can't let him continue cultivating and absorb essence chi. The heavenly king of Putuo Monastery reacted right away and hollered, "Attack! Boom! 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 Boom!" Almost at the same time, a loud bang sounded behind the 5 heavenly kings, and the void collapsed at a visible speed, revealing different scenes. It was as though a gigantic cave had appeared in the collapsed void behind the heavenly king of Putuo Monastery. Golden light filled the air, and a lion covered in golden fur roared into the skies. It was like a bloodline phenomenon. However, the energy fluctuation released by the gigantic cave behind the heavenly king of Putuo Monastery far surpassed the power of phenomenons. In that cave there were endless Daos and dermic arts. The dermic Daos transformed into thousands of rays of light, thousands of colors and countless runes that breathed in and out a tremendous amount of heaven and earth essence chi through the cave entrance. Another scene appeared behind the heavenly king of great Zen monastery. Through the cave formed by the collapse of the void, one could vaguely see a vast ocean with countless white fish swimming in it in an extremely joyful manner. The white fish leaped out of the sea and fell into the sea with a crisp thud. It was the same sound as the wooden fish in the hands of the great Zen monastery's heavenly king. The cave entrance spat out a tremendous amount of heaven and earth essence chi and condensed different dermic Daos. Different phenomenons appeared behind the other 3 Buddhist heavenly kings as well. This was the power of Grotto Heavens. The so-called Grotto Heaven was to open up a chamber in one's body that could reach the heavens and connect to the 3 realms. It could absorb heaven and earth essence chi wildly from the heavens and nourish one's body. The formation of the Grotto Heaven came from the Tao fruit. Therefore, every cultivator cultivated different dermic Daos, and the Grotto Heaven they created was different as well. After condensing a Grotto Heaven, cultivators could give up on absorbing essence spirit stones, essence spirit liquid, and other cultivation resources. Instead, they could make use of the Grotto Heaven to absorb heaven and earth essence chi at an even more terrifying speed. The Grotto Heaven contained the dermic Tao of the cultivator. When Grotto Heaven realm experts summoned their Grotto Heavens in battle, their combat strength would increase exponentially. Emperor Bo-Sun had just come out of Avicii and was still tainted by the rich Avicii fiend chi. The 5 heavenly kings could not detect his cultivation realm. The 5 heavenly kings did not dare to be careless and summoned their Grotto Heavens, prepared to attack with their full strength. Fu-fu-fu. Emperor Bo-Sun laughed. Initially, his laughter was a little deep. In the end, it turned sharp and resounding. Ha 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 ha. Under his laughter, Emperor Bo-Sun stood on Tai Wei Mountain with his arms spread wide open. His body was filled with an endless sinister fiend chi, and the skies darkened instantly. The entire sky seemed to be covered by a gigantic black cloth, and the light of day could not be seen. Even the faint light emitted by the Grotto Heavens supported by the 5 heavenly kings seemed insignificant against the envelopment of the darkness. "Welcome to my world, Paranormitivisavartan." Emperor Bo-Sun grinned and spread his arms with a sinister expression. Standing on the peak, he was like the only god that ruled over this world. What did you say? The heavenly king of great Zen monastery shuddered with a horrified expression. Paranormita Vasavartan. The voice of the heavenly king of Putuo Monastery was trembling and his face was pale. The other 4 heavenly kings were pale as sheets as well. That's right. Emperor Bo-Sun's voice sounded once more. Paranormita Vasavartan, or as what you guys refer to as the heaven of the great fiend. Pest! The 5 heavenly kings were shocked, and their hearts seemed to have stopped beating at that moment. The heaven of the great fiend was a world condensed by Emperor Bo-sun 1,000,000 years ago. The 5 of them had fallen into the heaven of the great fiend. Emperor Bo-sun was still alive. The 5 heavenly kings felt a chilling intent surge into their hearts and felt their limbs go cold. The grotto heavens behind them trembled continuously and swayed, as though they could collapse at any moment. Emperor Bo-sun and the heaven of the great fiend. Those were taboo words in this pure land of the Buddhist monasteries. Even if someone mentioned those words, it would cause the expressions of others to change, afraid that their hearts of cultivating Buddhism would be disturbed by the fiend intent. But now, the 5 heavenly kings were facing this terrifying fiend that was like a taboo of the Buddhist monasteries. The battle back then was way too tragic. Be it the 9 firmament immortal domain or the pure land of bliss, they suffered immense losses. More than half of the 20 emperors died on the spot. Furthermore, at that time, many emperor experts knew that even if they joined forces, it would be difficult for them to kill Emperor Bo-sun, who possessed a Buddha and fiend body. That was the reason why the emperors thought of such a method to set up the battlefield here and send Emperor Bo-sun into Avicii so that he could never reincarnate. However, who would have thought that even after the 9 firmament immortal domain and pure land of bliss paid such a tragic price, Emperor Bo-sun was not dead and had even walked out of Avicii. The world had changed. The return of Emperor Bo-sun would probably change the entire heavenly world. Could the legends be real? A record sounded in the mind of Putuo Monastery's heavenly king. Back then, ancient fiend Bo-sun fought against Buddha. Although he was defeated and died, there were rumors in the Buddhist monasteries that the ancient fiend was undying and would definitely reappear in troubled times. All the monks of the Buddhist monasteries thought that the current Emperor Bo-sun was transformed from the ancient fiend of the past. Later on, when Emperor Bo-sun was exiled to Avicii, all the monks thought that the ancient fiend was completely destroyed. To think that Emperor Bo-sun would return once more in this generation. Even in the entire heavenly world, these 5 heavenly kings of Putuo, Great Zen, Maha, Amitabha and Vesa monasteries were renowned top-tier experts. However, the situation before them was no longer within their control. Bo-sun, the heavenly king of Great Zen monastery, tried his best to compose himself and shouted, "Even if you have reappeared, the emperors of the Buddhist monasteries can still suppress you once more. You've already summoned the heaven of the great fiend. Before long, emperors of the Buddhist monasteries will arrive here." The heavenly king of Putuo Monastery clenched his fists as well. "You've just left Avicii and your combat strength has yet to recover to its peak. There's no way you can fight against the emperors of the Buddhist monasteries head-on." "You guys are right." Emperor Bo-sun grinned and sighed. "However, it's enough to kill you guys." The moment he said that, Emperor Bo-sun's gaze intensified as he circulated the heaven of the great fiend. Fiend chi surged in the world and a tremendous power gushed forth. There was no way to defend against that power. In this world, Emperor Bo-sun was the only god and no one could go against him. Boom! 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 With a deafening bang, the grotto heavens behind the 5 heavenly kings could not withstand it at all and collapsed instantly after being crushed by the power of the heaven of the great fiend. The 5 heavenly kings spat out blood with despaired expressions. Even if the 5 of them wanted to escape, there was no chance for them to do so in the heaven of the great fiend. Their lives were in the hands of Emperor Bo-sun. Swoosh! Emperor Bo-sun took a deep breath and fiend chi coiled around the body of the heavenly king of Putuo Monastery, piercing into his body like vines. The body of the heavenly king of Putuo Monastery withered at a visible speed. Under the horrified gazes of the other 4 heavenly kings, the heavenly king of Putuo Monastery was sucked into a dried corpse by Emperor Bo-sun in less than 10 breaths and died. Dead. A grotto heaven realm expert that could split the earth and become a king was almost at the peak of the upper world. However, he died in front of the other 4 just like that. The lifespan of a heavenly king was 1,000,000 years. Yet life and death was merely separated by a single thought. Emperor Bo soon smacked his lips in enjoyment as he looked at the remaining 4 heavenly kings and murmured, "Who's next?" The 4 heavenly kings shuddered. A fear of death grew, intensifying in an uncontrollable manner. Under normal circumstances, at the level of a heavenly king, one's Tao heart was firm and difficult to shake. However, under the envelopment of the heaven of the great fiend, the wills and Tao hearts of the 4 heavenly kings began to waver. "You?" Emperor Bo Soon's gaze lingered on the heavenly king of Great Zen Monastery for a moment before asking. The heavenly king of Great Zen Monastery shuddered and almost broke down on the spot. "Or you?" Emperor Bo Soon's gaze shifted to the heavenly king of Amitabha Monastery. In his nervousness, the heavenly king of Amitabha Monastery exerted strength in his fingers and crushed a prayer bead in his hands. Emperor Bo Soon grinned and took another deep breath. Fiend chi spread and coiled around the heavenly king of Vesa Monastery. In a dozen breaths, the life force of the heavenly king of Vesa Monastery dissipated and he turned into a skeleton. His eyes were lifeless and he died with grievances. Even though he was a heavenly king of the Buddhist monasteries, in the eyes of Emperor Bo Soon, his life was like grass that could be cut with indifference. Emperor Bo Soon let out a long breath and smacked his lips. "Yes, not bad. Absorbing and refining your life force essences is much faster than me cultivating normally. Emperor, please spare my life." The heavenly king of Great Zen Monastery lost his mind and his Tao heart collapsed. Unable to hold on any longer, he knelt on the ground with a thud and begged for mercy. "It wasn't easy for me to cultivate to this point and I don't wish to die just like this. As long as you're willing to let me off, I'll follow and submit to you, Emperor." "Oh." Emperor Bo Soon raised his brows with a satisfied expression and nodded. "You sure are sensible and tactful." The heavenly king of Great Zen Monastery was delighted and kowtowed hurriedly. "Thank you for letting me live, Emperor." "Thank you. How foolish," the heavenly king of Maha Monastery hollered. "He displayed such strength only to make us fear and submit. How can you bow down to him? Our Taos are different." The heavenly king of Great Zen Monastery grit his teeth. "The Tao I seek is only for longevity. So what if I cultivate the fiend Tao after today? The emperor has a Buddha and fiend body and coexists with both Taos. Which of you is a match for him?" "You." Before the heavenly king of Maha Monastery could finish, his body was shrouded by pitch-black fiend chi. Before long, his life essence was sucked away and he died. Apart from the heavenly king of Great Zen Monastery, the heavenly king of Amitabha Monastery was the only one left among the 5 heavenly kings. "Sigh." The heavenly king of Amitabha Monastery sighed gently and assumed a lotus position, pressing his palms together. "Bo Soon, do it." Emperor Bo Soon sneered and opened his mouth without hesitation. In the blink of an eye, the heavenly king of Amitabha Monastery turned into a skeleton and died as well. "Emperor, let's leave the pure land of the Buddhist monasteries as soon as possible and head to the fiend domain." The heavenly king of Great Zen Monastery said hurriedly, "There's a high chance that the emperors of the Buddhist monasteries will appear given the commotion caused by the death of 4 heavenly kings here." Emperor Bo Soon looked at the heavenly king of Great Zen Monastery with a strange expression and said with a fake smile, "I didn't say that I was going to let you live." "You." The heavenly king of Great Zen Monastery's eyes widened. Right then, an incomparably terrifying spirit consciousness descended from the skies of Tai Wei Mountain. Instantly, a Buddhist light shone and pierced the pitch-black heaven of the great fiend like sharp swords. "Oh, they're finally here." Emperor Bo Soon raised his head slightly and murmured with a strange look in his eyes, "This is." A figure descended from the firmaments and looked down at the spreading darkness below with a grim expression. His heart skipped a beat as he exclaimed, "The heaven of the great fiend! Emperor Bo Soon." This emperor of the Buddhist monasteries recognized the origin of the sinister world that blanketed the skies below right away. Disbelief flashed through the person's eyes. How is this possible? Emperor Bo Soon had already been sent to Avicii for many years. How did this heaven of the great fiend reappear? Right then, the heaven of the great fiend beneath suddenly rose against the tides. Endless darkness surged towards the figure in the firmaments, wanting to devour him as well. The emperor of the Buddhist monasteries did not dare to be careless and clasped his palms together, chanting a Dharmic proclamation. Suddenly, a blinding golden light burst forth behind him and a paradise that resembled the pure land appeared. One side shone brightly while the other was dark and sinister. Two completely different worlds and two opposing powers collided with a deafening bang. The ground shook and the skies darkened. The seawater surged into the skies and formed massive waves that crashed against the Taiwei mountains. The void in the world was filled with cracks and a sinister wind gusted from within. In fact, one could even see the stars outside through the cracks. The collision of the two emperors shattered this part of the world. Emperor Bosun was extremely notorious and was almost a taboo of the pure land of the Buddhist monasteries. The Buddhist emperor did not dare to attack rashly and merely stood his ground like an immovable mountain, defending to buy time. As time passed, the commotion here would definitely alarm the other emperor experts of the Buddhist monasteries. Boom! Another loud bang sounded. The dark world below charged once more, but it did not shake the world of the Buddhist emperor. A moment later, the darkness of the world gradually faded. The Buddhist emperor waited for a long time but did not see Emperor Bosun retaliate. The heaven of the great fiend had already dissipated and light returned to the world. The Buddhist emperor surveyed his surroundings with a deep gaze but could not find any traces of Emperor Bosun. He merely sensed a remnant aura of a spatial tunnel beneath. Emperor Bosun had already left. This doesn't seem to fit the style of Emperor Bosun. The Buddhist emperor frowned in silence. Suddenly, his heart skipped a beat. As though he sensed something, his gaze landed on a figure on Taiwei Mountain not far away. Heavenly King 6 Brahma of Great Zen Monastery. In a flash, the emperor of the Buddhist monasteries arrived at the side of Heavenly King 6 Brahma and checked with his spirit consciousness before heaving a sigh of relief. Heavenly King 6 Brahma was scrawny and had lost a lot of his life essence. Although he looked dispirited, he managed to survive at the very least. On Taiwei Mountain there were 4 other dried corpses. Although their flesh and life essence had been sucked dry, the emperor of the Buddhist monasteries could still tell that the 4 of them were heavenly kings from Putuo Monastery, Amipa Monastery, Maha Monastery and Vesa Monastery. All of them were dead. Compared to the other 4, Heavenly King 6 Brahma was considered lucky. Thank you for saving me, Emperor Treasure Light. Heavenly King 6 Brahma panted slightly and said with lingering fear, if you had arrived a step later, I would have died as well. Was the person who attacked Emperor Bosun? Emperor Treasure Light asked in a deep voice. That's him. Heavenly King 6 Brahma clenched his fists. Not only did he not die, he even escaped from Avicii and went on a massacre. When Emperor Treasure Light arrived, he had already sensed that many people had just died. Ajura Monastery on Great Taiwei Mountain was reduced to ruins as well, and almost all the monks within were annihilated. Heavenly King 6 Brahma continued. However, he has just escaped from Avicii, and his combat strength doesn't seem to have recovered to its peak. The moment he came out, he was absorbing heaven and earth essence chi wildly to nourish his fiend body. That explains everything, Emperor Treasure Light murmured. Earlier on, he was puzzled as to why Emperor Bosun would leave silently after exchanging blows with him. It seemed like that was the reason. Emperor Bosun had been suppressed by Avicii for 1,000,000 years. Even if he managed to escape now, there must be something wrong with his body and his combat strength would be diminished after such a long time. That was the reason why he chose to avoid the battle. Did you notice which direction he went? Emperor Treasure Light asked again. Fiend Domain. Heavenly King 6 Brahma replied. Emperor Treasure Light narrowed his eyes slightly. Seems like another bloodbath is about to break out in the Fiend Domain. Pausing for a moment, he said, return to the Great Zen Monastery to recuperate. The matter of Emperor Bosun escaping from Avicii has a lot of implications. Don't spread it for the time being. All right. Heavenly King 6 Brahma agreed. Emperor Treasure Light tore through the air and vanished. Heavenly King 6 Brahma stood up slowly and looked in the direction of Ajura Monastery before looking at Avicii beneath his feet. Suddenly, He smiled and tore through the void, disappearing from the peak of Tai Wei Mountain as well. The world seemed to have returned to normal. In a corner of a Jura monastery that no one was paying attention to, the voice of an old monk sounded faintly. So many people have died again. Oh well, time to collect more corpses. Greater Avicii. The martial Dao prime body knew that given his cultivation realm, he would not be able to survive in Greater Avicii or the Lesser Hells. His only chance and hope was the Prajna Nirvana Sutra. This was the cultivation technique of the Infinite Great Emperor in the past, while Greater Avicii was created from the body of the Infinite Great Emperor. There might be a mysterious connection between the two. Therefore, the moment the martial Dao prime body was devoured by the Avicii gate, he began to chant the Prajna Nirvana Sutra continuously. However, after entering Greater Avicii, the martial Dao prime body was stunned. His 5 senses and spirit perception were gone. He could not see anything, not even darkness. He could not differentiate between darkness and light. He could not sense time passing. It was as though he was floating and there was nothing around him. It was empty and he could not sense the existence of space. He was surrounded by an endless loneliness. The martial Dao prime body chanted the Prajna Nirvana Sutra loudly and even used a sound domain secret skill. However, he could not hear his own voice. The surroundings were silent and there were no other sounds. The connection between the martial Dao prime body and Green Lotus true body had long been lost. Back when he fell into Avicii from Tai Wei Mountain, he severed his connection with the Green Lotus true body. Right then, the martial Dao prime body suddenly felt a scorching sensation spreading from within. Ah! The martial Dao prime body could not help but cry out in pain. It was a flame from Greater Avicii that not only burned the flesh of the martial Dao prime body, but also his essence spirit. This flame was even more terrifying and domineering than karmic flames. Most importantly, the flame contained a true intent of pain that could drive one crazy. Back then, in order to create Greater Avicii, the Infinite Great Emperor condensed the painful will of millions of living beings and fused them into his body, forming this world. Anyone who entered Greater Avicii would have to endure the pain and torture of millions of living beings. Time was boundless, space was boundless. The suffering was boundless as well. As long as one entered Avicii, their bodies would burn with the Avicii hellfire and they would endure boundless suffering. The martial Dao prime body had witnessed the scene of 16 lesser hells with his own eyes. Be it the pain of having one's heart dug out or brains removed, none of that could compare to a fraction of the pain caused by the Avicii hellfire. How would it feel to have the extreme pain of millions of living beings gathered together? The martial Dao prime body could not defend against it either and was about to cry out. The most terrifying thing was that one would have to endure the endless pain and torture in Greater Avicii until their lifespans were exhausted. In Greater Avicii, one could not commit suicide even if they could not withstand the pain. What was even more frightening was that the hellfire could incinerate one's essence spirit directly. The pain on the essence spirit was 1,000 times more intense than on the body. Before long, the martial Dao prime body could not withstand the pain and even fainted. However, right on the heels of that, he was awakened by an even more intense burning pain, causing him to maintain a state of consciousness as he endured the painful will of Greater Avicii once more. After a while, the martial Dao prime body fainted from the pain again. But soon, he was awakened and endured the pain as the process repeated itself time and again. There was no pause to the endless suffering. Finally, the martial Dao prime body experienced the true terror of Greater Avicii. For any living being that entered Greater Avicii, death was a relief for them. In fact, that thought flashed through the mind of the martial Dao prime body for a moment. But soon, he cast those distracting thoughts aside and defended his Dao heart to the death. If he had not undertaken the trial of the Dao heart stairs and condensed the 10th stone step by strengthening his martial Dao heart, the martial Dao prime body would definitely not have been able to survive in Greater Avicii. His Dao heart would have collapsed before long. While the martial Dao prime body endured the pain, he tried his best to maintain his clarity and composure. The pain was unbearable and could not be stopped. Those were facts that he could not change and could only accept. He did not know how he could leave this place either. No matter where he went in Greater Avicii, The pain would accompany him at all times and the hellfire would never extinguish. The martial Tao prime body did not give up. A bold thought crossed his mind. Since the martial Tao furnace could smelt all divine powers and nurture 100 sutras, why couldn't he attempt to fuse the hellfire into his body? Back in Tianhuang mainland, after the martial Tao prime body underwent tribulation transcendence repeatedly, he smelted a wisp of tribulation fire through the heavenly tribulation. And now, the martial Tao prime body decided to attempt to smelt the hellfire on his body. The martial Tao prime body had a huge advantage. His essence spirit, the martial spirit, was a ball of flames to begin with. Therefore, his essence spirit and hellfire were of the same origin and had similarities. Of course, his martial spirit fire was way too weak. The first time the martial Tao prime body tried to smelt the hellfire, his martial spirit fire was drowned by it the moment it appeared. His essence spirit endured endless pain once more. The martial Tao prime body continued trying. He could not sense the passage of time or the changes in his environment. He could only try to smelt hellfire continuously, even if it was just a wisp. During this period of time, the martial Tao prime body fainted and failed countless times. He could no longer remember. It had almost become a habit and persistence for him. He smelted hellfire and fainted from the pain. Right on the heels of that, he woke up and smelted again, and so on. After a long time, finally, after the martial Tao prime body channeled his essence spirit, a weak wisp of flame was condensed. It was identical to the hellfire on his body and had the same aura. Of course, his cultivation realm was too low and the hellfire he conjured was far inferior to the flames of the Avicii hellfire, let alone fight against it. Even so, the martial Tao prime body was even more excited. The additional wisp of hellfire would not help him escape from greater Avicii. However, it would allow him to smelt the sutras and secret skills better. Over the years, the martial Tao prime body had collected many sutras and secret skills. During this period of time, he even went through a taboo mystic classic, the Prajna Nirvana Sutra, through the Green Lotus True Body. However, the martial spirit fire, tribulation fire, red lotus karmic fire, and dragon phoenix flames alone could not smelt taboo mystic classics or some obscure ancient texts. Therefore, it was difficult for the martial Tao prime body to comprehend the essence and profoundness of those ancient texts and mystic classics. But now, with the addition of a wisp of hellfire, the martial Tao furnace became even stronger and its smelting power increased exponentially. In fact, it even smelted all the ancient texts that were previously difficult to understand and the sutras of the taboo mystic classic. During this period of time, the martial Tao prime body discovered something else while smelting hellfire. It was a blessing in disguise. Initially, his body was already tainted by the fiend qi of Emperor Bo-sun. Be it his bones, flesh, or organs, they all contained the aura of fiends. Given his strength, he could not purge the fiend qi at all. However, after being burned by the hellfire in Greater Avicii repeatedly, the fiend qi left in his body by Emperor Bo-sun was burned away cleanly. Of course, there was no heaven and earth essence qi in Avicii and his injuries showed no signs of healing. The 9 fate rings were shattered by Emperor Bo-sun and floated within his body. The martial Tao prime body comprehended and deduced the dermic formulation of the martial Tao as he smelted the ancient sutras. Although he had fallen into Greater Avicii and could not leave, enduring the pain endlessly, he held on to the heart of the martial Tao and did not give up on deducing the dermic formulation of the martial Tao. He was still advancing on this arduous path. This was the meaning of the martial Tao prime body's existence and his Tao. In truth, all dermic formulations would inevitably converge into one. For example, although the immortal, Buddhist, and fiend Taoists cultivated different dermic formulations, their cultivation realms were similar. After passing through the black, earth, and heaven essence realms, the 3 essences would converge. Thereafter, one would condense a Tao fruit and advance to the perfected One realm before going on to the Grotto Heaven realm to be conferred as kings. In other words, it was not impossible even if the martial Tao prime body wanted to condense his fate rings into a Tao fruit now. However, he did not want to give up just like that. While it may be inevitable for all Taoists to converge as one in the end, he wanted to try his best to perfect the martial Tao as much as possible before that. After a long time, perhaps a few months or hundreds of years, a thought gradually appeared in the mind of the martial Tao prime body. As time passed by and countless sutras were smelted by the martial Tao furnace, the thought developed further. A realization flashed through the mind of the martial Tao prime body. The greatest difference between the martial Tao and the immortal, fiend and Buddhist Taos was already obvious when the martial Tao was established. The immortal, fiend and Buddhist Taos absorbed the spirit chi and essence chi of the world to cultivate and comprehend, making use of the heaven and earth powers to fight. The martial Tao was initially established for cultivators without spirit roots. Every single step of the martial Tao was to cultivate oneself. After the heaven essence realm, immortals, Buddhas and fiends would condense a Tao fruit in their consciousness using the dharmic Tao they had cultivated for their entire lives. On the other hand, the martial Tao prime body attempted to imprint the dharmic Tao of the 9 fate rings on his bones to continue strengthening himself and eventually condense the true martial Tao body. The immortal, Buddhist and fiend Taos condensed Tao fruits while the martial Tao condensed a Tao body. The next realm of the martial Tao was the true martial realm. When the martial Tao prime body thought about that, he felt that the path ahead of the martial Tao no longer seemed lost. Beams of bright light shone from behind the layers of fog and illuminated his heart. There was no need for him to activate it. The fragments of the 9 fate rings automatically turned into mysterious runes that condensed the will of the martial Tao. The dharmic arts of the martial Tao circulated within his body and wrapped around every single bone. The bones of the martial Tao body were immersed in the mysterious purple runes. After a long time, mysterious patterns gradually appeared on the bones, as though they were imprinted on them. Initially, it was only a shallow layer. However, as time passed by, the runes on every single bone became clearer, as though they were etched deeply into them and fused with the bones, impossible to erase. Throughout the long process, the pain of greater Avicii continued to torment the martial Tao prime body. He would still faint from the pain. However, each time he woke up, the martial Tao prime body would perk up and endure the endless pain to continue imprinting runes on his bones to forge his Tao body. This was his Tao. No matter how much suffering he had to endure, he had to continue. If the pain in greater Avicii was inflicted on someone else, they would be dispirited and their Tao heart would collapse no matter their cultivation. As for the martial Tao prime body, he perfected the martial Tao and created a dharmic formulation for the next cultivation realm in greater Avicii when he was at his wit's end. The martial Tao prime body could not sense the passage of time and there was no one or sound around him. He merely forged and refined his Tao body continuously. Finally, at a certain moment, all the runes in the 9 fate rings and the dharmic Tao will of the martial Tao were imprinted on the bones of the martial Tao prime body. At that moment, the martial Tao prime body felt as though he had broken through a bottleneck and a barrier. He had broken through to the next level. He had just formed his true martial Tao body. The martial Tao prime body had already entered the true martial realm. Under normal circumstances, be it immortal, fiend or Buddhist cultivators, they would trigger a heavenly tribulation the moment they entered the perfected one realm. The 5 of 9 heavenly tribulation was the lowest and the 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation was the highest. Although the martial Tao took another path and was completely different from the immortal, Buddhist and fiend Taos, this action of the martial Tao prime body broke through some sort of restriction as well. Under normal circumstances, it would also attract a heavenly tribulation. However, the martial Tao prime body waited for a long time but could not sense any aura of a heavenly tribulation. There was only a single possibility. Greater Avicii could also isolate the senses of the heavenly tribulation. The martial Tao prime body focused his gaze and saw that every single rune on his bones shone with a purple glow and every single bone burned with dense purple flames. The purple flames tempered his body continuously, baptizing his bloodline and incinerating it completely. Once his bloodline, body and organs were completely baptized by the purple flames, it meant that he had attained greater mastery of the true martial Tao body. At that time, every single inch of his flesh, blood, and even a single hair on his body would contain the terrifying will of the martial Tao. He could shake the world with a single move. This true martial Tao body would be indestructible and sweep through all perfected one experts. At that thought, the martial Tao prime body was initially excited. However, he calmed down on second thought. Even if he was invincible in the perfected One realm, so what? He was trapped in Greater Avicii and could not get out at all. Even a terrifying expert like Emperor Bosun, who could escape from the lesser hells of Avicii, did not dare to step foot into this place. Even if he had deduced the next dermic formulation and cultivation realm of the martial Tao, so what? He could only endure the pain here endlessly until his lifespan was up. Suddenly, the martial Tao prime body smiled. Even so, he would not give up. Since he was trapped here, he would use the remaining time to continue deducing the martial Tao. That was because he knew that, if possible, he might still have a chance to leave this place. The martial Tao prime body did not know when that moment would arrive, and could only wait patiently. Time flew, and in the blink of an eye, 1,000 years had passed since the 10,000-year meet. Xianxia Immortal Kingdom, Palace Library. A woman with light makeup and plain robes on the roof leaned against a bamboo chair. Her black hair was tied up with a ribbon and draped casually behind her back. The plain-robed woman held an ancient book in her hands and read it intently. Right then, footsteps sounded from downstairs. Immediately after, a maidservant-like woman walked up to the plain-robed woman and brewed a pot of tea for her before saying softly, "Princess, please rest." After a while, the plain-robed woman seemed to have snapped out of her stupor. She acknowledged and stood up slowly, sipping her tea. Without taking her eyes off the ancient book in her hands, she asked casually, "Did anything major happen outside during this period of time? I heard that something big happened at the Pure Land of Bliss." The maidservant stuck out her tongue and said in a serious manner, "Oh." The plain-robed woman still did not raise her head. This maidservant of hers loved to make a mountain out of a molehill and exaggerate about everything. The maidservant continued, "I heard that Emperor Bo soon escaped from the infinite hell and reappeared, descending upon the heavenly world." Upon hearing the words Emperor Bo soon, the plain-robed woman's expression changed slightly. Frowning slightly, she raised her head and said in a deep voice, "What happened? Tell me in detail." The maidservant said, "Around 1,000 years ago, a group of people from the Fiend domain broke through Great Taiwei Mountain and entered Avicii. Not long after, only a moon-devouring heavenly wolf escaped from Avicii. Everyone else died within." The plain-robed woman frowned. "How is that possible? How can anyone possibly escape from Avicii? What's the cultivation of that heavenly wolf?" "I heard that he's only at the heaven immortal realm," the maidservant said. The plain-robed woman frowned in deep thought. The news came from the Pure Land of Bliss and was transmitted through multiple channels. Although there might be some deviations in the details, it should not be wrong. "Continue," the plain-robed woman said. The maidservant said, "Later on, Emperor Bosun, who escaped from Avicii. At that time, 5 heavenly kings of Jambudvipa were alarmed. In the end, 4 of them were killed by Emperor Bosun, and 1 of them was severely injured. Ajura Monastery on Great Taiwei Mountain was reduced to ruins, and all the monks inside are dead." Pausing for a moment, the maidservant continued mysteriously, "I heard from others that the group of people who first entered Avicii were the former subordinates of Emperor Bosun. The reason why they barged into Avicii this time round was so that they could release Emperor Bosun's seal, allowing that fiend to escape." The plain-robed woman shook her head gently. Most of those speculations were wild guesses by busybodies and could not be accurate. However, this news was indeed shocking. "What happened later on?" the plain-robed woman asked again. The maidservant said, "Later on, this matter alarmed the emperor experts of the Pure Land of the Buddhist monasteries. I heard that they even fought against Emperor Bosun. Unable to defeat him, Emperor Bosun fled to the Fiend domain and has never appeared since. I also heard that Emperor Bosun charged out of Avicii and caused cracks to appear in it such that it can no longer trap anyone. Recently, many cultivators are prepared to head to Avicii to explore and obtain opportunities." The plain-robed woman frowned and fell into deep thought. Ever since Avicii existed, it had experienced the longevity era and countless years had passed. For such a long time, countless experts were buried inside, but no living being could come out alive. In other words, Avicii was indeed an unimaginable treasure trove. There were countless treasures left behind by those experts alone. The maidservant said, "Now that one can enter and exit Avicii freely, I wonder how many experts will swarm in and who will be able to obtain the opportunities within." "It's not that simple." The plain-robed woman shook her head gently. Avicii was established by the infinite great emperor. Even if it was damaged by Emperor Bosun, it's definitely not a friendly place. Not many people can defend against the living beings of hell that are born within. The maidservant asked blankly, "What living beings of hell?" The plain-robed woman did not explain. She closed the ancient book in her hands and placed it on the bamboo chair beside her. The words "Infinite Era" were written on the front of the ancient book. This book was not a cultivation technique or secret skill. Instead, it was a biography that recorded many major events of the upper world during the Infinite Era and some legends of experts. Among them, the most famous was naturally the infinite great emperor who founded an era. Therefore, the plain-robed woman's understanding of the infinite great emperor far surpassed others. Rising, the plain-robed woman paced back and forth, murmuring in deep thought, "There's something strange about this." "What do you mean? What's strange about it?" The maidservant asked again. The plain-robed woman frowned. "This happened 1,000 years ago. Why is there only news of it now?" The birth of Emperor Bosun is not a small matter. The implications are too great. The news must have been suppressed by the Pure Land of the Buddhist monasteries. The maidservant replied, "Since it was suppressed, why would such news suddenly spread?" The plain-robed woman asked instead. The maidservant shrugged her shoulders and shook her head. The plain-robed woman continued, "Furthermore, that's Avicii after all. It's a forbidden ground that even great emperors are wary of. It has existed for so many years without any problems. How can it be damaged by the power of Emperor Bosun?" The maidservant said, "Perhaps it's because it's been too long and can't withstand the corrosion of time." The plain-robed woman shook her head gently. Just as she was about to speak, her heart skipped a beat as she thought of something. If the hell suppression tripod is in that person's hands, that means that there's no hell suppression tripod in Avicii. The plain-robed woman muttered to herself, "In that case, it makes sense for cracks to appear in Avicii after Emperor Bosun charged out." "Princess, what are you talking about?" The maidservant asked curiously. "What hell suppression tripod? What person?" "It's nothing." The plain-robed woman changed the topic and asked, "Is Yunting still in seclusion?" "Yes." The maidservant nodded. The plain-robed woman said deeply, "I'm prepared to make a trip to the Pure Land of Bliss. If he comes out of seclusion, don't tell him about this." "Ah!" The maidservant snapped out of her stupor and exclaimed, "Princess, are you going to Avicii? Didn't you just say that it was very dangerous there?" "It's indeed dangerous, but I still have to make a trip." The plain-robed woman said, "I'm curious and puzzled about the life of the infinite great emperor. Perhaps I can only find the answer in Avicii." The maidservant said with a worried expression, "Princess, please bring more people this time round." "There's no need. I'll head there alone." The plain-robed woman said, "If I truly encounter danger in a place like Avicii, it wouldn't matter how many people are by my side. Instead, they'll only lose their lives for nothing. However, once the news spreads, experts will definitely gather there. At that time, who knows what sort of conflicts will break out as they fight for the treasures. It's way too dangerous." The maidservant continued, "No matter what, Avicii is one of the most dangerous forbidden grounds in history. At the Emperor realm, one has a long lifespan and it's difficult for them to be tempted by most treasures." The plain-robed woman was extremely calm as she analyzed. "Therefore, they won't take the risk personally. As for Immortal King experts, they might not be in a hurry to enter either. Most likely, they won't act rashly and will just wait and see. I think that the cultivators who entered Avicii this time round should be heaven immortals and perfected immortal experts. At my level, I'm not afraid of anything. Even if I can't beat them, I can escape unscathed." Although the plain-robed woman decided to head to Avicii, she did not do it on impulse. Instead, She analyzed the dangers and possible situations before making a move. Furthermore, she knew a lot about the infinite great emperor. That was the reason why she was confident. When the plain-robed woman saw that the maidservant at the side was still worried, she could not help but smile. "Don't worry, I'm only going this time round to find some answers about the infinite great emperor. I'm not going to fight with them for treasures. Even if they kill one another out of blind greed for the treasures, it has nothing to do with me." Heaven and Earth Academy, Legacy Ground. A man and woman stood in front of a cave abode. From afar, they looked like a golden couple. The man's figure was tall and straight, like an unsheathed sword with a sharp edge. His gaze was sharp with a faint cold glint, and he had an extraordinary aura. The woman had a fairy-like appearance and merely stood quietly with her clothes fluttering in the wind. She was extremely compatible with the surrounding flora, mountains in the distance, clouds in the skies, and the butterflies dancing on her shoulders, forming an indescribably beautiful painting. The man was a legacy disciple of Heaven and Earth Academy, Sword Immortal Yu Hua. The woman was none other than the painting Immortal, Mo Qing, junior sister. "Why are you so stubborn and insist on going to Avicii?" Sword Immortal Yu Hua frowned. "Avicii is way too dangerous. Even if there are cracks, you'll most likely die if you enter. Given your status and nobleness, there's no need for you to take such a huge risk." Fairy Mo Qing remained silent with an indifferent expression. Sword Immortal Yu Hua continued, "Junior sister, I'll try my best to help you get anything you want as long as you're willing to say it." "Thank you, senior brother Yu Hua," Fairy Mo Qing said. "However, you can't get what I want." "What is it? Just tell me," Sword Immortal Yu Hua said proudly. Fairy Mo Qing said, "Senior Yu Dozi's Divine Ghost Immortal Fiend painting." Sword Immortal Yu Hua's expression froze. Fairy Mo Qing continued, "Yu Daozi was once a senior of the Academy. The Divine Ghost Immortal Fiend painting contains 4 peak masterpieces of his. It also contains his drawing techniques and Tao of drawing. Actually, a large part of the reason why I joined the Academy back then was because I liked Senior Yu Daozi's paintings. However, he has already died for many years, and the Divine Ghost Immortal Fiend painting has long been lost." Sword Immortal Yu Hua said helplessly, "There are countless paintings in the world. I can find other good works for you. There's no need for that." Fairy Mo Qing shook her head gently. Back then, in order to complete the 4th ghost diagram, Senior Yu Daozi headed to Avicii. He never came out again and died within. As such, the Divine Ghost Immortal Fiend painting should be buried inside as well. When Sword Immortal Yu Hua saw Fairy Mo Qing's determination, his expression darkened and a grim look flashed through his eyes. He believed that Fairy Mo Qing should definitely know his intentions. However, for so many years, this junior sister had always been indifferent to him and merely maintained the politeness as a fellow sect mate. There was no chance for their relationship to advance at all. When Sword Immortal Yu Hua thought of Mo Qing's personality, he was in no hurry and did not force her. However, over the years, the rumors about Fairy Mo Qing and Yang Ruoxu had long spread everywhere, causing Sword Immortal Yu Hua to be vexed. His patience gradually disappeared as well. He did not want to wait any longer. Sword Immortal Yu Hua turned around and stood in front of Fairy Mo Qing. He looked at her affectionately and said gently, "Junior sister, over the years, there have been many bad rumors about you in the outside world. I'm extremely angry and my heart aches for you. There's a way to resolve this matter. As long as we implore our master to step in and facilitate our marriage as Tao companions, we'll announce it to the world and send invitations. Naturally, we'll be able to clear your name and those rumors will be dispelled." Fairy Mo Qing smiled gently. "Thank you for your kind intentions, senior brother Yu Hua. However, there's no need for that. I rarely go out and I specialize in my painting Tao in the mountains and rivers. No matter how many rumors there are in the outside world, I don't care. I'm innocent." Fairy Mo Qing had made her intentions extremely clear. Sword Immortal Yu Hua was proud. It was already rare for him to take the initiative to express his intentions. Now that he was rejected, it was naturally not good for him to continue pestering. Sword Immortal Yu Hua was silent for a moment before suddenly asking coldly, "Junior sister, are you really heading to Avicii for the Divine Ghost Immortal Fiend painting?" "Of course." Fairy Mo Qing was slightly surprised and asked, "What else do you think, senior brother Yu Hua?" "Fufu." Sword Immortal Yu Hua turned to look at the forest in the distance and smiled mockingly, saying casually, "Nothing much. Since you've already made up your mind and I can't persuade you further, I can only wish you a safe return." Sword Immortal Yu Hua cupped his fists and said another sentence before flicking his sleeves to leave expressionlessly. Fairy Mo Qing looked at Sword Immortal Yu Hua's back view and sighed internally. Although she was naive, she could sense Sword Immortal Yu Hua's intentions. However, she had always only regarded Sword Immortal Yu Hua as a senior brother of the same sect. Now that she rejected senior brother Yu Hua, he must be extremely sad and disappointed. At that thought, Fairy Mo Qing felt conflicted as well. "Little butterfly, did I do something wrong?" Fairy Mo Qing lowered her head slightly and murmured, "Perhaps senior brother Yu Hua is the person I'm destined to be with. Perhaps I should become his Dao companion. Actually, senior brother Yu Hua is not a bad person either. He's bad. He's a hypocrite." Little Butterfly's voice was crisp with a hint of disdain. "Even though he knew that you were heading to Avicii, he did not dare to travel with you. If someone truly cares about you, why would they let you head to a dangerous place alone?" Fairy Mo Qing shook her head gently. "It's not his fault. We're only from the same sect after all. How can I let others take the risk for me? In any case, this person isn't good," Little Butterfly said crisply. After a moment of silence, Fairy Mo Qing gazed into the distance with a lost expression and asked softly, "What is love? Why can't I sense it? You're obsessed with paintings every day and rarely interact with others. Naturally, you can't feel the love and affection of the mortal world." Seemingly experienced, Little Butterfly said, "If you travel more and meet more cultivators, you'll definitely be able to meet someone you like." "Someone I like?" Fairy Mo Qing tilted her head slightly in confusion. She had only liked mountains, rivers, plants, and paintings. However, she had never liked anyone and did not know what it felt like. "It means someone who can move your heart," Little Butterfly explained. "If you can meet someone that makes your heart skip a beat and you miss him day and night, that's because you like him." Fairy Mo Qing recalled carefully. Up till this point of her cultivation, she had truly not met anyone who could move her heart. However, there were many paintings that moved her. "Little Butterfly, do you have anyone you like? How do you know so much?" Fairy Mo Qing asked with a smile. "I don't," Little Butterfly replied. "I only heard about these from others as well." Fairy Mo Qing smiled and chatted with Little Butterfly for a while, feeling much better. Normally, she lived and cultivated alone without any immortal servants. She was also used to being alone and liked the feeling of silence. Over the years, with Little Butterfly's company, although it was a little noisier, she smiled much more as well. "By the way, Little Butterfly, there's something you haven't explained to me," Fairy Mo Qing asked reproachfully. "Why do you keep coming to the inner sect for no reason?" After she saved this ice butterfly, she was cold to everyone and kept strangers at bay. However, there was one inner sect disciple she did not resist. It was said that the inner sect disciple had already been accepted as an in-name disciple by her master. Once he entered the perfected one realm, he could join her master as her junior brother. "There's an aura about that person that feels very familiar," Little Butterfly said hesitantly. "You've grown a liking for him, huh?" Fairy Mo Qing asked jokingly. "No," Little Butterfly explained hurriedly. "That person has an aura that's extremely similar to a demon empress of our race. It's very strange." "Demon empress?" Fairy Mo Qing was surprised. Only emperor experts of the demon race could become demon emperors and empresses. Those were high and mighty existences that stood at the peak of the upper sect. How could they be related to a single inner sect disciple? Furthermore, these were emperor experts of the demon race that were far away in the great wilderness. That demon empress is the pride of our race and is the expert I respect, admire and idolize the most. I'm even willing to die for her." At the mention of this demon empress, Little Butterfly's eyes shone with a fanatical glint, and she was incomparably proud. "Every single emperor expert will be respected by their clansmen." Fairy Mo Ching nodded. "No." Little Butterfly shook her head. "She's different from the other emperors. She's the pride and hope of our race. In fact, the entire demon race." For some reason, Little Butterfly seemed extremely emotional at the mention of this demon empress. "Our butterfly race is incomparably weak from the moment of our birth," Little Butterfly said. "Although some butterflies with powerful bloodlines, such as the butterfly sovereign lineage, appeared during this period of time, they still can't fight against other living beings." Fairy Mo Ching was no stranger to these things. The butterfly race was indeed the weakest race and was far inferior to the human race. Little Butterfly continued, "However, this demon empress single-handedly changed the status of our butterfly race among the 10,000 races, allowing us to occupy a place in the great wilderness and even the upper world. As long as this demon empress of our race is around, the butterfly race will never be a weak race." Fairy Mo Ching opened her mouth slightly with a shocked expression. Indeed, the other emperors could not be compared to someone who could single-handedly change the status of a race within the 10,000 races. After Sword Immortal Yu Hua left Mo Ching's cave abode, he returned home. Along the way, his expression was cold and the sharpness he exuded almost tore through the void. When a few legacy disciples saw Sword Immortal Yu Hua, they did not dare to advance and merely cupped their fists before retreating far away, afraid that they would offend him. Before long, Sword Immortal Yu Hua arrived at his cave abode where another legacy disciple, Xiao Li, had been waiting for a long time. "Senior brother, what happened?" Xiao Li went forward and asked when he saw something amiss with Sword Immortal Yu Hua's expression. Sword Immortal Yu Hua remained silent and walked straight towards the cave abode with a dark expression. The door opened on its own and Xiao Li followed hurriedly. Before returning to the cave abode and taking a seat, an immortal servant had long prepared tea. He poured it carefully and placed it in front of the two legacy disciples before retreating with his head lowered. Sword Immortal Yu Hua picked up the fragrant tea in front of him and drank it in one gulp. After a long silence, he said, "Junior sister Mo Ching is going to Avicii." Xiao Li said, "I've also heard about the news of Avicii." This time round, many desperados were alarmed. Cultivators from the Pure Land of Bliss, 9 Firmament Immortal Domain and Fiend Domain are all going to make a move. However, Avicii is not a friendly place and is notorious. As one of the 4 great fairies, there's no need for senior sister Mo Ching to take the risk, right? I also advised her not to take the risk, but she insisted on going. Sword Immortal Yu Hua was a little angry. Although she's usually quiet and meek, her personality is not weak at all. I'm her senior brother, but she doesn't take heed to my advice at all. What's in Avicii? Why does senior sister Mo Ching insist on heading there? Xiao Li asked again. She said that she's looking for Yu Dozi's Divine Ghost Immortal Fiend painting. Sword Immortal Yu Hua sneered and replied, "That's possible. Senior sister Mo Ching is obsessed with the Tao of painting. For the sake of the Divine Ghost Immortal Fiend painting, she might take the risk to explore Avicii." Humph! Sword Immortal Yu Hua's expression darkened as he said coldly, "Do you really think that she's heading to Avicii for the Divine Ghost Immortal Fiend painting? Isn't it?" Xiao Li was stunned for a moment with a lost expression. Sword Immortal Yu Hua said coldly, "Yang Ruoxu has just been crippled and his essence spirit is severely injured. Junior sister Mo Ching must be going to Avicii to look for the Soraka fruit to heal him." Ah! A look of realization flashed through Xiao Li's eyes. Sword Immortal Yu Hua clenched his fists and said coldly, "She thinks that I can't guess the reason and is even trying to hide it. Senior brother, what should we do then?" Xiao Li asked. "Should we get Qing Yun and the others to do something and kill Yang Ruoxu secretly?" "There's no need." Sword Immortal Yu Hua sneered. "The Ashoka tree has been destroyed for so many years. Finding the Sriracha fruit in Avicii is even more difficult than searching for a needle in a haystack. I'll wait here in the academy for her to return. I want to see her in despair. Suddenly, Sword Immortal Yu Hua laughed and said coldly, Junior sister Mo Qing returning empty-handed and Yang Ruoxu severely injured. The both of them will be forced to part ways through life and death. There's no way I can miss such a good show. Looking at Sword Immortal Yu Hua's smile, Xiao Li suddenly felt a chill. Senior brother Yu Hua's hatred for senior sister Mo Qing had already exceeded his imagination. He could not understand why senior brother Yu Hua would hate senior sister Mo Qing so much in the blink of an eye and harbor such vicious thoughts when he was so enamored with her previously. In the inner sect of the academy in a cave abode, Fang Qingyun, Tang Peng and Yen Bingying were gathered here. Senior brother Fang, I heard that Yang Ruoxu was traveling outside and was a busybody, fighting for injustice. In the end, he was severely injured and almost died outside. Tang Peng was a little excited. I heard that he's lying in his cave abode like a dead dog. He's already crippled. Now, we don't have to make a move. That's right. Even if senior brother Fang had attacked, they could only spar on the sword discourse arena where life and death battles were not allowed. At most, Yang Ruoxu would be defeated and taught a lesson. Yen Bingying said, however, there aren't so many rules outside. It's said that his essence spirit was severely injured, and it's already lucky that he managed to survive. Fang Qingyun did not say anything the entire time and merely smiled indifferently. As he listened to their discussion, a smug look flashed through his eyes. It was only then that he laughed and suddenly said, do you guys really think that he survived merely through luck? Ha! Tang Peng was stunned. Before he could react, Fang Qingyun continued, do you guys really think that Yang Ruoxu's accident was just an accident? Tang Peng's heart skipped a beat as he looked at Fang Qingyun with widened eyes and whispered, could it be that you were the one who attacked this time round, senior brother? I didn't do it personally. I merely planned it. Fang Qingyun said, the people who attacked this time round were also top-tier experts of the major factions, Pang Yi of the Pang clan, Prince Yuanzhua and his execution guards, Heaven Immortal Gue Yuan of Flying Immortal Sect and Prince Xia Tianhong of the Yen Yang Immortal Kingdom. I merely informed them of Yang Ruoxu's location and watched from the sidelines as they attacked. Pausing for a moment, Fang Qingyun laughed again. I have to say that battle was very exciting. Yen Bingying frowned slightly without saying anything. Although she was extremely negative towards Yang Ruoxu because of Sword Immortal Yu Hua and the others, she was still resistant to inviting outsiders to deal with her fellow sectmates. On the other hand, Tang Peng was excited. So, you were the one plotting everything behind the scenes, senior brother. It's no wonder that there was such a huge commotion. Since senior brother Yu Hua requested it, I naturally had to do my best. Fang Qingyun smiled calmly. Tang Peng was puzzled and asked, senior brother Fang, how did Yang Ruoxu manage to return alive with so many experts attacking? It was my intention. Fang Qingyun smiled and beat around the bush without continuing. Why? Tang Peng thought for a long time but could not figure it out and asked with a frown. Yen Bingying said, perhaps senior brother Fang spared his life on account of our relationship as fellow sect mates. Fang Qingyun shook his head gently. I allowed him to return because I wanted to deal with another person. Su Zimo. Tang Peng snapped out of his stupor and blurted. That's right. Fang Qingyun nodded. Do you have a plan ready? Tang Peng asked. Although he realized that Fang Qingyun wanted to deal with Su Zimo, he could not think of a way to make use of this opportunity. Fang Qingyun said, Su Zimo was accepted as an in-name disciple by the sect master, and his status is much higher than Yang Ruoxu. If a large force was mobilized in Divine Firmament mainland to ambush him, I'm afraid the sect master will sense it. Therefore, in order to deal with Su Zimo, it's best if the location is as far away from Divine Firmament Immortal Domain as possible. Yang Ruoxu's essence spirit is severely injured, and it won't be long before Su Zimo receives the news. There are extremely few immortal herbs that can heal essence spirit injuries, and the Sriracha fruit is one of them. When he heard that, Tang Peng's eyes lit up. He continued Fang Qingyun's words, Recently, there's news from the Pure Land of Bliss that a crack has appeared in Avicii, and there are countless treasures inside. The Soraka fruit might be there. Therefore, your goal is to make use of Yang Ruoxu's essence spirit injuries to lure Su Zimo to Avicii in order to get rid of him there. Fang Qingyun smiled without saying anything as a silent acknowledgement. Tang Peng could not help but clap and praise. This is an interconnected trap, killing two birds with one stone. While dealing with Yang Ruoxu, a trap is set for Su Zimo to prevent future troubles. Senior brother, your plan is truly perfect and well thought out. I think your wisdom is practically comparable to the sect master. Tang Peng's words made Fang Qingyun delighted. The sect master of the academy was incomparably intelligent and could see through heaven and earth, knowing everything. Almost every disciple of the academy admired the sect master. At the very least, the fact that Tang Peng compared him to the sect master meant that he was definitely qualified to be a personal disciple of the sect master. Of course, on the surface, Fang Qingyun pretended to be calm and said humbly, I'm far inferior to the magnificence of the sect master. Yan Bingying had a strange expression and hesitated. What do you want to say, junior sister? Given Fang Qingyun's sharpness, he noticed Yan Bingying's abnormality from the corner of his eye and asked with a smile. Yan Bingying hesitated for a moment before saying, I feel that it's not appropriate for outsiders to kill our fellow sect mates. Ever since she witnessed Su Zimo pass the Tao Heart Stairs trial and condense the 10th stone step 1,000 years ago, her impression of him had changed significantly. Yan Bingying continued, Furthermore, we don't have any deep feud with senior brother Su. Senior brother Yu Hua merely asked us to deal with Yang Ruoxu. There's no need. Fufu. Suddenly, Fang Qingyun chuckled. Senior brother Su. Huh? Are you very close to him, junior sister? No. Yan Bingying's expression changed slightly as she shook her head hurriedly. Tang Peng frowned. Senior sister Yan, why are you speaking up for that lowlife? Don't forget, he was the one who killed senior brother Pang. We haven't confirmed who did senior brother Pang's death yet. The greatest possibility is still Yang Ruoxu, Yan Bingying said. Tang Peng harumphed coldly. It has something to do with Su Zimo as well. Stop arguing. Fang Qingyun was a little impatient and hollered softly. Su Zimo has offended too many people. It has nothing to do with us if he dies outside. Senior brother, I didn't make it last time. I can't miss it this time round. Tang Peng grit his teeth. I'm going to Avicii too. I want to see Su Zimo's demise with my own eyes. That's the only way I'll feel good. Su Zimo was the one who embarrassed me in the previous Tao Heart Stairs trial. Pausing for a moment, he seemed worried again. Senior brother, Avicii is way too dangerous. Isn't it too risky to set up an ambush inside? Fang Qingyun smiled. Why are you so dumb? Our goal is merely to lure Su Zimo away from Divine Firmament mainland. Why would we have to wait till he's in Avicii to attack? I got it. Tang Peng was delighted. Senior brothers, if there's nothing else, I'll make a move first. Feeling a little frustrated, Yan Bingying cupped her fists and bid farewell to Fang Qingyun. Fang Qingyun nodded and did not ask her to stay. After Yan Bingying left, Tang Peng's expression darkened as he asked softly, Senior brother, will senior sister Yan report this matter to the seniors of the sect? Fang Qingyun said indifferently, Evidence is everything. If she doesn't have any evidence, what can she report? That's good. Tang Peng nodded. Senior sister Yan seems to have changed a lot over the years. She's not so close to us anymore. Fufu. Fang Qingyun smiled mockingly. Everything depends on what she chooses. If she chooses to stand on Su Zimo's side, it only means that she's a stupid woman. Senior brother, will anything go wrong this time round? Tang Peng was worried again. There's something sinister about that Su Zimo. Previously, he was filled with confidence regarding the Tao Heart Stairs, but in the end, he suffered a huge loss. A legacy disciple was crippled just like that, and even the 9 great elders and sect master of the academy were alarmed. Now that he thought about it, he felt a sense of trepidation. This time round, the Pang clan, Great Gene Immortal Kingdom, Yen Yang Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect joined forces. Fang Qingyun said in a deep voice. Pang Yi, Prince Yuanzhua, Xia Tianhong and Heaven Immortal Gue Yuan alone are 4 grade 9 Heaven Immortals. Any one of them can kill Su Zimo as easily as stepping on an ant. Furthermore, these people will bring many trusted aides with them. What can go wrong? Pausing for a moment, Fang Qingyun continued, Don't worry. These people have a deep feud with Su Zimo and want him dead even more than us. I won't be surprised even if they invite a perfected immortal to hold down the situation. Senior brother, are you not going this time round? Tang Peng asked. A group of grade 9 Heaven Immortals grouping up against a grade 1 Heaven Immortal. What's there to see? I'm not interested. Fang Qingyun shrugged and pouted. Heh, I'll join the crowd when the time comes. Tang Peng grinned with anticipation in his eyes. In a cave abode, Su Zimo let out a long breath and opened his eyes. After entering the Heaven Essence realm, his cultivation speed slowed down significantly. For example, Princess Scarlet Rainbow and Lu Ping joined the inner sect at the same time as him. In fact, there were even some disciples who joined the inner sect hundreds or thousands of years earlier but could not cultivate to level 2 of the Heaven Essence realm. As for Su Zimo, he had already cultivated to the peak of grade 2 Heaven Immortal with his Green Lotus True Body, Divine Dragon Pill, Essence Spirit Liquid and other supreme grade cultivation resources. Although the grade 11 Green Lotus True Body absorbed Heaven and Earth Essence Chi quickly, the consumption of cultivation resources was unimaginable. If not for the fact that he had a large amount of cultivation resources, it would not even be enough for the Green Lotus True Body to cultivate for 1,000 years. Cultivating in the Heaven Essence realm had clearly become much more difficult. If he merely stayed in seclusion all year round, it would be difficult for him to break through multiple realms in succession like before. Now that Su Zimo had cultivated to the peak of a grade 2 Heaven Immortal, he had encountered a bottleneck and lingered for many years without breaking through. It was not his fault. Even for a Heaven grade sect like Heaven and Earth Academy, most inner sect disciples would never be able to advance to the perfected immortal realm for the rest of their lives. Cultivators who could become perfected immortals were all filled with talent, opportunities, fortune, perseverance, and various other karma. None of those factors could be done without, and no one had a smooth journey. In the past few days, Lu Ping and Princess Scarlet Rainbow came to his cave abode many times. Something seemed to have happened. Today, Lu Ping was loitering outside once again. When Su Zimo saw that he could not break through the bottleneck for the time being, he did not continue cultivating and was prepared to head out to take a look. Junior brother Lu, is there anything? Su Zimo pushed the door open and asked softly. Because Lu Ping inherited the body of the willow tree, even after 1,000 years, he still looked like a child with a few jade-green pigtails on his head. Lu Ping hesitated for a moment before saying, Senior brother Su, something happened to senior brother Yang. Yang Ruoxu? Su Zimo's expression changed slightly. In Heaven and Earth Academy, the only cultivator with the surname Yang that he knew was Yang Ruoxu. Yes, Lu Ping said. I heard that senior brother Yang was traveling outside and was indignant about something. In the end, he got into a conflict and was surrounded. Given senior brother Yang's capabilities, who can hurt him? Su Zimo frowned and asked as he walked towards Yang Ruoxu's cave abode. I heard that there were experts from Flying Immortal Sect and the Yen Yang Immortal Kingdom. Lu Ping said. However, they're all grade 9 Heaven Immortals. Although they joined forces to attack, it was not considered bullying as their cultivation realms are similar. It's not easy for the Academy to step in for this matter either. How are his injuries? Su Zimo asked again. He's severely injured. His essence spirit is severely injured and even the sect master can't treat it. He's most likely going to be crippled in the future, sigh. Lu Ping sighed. Su Zimo's expression darkened and he remained silent. Back at the Immortal Sect selection, if Yang Ruoxu had not withstood the pressure and even fought against Zither Immortal Meng Yao, he would have died a long time ago. Yang Ruoxu was also the one who stepped in for the conflict in the outer sect and endured a lot of pressure and hostility. He was indebted to Yang Ruoxu. Now that Yang Ruoxu was in trouble, Su Zimo would definitely not sit by idly.